Boy, they finna be mad today. Oh shit. This shit on. Alrighty. Mm. Anybody can come up and answer this question. Where did these people come from? The Asian man, the Arab man, and the white man. Where did these people come from? How did they get on the planet? Anybody can come up and answer the question if they know. Because as so-called black people, we need to start asking these questions to these people. Where did they come from? 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, these people did not exist. They were not on the planet. So my question to my people as so-called black people, where did these people come from and why are we following their curriculums? Why are we capitulating to everything that they put out? And another important question, so-called black people, why are we giving our children over to these people? They don't have a biological identification to the planet, so why are we handing our children over to these people? Why are we letting these people medically evaluate our children? I mean, we gotta start asking these real questions. These people share DNA with multiple different types of animals. Not only do they share DNA with different types of animals, but these animals aren't even naturally conducive to the planet. Chad said they are from Caucasia. It no longer appears on any modern map, but it does exist. Okay, how did they get there though, Chad? That's my question because like I said, 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, these people did not exist. So how did they get in Caucasia? And like I was stating, if you look inside of their genetics, they are spliced with multiple different types of animals to make up one organism. My thing, if nobody can answer this question, where did these people come from? Then why are we allowing them to do anything that they want on our planet and infringing their ways on people who were here before them? Because it seems like nobody knows where the fuck these people came from. And a lot of my brothers and sisters, it's like we understand that yeah, shout out to Dizzle. Yep, these people came from a lab. They was created. And how do we know that these people were created? Because they're spliced with multiple different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another. So it's impossible for these people to have came on the planet naturally. You see, a mouse up there cannot reproduce with the chimpanzee, and they share DNA with both of those animals. How is this possible? So-called black people, we have no animal DNA at all, because that's not how DNA works. Come up here and we can have a discussion. You go ahead and tell me how DNA works. Because that's absolutely how DNA works. They are eukaryotic cell organisms, mixed cell organisms. The Aryan race. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. You're jealous? How am I jealous? Why would I be jealous of somebody who shares DNA with multiple different types of animals? You're not naturally conducive to the planet. You're not even supposed to be here. How could I ever be jealous? Come on, we got to stop with the trigger words now. You're trying to trigger so-called black people as if we want to be y'all. Well, we only conquered the world. But how long is the world going to be up though? Yeah, y'all run the world, but the world is not a natural thing. Y'all didn't conquer the planet. There's a difference between planet and world. Yeah, y'all created the world. You feel what I'm saying? And y'all had help from your creator to create this world, because remember when we was very first introduced to y'all people, y'all were walking on all fours. Y'all was in caves eating each other, doing all different types of animalistic things. Yeah, Yakub. Nah, Yakub means subplanter. There's no Yakub. We didn't create you people. Anybody there was a man in China who actually genetically altered the he genetically altered some DNA in order to create a whole new species, and he got 3 years in prison for it. We supposed to be talking about genetics. If you want to come up here, we can speak genetics. Yeah, CRISPR-Cas9. Yeah. Gene editing. That's how these people came into existence. So I just want anybody to tell me where these people came from. They got canine genetics. That's true. They got canine in them. So my brother, I ask you this, because you know that they share DNA with the canine, why are we allowing them to police us on our planet? Why are we sending our children to their schools? Why are we letting these people medically evaluate our children? Why are we doing that? Nah, mutations happening in DNA. Mutations do happen in DNA, but guess what? How do you have DNA from multiple different types of unnatural animals at that? Because the cow is unnatural, the pig is unnatural, chickens are unnatural, and that is all inside of your genome code. So my question is, how did unnatural animals get inside of your genome code? But so-called black people, we have no animal DNA. And we've been here longer than you. Tell me, how did we not mutate? How did the animal DNA skip so-called black people? Not all. What do you mean not all? Yes, all everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA. We are all genetically modified beings due to Nah, that's false. You can't modify so-called black people's DNA. The only way to genetically modify an organism is to splice it with UV light. And because so-called black people have neuromelanin, you cannot splice our cells. So let's not put those lies out there though. We have antigens on the outside of our cells. Yeah, antigens is what so-called black people have. That is traces of animal DNA, but it doesn't penetrate the inside of our DNA. It's only on the outside, and we can easily get rid of that by eating according to our genetic makeup. A lot of us are still eating animals that these people are spliced with: chicken, cow, fish, pigs. We're still eating all of that, and that is inside of their genetics. That's the only reason why they try to sit here and say that so-called black people have animal DNA, but we only have antigens. It's a complete difference. You don't know what you're talking about? Okay. I mean, you can come up here and prove me wrong anytime.
You know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
Most definitely a
They
bunch of
just
them.
don't. A lot of people on here, especially the ones with the animal DNA, they don't want to accept the truth. They notice the truth, but it's just that they know that the truth is now coming out because this is the age of Aquarius, and all the because you got to look at it like the people that colonized this country. Of course, they gonna come out with all their history and all their scientific lies and all their philosophies and stuff, to cover up the truth and to hide the truth. Because back in the 18th century and the 16th and 17th century, they was burning books and creating their own history as a metaphor. It's history, his story, their story that they made up to hide the truth, as well as the word melanin. They brung up the word, they created the word melanin to cover up the word carbon, because our melanin is really the carbon, one of the essential building blocks of life. And we have a high concentration of that, a more higher concentration than that, than all the other synthetic humans,
Now I will
and
say,
that's what.
let me say this to you, my brother. I will agree that we possess more carbon, but everything on on the planet that's living needs to have carbon in order
Yeah,
to
exactly.
live. You feel what I'm saying? So
So
we do have melanin, although I don't focus on the words, I focus on the functionalities. We have neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and it can condense sunlight. This is how we biosynthesize the sun. You feel what I'm saying? So I get that they created all these different types of words, but they can never change the functionality of what they're talking about. Like they can call the
right,
heart a
exactly.
toe, but it's always
Right.
gonna operate like a heart. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, you right, bro. You exactly right. That's you right. Because I look at it like, yeah, you right though. But also too, they created these words to throw off the truth, to hide and distract us from the truth.
Yeah,
So
most definitely.
yeah. So that's another reason why we have all this confusion and all these people on here that don't want to accept the truth, because of all the indoctrination and all of the programming that has been done through the education systems. That's the reason why they force us to get education, because they want us to be lied to and programmed. They don't want us to be free thinkers and stuff, and think outside of the box. They want us to stay inside the box so we won't know the truth and they can keep control over us, you know. And we all been lied to. Even the synthetic humans been lied to. The white people been lied to. The blacks been lied to. We all been lied to about the truth, you know. And I understand some people that
I
may
will
get on
say
here and
this:
may not
we have
believe what
all
you're
been
saying.
lied to, brother. You feel what I'm saying? We have all been lied to, but at the end of the day, all this complex cell organisms know that they are not the same as so-called black people. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
All of them know that, whether if they're in depth to it and they're studying genetics, or whether it's the person that's working at Target, they understand there's a complete difference between us and them.
Yeah. And with a
And
lot of
that's why
things,
with that sun up there, you feel what I'm saying? They can't
yeah,
biosynthesize the sun.
right. Right. And just like simple things that they made up, like the Caucasoid. The Caucasoids come from the Caucasus Mountains, and then you have the Europe. the white person who's the Caucasian. Is that just a coincidence that all that coincides with each other? Because the Caucasoid comes from the Caucasus Mountains, and who is the Caucasoid? The Caucasian, and this is they stuff that they made up, So I was looking at something on the internet with this guy. He was this white guy. He was in a cave, and he was on Twitter, and he made a post like he had his son with him, and he was showing his son where his ancestors, you know what I'm saying, originated from inside of the cave in the Caucasus Mountains. You know, some of them are willing to accept the truth. Those are the people who are truly good people when they accepting the truth, and they don't want to try to go around it and try to, throw it off and make it seem like, oh, that's a conspiracy, or you don't know what you're talking about. When they don't know they know what you're talking about, but they just try to play the manipulative game and try to, go around it and make up all this other stuff and use all these philosophies and all these lies and fake history that's been created to debunk what you're saying. But I know that you're not lying and making up nothing. I know you know exactly what you're talking about, you know. So, I like what you're doing. I support what you're doing.
Well, definitely abundance and gratitude for sure. And I will say that there is a difference between accepting the truth and telling the truth. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot, like I said, a lot of these complex cell organisms know the truth, but they're not telling it to our people, though. That's where the problems come, because if they're not telling us the truth, then my people, or we keep capitulating with this system. You feel what I'm saying? We're not supposed to be doing none of this. 99% of occupations
Yeah, that's what.
were built off the backs of slaves. You feel what I'm saying? So the withholding
Yep.
the truth is worse than, not knowing the truth at all.
Yeah, you exactly right. That is way worse. Withholding the truth is way worse than not knowing the truth. You exactly right. And so many of them know the truth. Like they know that we not from Africa. They know that we from America. They know that the so-called natives they come from Liberia, Siberia, the $5 Indians. It's a lot. But I see all the time the $5 Indians, the natives, because a lot of black people they also like unaware because I see the black people on the on the on the live
True
arguing with
rising,
natives.
fellas.
Yeah, I see a lot of black people arguing with the native, saying black people saying that we are native, we are native. No, black people, we are not native. We are indigenous to this land. We are the indigenous
Where
people. Indigenous means the first, the original. Native, anybody can be native. If me and my wife went to China and had a baby, and our baby grew up in China, then my baby will be native to China. Anybody could be a native.
factual,
You know,
factual, factual.
so
Can,
if we look at the definitions, if we look at the definitions of these words, the true meaning of these words and the origins of these words, then we'll be able to see the truth right there.
can,
When you
can,
look at
can we can we
etymology.
can we all agree? Can we all agree that before there was paper, there were actual verbal agreements? Because everybody feels as though birth certificates is a thing, socials is a thing, and we fail to
Yeah, birth
realize that
certificate.
we all.
Hold on, Foreign. I do want to say
Oh,
this. I want to stay
it's
on this.
it's
Hold on.
my bad, bro. But can I say something real quick? Because
I
I
want
know before
for
you
me,
before you
for
say
my
it,
panel though,
I'm
for
just gonna
my
correct
panel.
my name. I'm just gonna correct my name. It's
All right, go
I
ahead.
for an I. Just real quick. Sorry, forget.
All right,
Well, I'm
I
not
want to stay
sorry,
on the
but
topic.
it's
You feel
I
what I'm
for an
saying?
I.
I got
But go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying I want to stay on the topic. Where did these people come from? That should be our
Wait,
number
wait,
one question.
but they came from
Came
us.
from a pastry dish.
Hold
They
on,
was
hold on,
They
created.
hold on.
they came from us.
They come out
I
of
mean,
laboratory mixed with our
we
DNA and animal
no,
DNA.
but
All right, hold on.
factual.
I don't want both of y'all speaking at the same time. We do one at a time on the panel. You feel what I'm saying?
Excuse me. I was just agreeing with him, but okay. But excuse me. I don't know what your panel is, but
Nah,
you
nah.
are the
It's
ruler,
your turn to
clearly.
speak. I was just saying I don't want
No,
everybody
I
to
was
talk at
he.
one time.
Okay. Excuse me.
But
My
you said
bad.
that
But
they
go
came
ahead.
from us. Could you explain how they came from us?
Um, the only reason why I say that is because our genetics. We're it's not so much as color because everybody colorize everything. It's not black. It was never black. It was never white. You know what I'm saying? It was melanin. It's literally in our genetics. Like if you understand human anatomy, then you will understand exactly the reason why they were. um, like you mentioned earlier, because I was waiting for my headphones to charge up just so I could. I've been on the panel. I mean, not on, here on your live, but sorry, but basically what happened was, of course, there's spice from us. Clearly, the
Hold
problem
on.
was
Now we
the,
got to stop
the
right there. What you just said. You said they're
but
spliced from us. How can
yes,
you splice
okay,
neuromelanin?
okay. So what happened was, okay, and it's gonna sound crazy, but this is before human form. You know what I'm saying? This is where we at now. This is like we're at our lowest. Like the human form, we're at our lowest
I
right
agree.
now.
We got the lowest
But
vibration that we could take. But
yes, yes, we're ever on this round, we're at our lowest. You know what I'm saying? But what I was gonna say was they're spliced from us because what was supposed to happen was
no. You missed my question. I said, oh, I'm just
how
going with
you
what you're
said how.
saying. You said that they're spliced from us. I'm asking you, how can you splice neuromelanin?
How can you turn turkey bacon from pork bacon, sir?
What
How
do you
can you
mean?
turn
How?
bacon into beef? How can
I'm
you
talking
turn
about
bacon into pork?
neuromelanin. Do you not
I mean,
understand the functions of
it's
neuromelanin?
it's sir. First of all, I don't think you understand the world right now today, but technology is beating us up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
It's
asking
a
you a simple question. I'm asking you, how can you splice neuromelanin?
you
Because you said
can't
they're spliced
you
from us.
can't. This is why we're having this problem now. You
Well, you said
cannot.
we can't. You can't.
This is why the mutation is where it is now.
No, I'm asking
First
you.
of
Did
all,
you
the
just say
only
you can't
listen,
splice
think
neuromelanin?
about it. You said you was talking about animal earlier and
Hey, I need you to
animals,
answer
right?
my questions. You feel what I'm saying?
The only thing, remember, somebody told me to come up here, but they said to argue my debate. You gotta
Nah,
understand.
we're not doing no
White
arguing. We're
people
having a
are
conversation.
animals. They're
We're
just
we're
they're
both
just
grown, all right?
human form animals. Think about it.
You're
The only thing that keeps us, the only division between animal and human beings is the reason, the ability to reason. Reason. That's
That's
why their
not true
first
at all.
instinct is to take
That's not
over.
true at all. There's See, you came up here trying to argue, and I'm talking about
So
genetics. You
we
you
just want to our being is to
hold on. Let actually let me speak.
to prosper.
Out of hey,
We
a
like to
respect
grow. That's
thing.
why
I'm
we
the host.
grow.
All right.
Think about like
Hold
Fuji.
on.
Everybody
I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute because I'm trying to speak. Why are you trying to speak over the host? I asked you two questions and you keep dodging the question and talking about something else. You said out of your own mouth that they were spliced from us, so-called black people. I asked you, how do you splice neuromelanin? And you keep dodging that question.
Okay to
Don't
say it?
say
Oh no.
anything. Hold on, my brother. Do not state anything up here if you do not have a understanding of what you're talking about. I don't want to hear what you heard from a video. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want to hear none of that. And I didn't kick them or anything. They left. But I just want to say, if you're gonna come up here, know what you're talking about before you speak to me. But go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, but it would have been okay if she would have said she's not sure. But another thing I was thinking about, I realized you do understand that the original Europeans are black, are so-called black people, right?
Yes, I'm very aware so-called black people were everywhere on the planet, but guess what
Yeah,
brings us together? Genetics. So no
exactly.
matter, that's just a word, that's just a name for so-called black people, or the black Europeans, or you know what I'm saying? That's literally just a name. I'm speaking about genetics. Both y'all said that they came from so-called black people. Now I need you to explain how they came from so-called black people.
I didn't say they come from us. I say they took
You
some of
said they
our
were mixed with our DNA.
right, right.
So that means they came from us. How did that happen?
So you saying like, so who did it, or like
No,
how was it?
give me the step-by-step process because like I'm gonna ask you the same question.
I
In
mean,
order for genetic splicing to occur, you have to splice through the cell with UV light. How can
okay.
you splice neuromelanin? That would be my question since they have our DNA.
Okay, you just said it, I believe, with the UV light, right? In a science lab, in a pastry cake, however you say it.
I just said that you cannot. Okay.
Oh,
So
you
yeah,
just said you cannot, so I'm not listening. I apologize, bro. I apologize. I'm not trying to play no games or nothing. I'm really with you with what you saying. I'm not trying to go against you or none of that. But I do apologize.
no, it's completely fine if you go against me, my brother. If you have your, if you know what you're talking about, go ahead. But I'm just asking questions here because you said that they're mixed with our DNA. In order for them to be mixed with our DNA, you would have to splice through neuromelanin. So I'm asking you, how can you splice through neuromelanin?
I'm not sure. I'm
The,
not sure.
the answer is you can't splice through neuromelanin because neuromelanin, like I said earlier, it is condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight. So when you try to splice a neuromelanated cell, it actually absorbs the UV light because we absorb the whole entire spectrum. You feel what I'm saying? So it's impossible for anybody to try to splice through so-called black people's cells. This is why I said these people did not come from us.
Right, okay. So they didn't. Okay, I can agree, believe that. I can believe that.
Now I don't want you to believe, brother. I want you to go read some books, study, so you can know. Because once you know, nobody can tell you nothing. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want you to believe what I'm saying. I want you to go do this research for yourself. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, right. I feel you. And another, even this is kind of off the subject, but you just said something that's very super. You said you said that you don't want me to believe, you want me to know, you want me to go study so I can know. That's another thing. All of it's kind of off the subject, but just generally with everything, people always saying what they believe. Knowing overrides believing because you can believe anything, but it's not a guarantee. It's just something you believe. But like you say, knowing, going to research to really know instead of just believing something. So I just wanted to put the light on that, what you said. That was, to me, that was just real powerful what you said. That was
Most
important to
definitely.
me.
Gratitude and abundance, my brother, for sure. I do want to get to the other people on the panel real quick. Go ahead, Alter.
So neuromelanin is a hormone, not an actual cell.
It coats our cells.
Yes, but it is a hormone. It is a chemical.
What is the definition of, or what is the etymology of chemical?
So your ACT and G is
No,
what
no, no, no.
DNA.
You're not answering my
Wait, wait.
question.
Let me
What
lead
is?
up. Let me lead up to it, please.
All right, go ahead.
There's no over talking the host.
You can go ahead, Altered.
All right. So A, T, C, and G makes up DNA. DNA is always matched in pairs of 4. Those pairs of 4 regulate secretions in your body. So the neuromelanin is just a product of the way ACT and G is represented in your genome. Not your genetics, the genome.
So you didn't hear
Is
any.
your genetic material. That's the same thing.
No, the genetic material is everything that you're made of, but your genomics are only what is represented in your physiology. We share genetics with potatoes, banana trees, cabbage. There is many common genetics, but your genome is what makes you a species, like Homo sapien, Homo habilis, Dovian, Neanderthal. It is the actual active genetics in your genome. So the neuromelanin comes from the way the genome is written, and instead of other chemicals, the neuromelanin coats the cells in that specific expression of genetics in your genome.
Okay, can I ask you this question? Let's go back to the topic. Where did those people come from then?
That is a good question because let's face it, if it is not natural and it is synthetic, that would require high technology. Where is the evidence of high technology? Now, the white gene or the light skin gene came into being about 40,000 years ago, and like the pale white came into being about 8,000 years ago. So on those two spectrums, you would have to have a high technological civilization, and especially 8,000 years ago, that would leave traces. We would be able to find evidence and remnants of, how do I word this, of labs or genetic failures, I guess it would be the closest. So you would see just abominations. There would be evidence in bone structures, and your caps on your junk DNA would be not as it is today.
Wait, so you're saying there's no proof?
No, I am saying if there is proof of synthetics, where is the proof?
You're the
Honestly,
proof.
I
how?
would say I would say they didn't come from anywhere. They were created by
But
a higher extraterrestrial beings. If you ask me,
but
they
who
were
did?
created.
You
They
said, all right, then where?
who created them?
Because you would have to have terrestrial operations. You can't just zap somebody up, do a little editing, and then place them back down with no.
Can I ask Altered a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So since you're talking about genetic altering, do you know the science or the tool that's used to do that and how long it's been around?
CRISPR, yes,
And
it's
how
been
long has it
around.
been around? How long has it been dappled with, like as far as racemization, sonoportation, like transfection, racemization, like how long has that been in the works and been used?
So the entire CRISPR, or just the CRISPR for
So
humans?
again, racemization, introgression, hybrid, like all of it. When did the
So
science, do you have a time period for
so it
when it came?
started. Yes, it started in plant. We dabbled with it in plants and stuff for our crops 40 years ago, but humans have been restrained by ethics. The Chinese are forerunning scientists on this, but they've been doing it since 2000, 2008 on humans. You have the two Chinese babies. There were 12 of them. They were CRISPR modified. Two of them survived. Dude went to jail, came back out.
So I have sources. I follow scientists, climatologists, evolutionists, and historians that have been saying that this has been around with DNA proof. DNA proof samples of this type of tech being tampered with since the 9 and 1000s.
If you
And I
are,
can prove that.
but if you, there are ways to do it naturally, like Gregor Mendel, the father of genetics, allegedly.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the father of genetics and let's talk about the law of inheritance, please. So again, since we're talking about evolution, right, and how the eukaryotic cell came into play, which there is no explanation. The only explanation is, which is what we're talking about, is electrical fusion.
Which
So
is
all
a
scientists and
mutation.
historians are saying that y'all are here through electrical fusion. Now we can talk about CRISPR-Cas9. That's fine. But how did they get to the point to where they perfected CRISPR? How long has it been in the works? Of course they started with plants, small insects and stuff like that. But how did they get to the point to where they were able to genetically modify humans according to what you're saying? And that's
But
false because I actually have experiments like documents, because this is the reason why I don't use Google, because they lie. But when I check
absolutely.
other search engines across the world, then you can see that this has been done globally for a very long time. So I'm just asking,
So
how long do you think that this took to, how long has this been in the works?
so are you talking purely on a biological with no technology, or are you talking like humans with technology purposely
Talking about the
editing?
tech. I'm talking about the tech itself.
Honestly, I don't know then, because let's face it, in the 80s, we couldn't even figure out what the whole genome looked like. So how could you have tech advanced enough to splice in genes when you can't even know what genes you have?
How did y'all know about arithmetic and y'all were still struggling with that, and then y'all were dabbling in science like this? See, that's the thing. Y'all created time, but nothing about y'all's timeline makes sense.
But
So I want to know, why did y'all
that
just
goes
come out of
both
caves less
ways.
than
Get it?
10,000 years ago? That's the main question. Y'all were on all fours. Y'all were still being born like this less than 2,000 years ago, and y'all are still being born with vestigial tails still to this day.
So you
So how
know
did y'all
that.
go from being on all fours
Genetic op-
with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to speak and reproduce to where you can now tell me when there's no explanation for how your species got here, but every scientist, historian, and climatologist is saying that so-called black people came from Earth's evolution, and these are scientists that look exactly like you and share the same genetic composition, the same incomplete dominant genetic composition as you.
So
There's
that
nothing
is
new under the sun.
Hey, we don't talk over people, all right? So
that's
let them have their conversation, my brother. Go ahead, Altered.
all right. So specifically the vestigial tales and all that stuff, you do know there is written evidence in Sanskrit that is 8,000 years old. So it can't be just a couple thousand years old.
I didn't
If
say
you're
that it was. I said that y'all came out of the caves less than 10,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, y'all were still being born on all fours, which is 1800s.
so
Y'all
are
are still being born with vestigial tails to this day. I went to school with niggas who had to have their tails cut, and I'm
so
in
are
my early 20s.
so are Indians. Look at the
And
famous
Indians are who? They share the genome with who? Incomplete
Dovians.
dominance with who? You. We
Dovians.
don't have with there you melanated, which is pheomelanin, which is animal melanin, which is not neuromelanin, which is what my people are.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, but what
Yeah.
I am
So
saying,
again, that's you're fueling my point. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, though.
all
That's
right,
still your
so
haplogroup, and that's still your genome. So
all
my
right.
people were never born like that. So that's the better question.
No one said
How?
your
What
people are
are
born
you,
like
and
that.
how did y'all get here to where you're on my planet that you share no biological identification with, as a sulfur and an ammonia-based being?
Okay. Is that the complete question?
Yep.
All
Gene
right,
splicing
so
has to do with as simple as
Bro,
having sex
stop.
with.
Actually, go ahead and get off the. Go ahead.
am I able to continue?
Yeah, go ahead. My fault.
All right. So genetically, the white gene is what we are focusing on, correct? Or is it the whole genetic structure?
Everybody that shares the same genetic material as you, which is everybody outside of my so-called race or species.
So
It's not just white people.
white people do produce neuromelanin as well. It's in every Homo sapien.
Absolutely, but y'all are born with y'all's pineal glands calcified, which is where it's produced. So y'all are not producing neuromelanin at birth.
Not
Small
disagreeing.
traces of neuromelanin may be found in your brain, but it's throughout my entire integumentary system, in my whole entire system as a prokaryotic organism. That's what's functioning
Wait,
my
time
cells.
out. I got a phone call.
Yeah,
Could you please
that's
repeat the whole thing?
no.
Okay, well then I'm just gonna say what I gotta say then. So you said it's in your whole entire genome. It's because your A, T, C, and G are responsive and hyperproduce that hormone. A, C, T, and
It's
G
not a
makes up.
hormone, sir. It's
It
not a
is a
hormone.
hormone. Just go look it up. It is a hormone.
Melanin is explaining the type of DNA that you have.
No,
Number one,
melanin.
and it is a biochemical substance. Neuromelanin is a biochemical substance that is produced in the pineal gland, and it is throughout my entire body, which is the reason why I am the only person that has hair on this planet, and everything about your structure versus the two versus what I have is two versus your three is what makes yours fur. That is because you secrete pheomelanin, which is animal melanin. So as a neuromelanin, you're laughing, but this is basic like shit though. You see what I'm saying?
It may
The
be. It may
difference
be.
between me and you can be seen through our phenotype, which is directly connected to our genetics.
So what
So
is a
again,
phenotype?
your phenotype is how you is pheno means what you show, which
Yes.
includes behavior. So it's not just
No.
physical
No.
characteristics. Yes,
No.
it
The
is.
phenotype is
Bro,
what the ACE.
you're not gonna talk over me. You see what I'm saying? It's 110 people in here, and you're not just gonna talk over me as a mod while you're asking me questions and you haven't stated one fact. So what I'm saying is, Theo, pheno means to show. That is a fact that everybody in here can switch the app and Google. That's what that means. And it is everything that you physically show, including behavior. Because that's what shown. This is the reason why we can look back at cave women, cavemen, Homo neanderthalis, Homo sapiens, and y'all used to do certain shit to y'all children. There's a psychological reason that's connected to y'all's genes that explains that. Everything that y'all do, there's a genetic explanation as to why, because it's what's programmed in your genetic material. So let's get back on topic. Evolution and the common ancestor of the common ancestry theory or whatever is saying that we all came from the same place. Now, if you're saying that the white skin today came into play 8,000 years ago, but no scientist on this planet can explain how the cell, that means that your cellular structure doesn't even align with this planet or anywhere in the cosmos as a sulfur and an ammonia-based being. So how did y'all get here? How did we go from haploids to diploids? How did we go from being mainly prokaryotic organisms to now having eukaryotic organisms on the planet? And those animals that their DNA is composed of aren't even natural to this planet. Those animals aren't even natural. That's all we want to know.
Go ahead, Altered.
All right, that was like 57 questions. Which one do you want to know to? I can go down them all.
How we went from haploids to diploids for like the 6th time.
All right, so what time frame are you referencing? Because I have 2 time frames, which is the SLC gene, which is the light skin gene.
How did we go from haploids to diploids? There is no time frame on that.
Genetic mutations.
When did the evolution that you're talking about, when did it happen and how?
40,000 years ago.
How did we go from haploids to diploids?
The evidence says it's genetic mutation with diet and the climate zone.
So climate and diet is the reason why?
No, climate and diet spurred one specific genetic mutation that found success. What do you mean how?
Because I can tell you how a star is born. I can break down the Big Bang Theory in all 7 steps. I can tell you how I'm composed of the same thing as a star. I can tell you that every star is a planet. I can tell you my genetic composition and yours. That's the thing. I can tell you how.
So can I, A, C, T, and G.
So explain to me how we went from having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having it by climate and diet.
You do realize you share.
You do realize that there's evolutionist or climatologist or historian or scientist that knows the answer, but you're still trying to answer it though.
Because
I already told you that.
All right,
no,
you have it.
They're
Potatoes,
cabbage, the top
bananas.
Scientists that look like you in the world.
That's very racist.
Have no exception. How is it racist?
Because
there's
you are
nobody in the entire world. There's no scientists in the world.
Say something.
There's no scientist in the world that can explain how the eukaryotic cell got here. The only explanation that they have is electrical fusion. Because like the host said, how does eukaryotic plants like celery, cruciferous vegetables, how did they get here when they're not biological, when they don't identify with the planet? How does a fruit fly, a mouse, a babonus monkey, a chimp, a pig, how do they cannot naturally reproduce? How is it in your genetic material?
We're being serious?
This is what do you mean? When they're talking about humans, are they not referring to all haplogroups that share your incomplete dominant genetics?
So you do realize black, tan, white, and yellow humans share 98.2% of the same.
You do realize when they're talking about animal DNA that they're referring to it.
Like everyone I say, you're just going to
because you don't know, and we already know you don't know this discussion. So it's really no point in even going back and forth because you don't know the words that are being used.
You know what? I agree. Please educate me. Tell me exactly how it happened.
I want to know how we went from haploids to diploids. That's what I want to know.
I'm
neutral. You're the one that came up here and said that.
This doesn't matter to me.
You keep bringing up skin tone. Like every time she says something, you keep saying black, tan. It's not about
because
it's about genetics.
The marker for skin tone for lighter color and white people is the one I know of and the dates. The darker people and specifically sub-Saharan, they are pretty much original. They date back to almost 250,000 years ago. But that is not just Homo sapiens. That is Homo habilis in the southern Saharan. That is Dovians in Asia. That is Neanderthals in the north. And there were two other hominoid groups as well in the Americas. So there was 6 species contending for primacy on the globe. And as of today, Homo sapien is the dominant species on the globe. Homo sapien is white, black, yellow. That's human. And humans, when they are deficient in anything, their A, C, T, and G is not rewrote the correct way repeatedly over and over and over again. So genetic mutations happen. Now, genetic mutations can happen many different ways, but I mean, there is a natural explanation for genetic mutation. Currently, we're seeing it in birds. I forget, it's either Australia or New Zealand. The beak actually became shorter. So how's that happen with no human interaction?
Well, for one,
Talking about a bird that's already spliced in an already eukaryotic bird.
Yeah, but
Or are
it
you talking
mutated
about a
again.
prokaryotic bird? Mutations don't happen in prokaryotic species.
Mutations happen in
You want to
DNA,
know? You want to
period.
know why? You want to know why? No, mutations happen in DNA with animals and plants that have a nucleus, but for prokaryotic animals who their cells are being ran off of biochemical substances like neuromelanin, there is no mutation because of the mitochondria. It just replicates. Elephants have been on the planet longer than the species that you're talking about for millions of years. Have there been any mutations with the prokaryotic elephants that have been marked here since 230 million? No,
I
because
don't
it's
know.
a replication. That's what
I'm
I'm
not a
telling you.
zoologist. I
That's
know more
fine. I don't have
plants
to
and
be a
people.
zoologist. I don't have to be a zoologist to know. I can understand the way organisms function based off of their cellular function. So
Knowing and understanding are different.
if we were the same species, which means that we have the same genetic material, which means that your genes are connected to what you show, which is your phenotype. Why don't me and you phenotypically present the same even if we have the same genetic material?
Because
Why don't we share this? Why don't we share the same? Why is your hair considered fur and why is mine hair? Why is my hair made into 2 structures and yours is 3? Why is my integumentary system completely different than yours? Why do I sense the world? Why, like everything about us is different.
yes,
So
because
how did we get to this point though?
your active genetics are much different than mine, but the makeup is A, C, T, and G. In mine, in
How?
yours, in everybody's.
How?
What do you mean how?
How
That's
can you be composed of the same thing but it shows differently? Unless we're talking about incomplete dominance, which is only
because there
proven to
are
be a
over
fact in your genome.
130,000 different
Do you know what
genes.
incomplete dominance is?
Yes, I know what incomplete
Explain it,
dominance
please. I
is.
just want to make sure that I just want to see how you perceive it in your
So you're
way.
talking about cellular structure and dominant and recessive genes, correct?
Correct, but can you explain it
All
like
right.
how it
So
shows through, how it's
incomplete
expressed through, yeah, phenotype?
incomplete dominance, in my understanding, would be that a dominant gene has an error code in certain of their A, C, T, and G makeup. And that error code overrides their ability to be the dominant gene, and it becomes more of a recessive or a mutated gene, which when it interacts with other genes, it either A, codes wrong, B, shows wrong, or C, causes rampancy and degradation.
So I'm gonna explain it for the niggas in the back because I know it's almost 200 people in here. I'm gonna give you an example. Say you have a so-called YT blonde mother and you have
Mhm.
a so-called brunette father. Incomplete dominance will say that that child will have ginger hair. That's just an example.
That's
It is
MRC1. That's false. That's MRC1
that
being
is
3.
incomplete dominance. You want to know why? Because there is different genetic material in mom versus different genetic material in dad. So because they are 2 different species like Homo neanderthals and Homo sapiens, right? In order for them to be considered interbred species, they had to be 2 completely different ones, right?
You know,
So
different
their
species can't
offspring would
breed.
be a hybrid, correct? So that is the reason why we see incomplete dominance amongst y'all. You
You
cannot
know,
see incomplete dominance amongst us only time you can see recessive traits, and I mean literally only, is because of the presence of antigens. And that's because we were graped on a global level. We feed antigens and we feed parasites. And that's just something that oppresses our cells. We're not producing the animal proteins that's doing that.
So do
But
you
when
do
it
know
comes to
that?
your genome, y'all are producing animal
I
proteins
got
and
that.
we
I
do
know.
not.
We're
So we don't
pigs for
have
animals.
any
I
animal.
got that. We
So
get
then
it.
so then you've been contradicted.
We get it. But you do know different
Yeah, but then
species
you've
can't
been
breed. Come
contradicted
on, like
because you
let's
just
have a give
agreed
and
with
take.
me.
Let's have a
So
give and
then,
take.
so then, if
All
that
right, then I'm just gonna
altered. You just proved my point again because you just agreed and said, yeah, we know that.
you know different animals can't breed. So how come you don't have a cross between
So then
a
answer
tiger
my
and a monkey?
original question. How did a pig and a fruit fly fuck and how are you here? That's what I'm asking you.
Can't. You
How did
can't.
that okay,
You
so then
can't.
how did it get
Listen,
in your
Linda.
genome, sir?
Listen.
Altered.
We all
Altered. Let's recenter, okay? Because there's other people that want to speak, all right? I'm going to ask you this simple question out of respect for the host page, and I'm just going to shut the fuck up. Because if you can't answer this, then I'm wasting my energy, okay? So again, how did we go from being mainly prokaryotic cells on the planet to now having eukaryotic cells on the planet with different animal genetics that also share no biological identification with the planet? We can talk about animals all day long. You keep giving me animalistic ass examples. I want to talk about your so-called humans. Fuck the birds, bro. How the fuck did y'all get here? That's what I want to know.
we got 130,000 different genes, and again 60% is shared with cabbage, 40% potato, like 60% banana tree. There are some genes that are across all different things. A, C, T, and G makes a gene. Different genes make a genome. Genomes make physical expression. Mutations happen, but just because there is junk DNA does not mean that is the active gene.
Host, you heard me? All 200 people in here heard me ask him, what, 8 times how we went from haploids to diploids, and he couldn't tell us. So
Mutation.
we can definitely, and you're just saying a word, but you're not. Explain to me how.
I did, but you're not listening. This is in any textbook. Just
Y'all
look
are
up
several
genetics.
mutations. So are you explaining just one?
I
Y'all are
am
incomplete dominant. There's multiple different animals in there.
specifically I am explaining SLC-A5. I don't know about the rest of the 130,000. I only know about 3,000, 4,000. But SLC 35A or 25A is a genetic mutation due to a rewriting error.
Okay.
Alrighty, we finna go ahead and move on. Abundance and gratitude. Origin, I know you've been waiting a minute. You can go ahead.
And the goddess Bond just basically said everything. I mean, she articulated it perfectly. I mean, the thing is, they try to relate to melanin, because before then we start talking about it in graphic detail. They wasn't talking about it as being a part of them as a community. But now all of a sudden they have explanations of trying to connect themselves to having a little bit of melanin, you know. But the thing is, they're a recessive community, and you can't get a dominant out of a recessive, no matter no matter how you try to put that or try to make it sound good. You feel me? So, and it's facts. Like, how did y'all come into creation? Because you're not a neuromelanated community, you're not a neurocarbonated community, and all those things, you know, is of this of this earth. You feel me? So it's like, how did they, come into creation? But it just seems he keep going in circles with it. So
Abundance and gratitude. I will say they do have melanin, but they have animal melanin. So-called black people, we identify with the cosmos. You feel what I'm saying? But I will agree, Altered, you was going in circles, you was dodging the question. It was a simple answer if you knew what you was talking about.
Yeah, I think
But you can't
that
explain it. You want to know why you can't explain it, Alter? Because your top biologists, scientists, they can't answer it either. So therefore, how could you be able to answer that? But anyways, I want to go to the next guest. Then I come back to you. I am. Go ahead, Jay.
Hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, peace, 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 abundance, abundance. I just gotta say what Watcher said. I mean, she was 100%. And I'm not saying that to belittle, the other races. I do have a YT child. And I just came into this information like in the last 3 years. I've been listening to this guy named Kala Maya Ra. He's put my whole thinking is so different now. Like the big story is, like, where did you guys come from? That's the whole thing. Because now our people are learning about anatomy. We're not dumb. Something's not right. And I'm not saying that to be mean towards white folks. Like I said, again, I have a YT child. If you go on my page, my son looks exactly white. Like I asked Kala because I was like, man, like, do I have enough neural melanin? Because my child looks like a white child. But he explained to me, like,
What is the mother?
my mother, his mom is white.
Yeah, so then that would be considered a hybrid.
A hybrid, yes. I have a
So
hybrid child.
only the
But he
so-called
doesn't.
black woman can pass off her genetics because you get
Correct.
95% of your genetics
Genetics
from your
from my
mom.
mom.
Yeah.
So you saying that, host? My brother. See, okay, this is crazy. So me and Kalad spoke about this for hours. My brother, his dad is a YT, but my mom is black.
Mm-hmm.
So, but my brother looks like a YT. He doesn't look mixed, just like my son. So it's so crazy. And Kalad was like, "Yo, you know where that's from, right? You got most of your genetics from your mother." You know what I'm saying? And so then when you got with a YT woman, because both my parents are neural melanated. You know what I'm saying? But my mom got into a relationship with another guy after my dad. It was a white guy, and my brother looks like a white guy. He has blue eyes, black hair. He looks like he's white. Doesn't look mixed at all. And then my son, if you go on my page, you'd be like, oh my God, my son looks the same way. He looks like a white kid. And that's crazy. The what you just said is correctly true. The black woman can make any type of baby
the physical
and pass
of God.
those genes.
That's kind of false though. All of her children will be neuromelanated because she's the carrier of the totipotent stem cell. So, even in a so-called albino, is still neuromelanated. That's one of the 48 shades that she can create, but she's not going to create a pheomelanated or a eumelated child because you can't get pheomelanin from neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is the only molecule that is condensed sunlight and that can condense sunlight. We're the literal sun in the flesh. Correct. Everybody else has animal melanin. That shit is pseudomelanin.
So when I spoke to Kala about it, he told me that it was like it happens. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go online, there's a lot of black females that mess with white men that produce white kids. It's weird.
I've been following Kalai for a while now. I never heard Kalai say that. But I'll have to check it out because that's not even possible. And he knows electrical fusion and sonoporation and shit like that. He talks about it all the time. So I'll have to check that out because I ain't.
What would you think? Like, so you're saying that like, because I hear it all the time. Like the black woman can make any type of child, any type of shade. You know what I'm saying?
Shade.
Yeah, I wanted
Shade
to respond to that. So,
Hold on. I'm gonna get to you.
okay.
with the black woman creating any shade, that's a shade, but phenotypically, the child was still their phenotype would still show as a so-called black person though. You feel what I'm saying? Like she said with the albino, yeah, the albino skin looks white, but it's completely different from a so-called white person.
Yeah, what is that white composed of? That's what I'm trying to tell Altered. You see what I'm saying? You're saying light skin and white skin, but what though? What's the genetic composition? Is it eumelanin? Is it pheomelanin? Because neuromelanin, albino, a so-called albino brother or sister is still biosynthesizing the sun through their hair and their integumentary system.
Yep, it's not about the skin color. It's about the genetic composition that makes up that skin color. You see what I'm saying? And like my brother said, she can make any shade of color, 48 shades known, but they're all phenotypically gonna look black, like a
I mean,
so-called black man or a black woman.
so like if you go on my page, my son, his how you put this, his like he has the features of a black person, like a black person, but his skin is like fair white.
So his
His
phenotype
mother
is
is
black.
YT. His mother is YT, so that is a YT child, no matter how the child phenotypically presents, because your mother's genetics rule 100% of the time. It's just the tail end of the
So she's
Well,
a
his
black woman.
mitochondria
Why is my
DNA
brother
will be of a
white?
YT woman,
No, I'm
basically.
saying my brother. Why if my mom had my brother was a YT man, why is my brother white?
Your
He
weight,
doesn't
you
look
said,
mixed at all.
so both of your parents are black, right?
Both of my parents are black, but my mom after with my dad got with a white guy, and my brother, they had my brother and my little sister, and they look white. They don't look. They have blue eyes, black hair. They look. If you see them right now, you would think they're white people.
Yeah.
They
So
look
his dad
white,
is white though,
But
right?
they're
but yeah,
prokaryotic hybrids.
exactly. They look white, but what does their genetic makeup say? Who were they birthed by?
Right.
That's what we need. That's what we go off of here. That's what genetic goes up of.
Whose
See what I'm saying?
chromosomes rule? The fathers or the mothers?
The mothers.
Fact. So whatever your mother is what you are, because it's her womb that actually constructs the child, and it's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. But
So
as a
what I'm
mother,
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. So what I'm trying to
Let
explain
her
to you
finish
guys.
real quick. Let her
just let him go, bro.
No. She's right. So I'm trying to get at this. So when I got with a YT woman, my child looks like my brother. He looks white. But when I got with I have two kids. I got one by a black woman, and that kid is black. He's melanated. You know what I'm saying? He has neuromelanin. He looks like me. He's black. But my other son with the white chick, it looks white. It doesn't look black at all.
So basically, he has the mitochondrial DNA of a YT woman, but he probably will phenotypically look like a black person. But
Okay.
regardless, his DNA, it will still be mitochondrial DNA. So he's probably going to have a lot of like white traits, like balding and all, more risk and stuff like that.
Let me give an example. So-called Obama, he looked black, but he not black because his mother is white. You see what I'm saying? That's just what it is. It's off your genetic makeup. He looks black because he has a little neuromelanin from the passed down from the father. But that doesn't mean that that's all the genetic material that child has. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of the information, most of the information comes from the mother. And that's where his mother is a white T woman, is a eukaryotic cell organism.
Just
That's
like
what
the
the child
mama.
And they're
is.
trying to
It's
say
that
that,
simple.
yeah, and they're trying to say that YT women have the Eve gene and stuff. Y'all can easily, this is very simple to look up when it comes to like the mitochondrial DNA. Who do you get it from? Just go look it up real quick. It's not rocket science. It's just basic knowledge. Y'all are just coming out with like more like feelings when it comes to this stuff. This is basic knowledge. You get it from your mother. That's why people say when it comes to being at risk for balding, look on your mother's side to see if you were at risk for balding. It's very simple.
Wow.
Yeah. So, it's basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, at one point, they couldn't even really produce, you feel me, in history. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not going to be a lot of dominant in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially if that person, the only reason I see that, a YT race come out like that is if they got one of us down the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? But
Correct.
otherwise, it's gonna come out with their recessive genes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also,
The
also
source
too,
on the
I
board.
forgot the name of the shot, but if a white woman was to get pregnant by a black person, it's a shot that they have to take in order for the woman's egg cells to not kill the white man's sperm. I forget exactly the name of the shot. So that's another reason, the only reason why a black woman and a black man can create life, because of the shot that they have to go to the hospital to take to keep the black woman's cells from killing off the white person's
And you
sperm.
But
gotta say,
that's false. That's only for YT people and people who procreate outside of their species. It's called a Rogium shot because of hemolytic disease and red blood cell hemolysis.
and you gotta say unalive.
Yeah, so we got to do F1 because that might flag his
And
live.
red blood cell hemolysis is when your red blood cells start to deteriorate and fall up and break apart more than they're reproducing, and that's what happens when when you procreate with these people, when you're eating cow, chicken, and pig, which is what these people are mainly spliced with, and the main things that so-called black people eat. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. It's the fact that these people are not the same amongst themselves.
Antigens.
Antigens.
But I just wanted to back up what the host was saying. I just put a source on the board. This is just one of many. This is just one of many. It's not just like you can't go do the research. But it says because of the mitochondria, you receive more genetic material from your mother.
And it
And you could
says
just read that.
it says genetically you actually carry more of your mother's genes than your father's. It says it right there.
But how could the father's traits be stronger when it's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg? She comes here with all of her eggs and that she'll have in her lifetime. He's just sparking. Other than that, she's actually constructing the child on her own.
We're electric beings, so that's basically what that is. The male is the electricity that sparks the that whole life system into motion.
All right, Walker, would you say that the so-called black woman is a physical manifestation of God?
When it comes to divine masculine and feminine energy, and when you look at photons and how they spark the universe, yes, it would manifest in the physical as a so-called black woman.
Indeed, I knew that. I just wanted to hear you say it.
I do want to go to All Star. All Star. I know you spoke a little bit, but I'm not sure you got your full point out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been trying to show this on my screen. I don't know how to. It's zooming in. I'm trying to show a screenshot, like of the mitochondrial DNA coming solely from the mother, but it's not allowing me. It's like zoomed in. So, but yeah, basically the point. Well, I think it's better to show it. So hold up, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna try to get it up and just put me up on the big screen.
All right, hold on. I got you.
Not the same species as the YTs at all.
Yeah, so you can see but it says yes, in humans, mitochondrial DNA are inherited solely from the mother, meaning the DNA inside the mitochondrial called the mitochondrial DNA is always passed down from the mother to her children. This is because the sperm contributes very little to no mitochondria during fertilization. So all the function mitochondria is in a developing embryo come from the egg cell. So that's why, like I just said though, when you have these type of conditions, a lot of the time it's going to be inherited from your mother's side because we know it's the powerhouse of the cell. So if the powerhouse of your cell is from the YT mother, it's going to have these issues that come with that. So y'all have to remember this and keep in mind when y'all are talking about, oh well, you know, well, I'm still phenotypically black. You sure you could be phenotypically black, but your mitochondria are white. And that's just how it is. They are from European descent. So Jay, your kid probably will go through the issues of a black man. So you have to keep that in mind. But on a DNA level, when it comes to conditions and stuff, it will be um of a YT. And
And
it's
that's
just that simple.
yeah, and that's the thing with mixing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? When it comes down to mixing, you know what I'm saying? You really got to think about think about just not now, but generations. You feel me? How the well being, because we are that super community. You feel me? That everything stems off of. You feel me? So it's like, when with all that mix and stuff, it's like, you know, it's always gonna be problems with that child. You feel me?
They're trying to say false, but it's right. Yeah, they can look it up themselves. They don't want to know because they don't want to do their own research. This is common knowledge. You could no body that studies this is gonna say that it comes from the father. Just look it up right now. If you say false, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to believe certain things because in their head they gotta feel like they superior. But just look it up right now. It's so simple.
Yeah, ain't somebody say folks being mixing from the beginning. It wasn't mixing like that, the way they try to make it seem in history. You feel me?
Not
So
racially mixing
it wasn't. It
different
was
tribes.
different
Mixing, are y'all
tribes.
talking about grape that happened on a global scale? Y'all talking about how y'all wiped us 2 continents and other countries out alone with venereal disease because of toxic semen?
Yep.
Is that what y'all are talking about? I hope that's not what y'all are talking about.
Because there was no mixed children before the 12th dynasty, which is 4,000 years ago.
That's ancient
No
Kemet.
mixed children before 4,000 years ago. So what do you mean beginning of time?
And I want
Because
to talk to Stephen Miller. You need to request up.
yeah.
That's a op we've talked to him for 12 months. I'm not even finna waste my time like dealing with Steven, Bear Maple, or Aeon, Ratio 33. Like these are people we
I noticed he was in the last one.
Yeah, they always be like,
they
it's a
find
lie,
us in
it's a
every
lie.
live. Like y'all are
Well,
paid TikTok agents just to disagree, bro. It's 12 months and you still don't have a source to debunk us. That's crazy. When you've sat back and watched us have the discussion with biochemists and geneticists and historians, or people that claim to be at least.
and I
Let's
want to
just
just
keep
no,
it
I want to
100.
ask him that he's saying that we like the same. So why do y'all get sunburnt then? That's all I want to know really quickly. And he's saying he has neuromelanin. So why are you getting sunburnt? Why do y'all age like milk? I want you to just quickly answer that then, because it doesn't make any sense. We all know some white people can tan, but that still is not neuromelanin. That's fake. It's not natural. You have to go out in the sun, just like you have to go out in the sun to produce the melanin. We have it naturally regardless of where we're at. So we're not the same in this regard at all. It
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. Come on now. We're not getting sunburnt. We're not getting blisters, red, none of that. So make it make sense for us.
Yeah,
I do
Steven,
not feel like talking to Steven, bro.
Well, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him.
No, it's all good. Go ahead, Steven.
All right, so first of all, you don't even know what neuromelanin is, dude. Like, what are you talking
Obviously, I
about?
do. I possess it.
Yeah, we all do.
No, you
Everybody
don't.
does.
You don't have.
Yes, we
No,
do.
you don't.
So why do you
Because
get sunburned?
if you have neuromelanin, yeah, like he said, how do you get sunburn? And not only that, how is your cells able to be spliced if you have neuromelanin?
Talking about it. They try to say everybody got it. You know what I'm saying? But
We
you
do.
can't say.
No, we do. Actually, so like pull up a source. Just go to Google right now. Whoever can put
Yeah,
their
you're a
screen on,
Google
just go to
warrior. That's
Google,
the
dude.
problem.
Just go to Google.
That's your
Just
problem.
Google.
Why aren't you
You're a
answering?
Google
Why?
warrior,
Wait,
bro.
say why can you
You're
get
a Google
sunburned?
warrior, bro.
That's not what the host asked you. He asked you, I forgot what
Why do y'all get sunburned?
Yeah, why y'all get sunburned?
Why? How come when we look at sunblock under a UV camera, y'all have unintentional blackface? Would you like for me to put that source on the board for you?
Why do y'all go
It's to protect us from the sun. Everybody should wear
Why do you
sunscreen.
need protection from the sun?
Why
if
is
you're-
that? You saying and like he said, how if you have neuromelanin, how can your cells be spliced? Why do you have all these different animal genetics that cannot be naturally together?
Everyone does. You don't understand evolution.
Melanin.
You
Everyone
don't
don't have
understand
neuromelanin.
evolution. We're
We do.
mammals.
You're not. Listen,
First
I
of all,
understand what you're trying to say.
we're mammals. So are you not a mammal?
You
Let me
No,
ask
are.
we're
that.
not mammals. We're not
okay.
mammals.
Okay, that makes sense.
So again, how do we go from haploids to diploids if you believe in evolution? If that's your base premise,
You're still doing the haploid diploid stuff, so you don't understand what haploid and diploid cells are.
So then let me
Okay,
bet.
teach us
How
then.
do we go from being prokaryotic organisms mainly on this planet to being eukaryotic organisms? Please go ahead. Since you don't like the haploid to diploid,
Yeah,
explain
fine.
to me how we were the only organisms here and how y'all got here.
from autotrophs to
You weren't the only you think that you were the only organisms here? Like, what are you talking about? What are
Steve,
plants?
this is why I don't like talking to this fucking animal, bro. Too many animals want to speak through one nucleus at a time for you, bro.
Say you're a
That's why we
supremacist.
talk
It's
about
cool.
your genetics,
Say you're a
dog.
supremacist.
Like, wait, though. Wait. Relax. Tame the beast. Like, respectfully, bro. We're just asking. See, you don't understand organisms. We're not just saying us.
No, I didn't.
Steven, wait.
If you interrupt one more time, I'm gonna just go ahead and drop you.
Fuck.
Yeah, he wants to be dropped.
He wants to be
yeah,
dropped.
He wants to be
Yeah,
dropped.
he wanted that.
Do it,
Yeah.
because you have nothing to
But
say.
y'all got too. Yeah, y'all got too complicated for him. You got
to say, bro.
Yeah. All you have to say was why do y'all get sunburned? Not don't even talk about sunscreen. Say why do y'all get red and get sunburned? And it's that simple. He can't answer that. It would have been a full dodge. But if y'all get too complicated, then he could try to run around. Why do y'all get sunburned and get red? Why can't we be in the sun all day, 20 and high noon, and y'all get burnt up and blistered up and red and this and that? Explain that then. He can't do that. Talking about you have neuromelanin. Okay, then where's your neuromelanin at when you're getting red and blistered and sunburned? Talking about the sun. Well, we know the sun is a giant ball of radiation, but we're not getting blistered. We don't got to go to the hospital from being exposed to a giant ball of radiation. Y'all do. That's the difference. So obviously, you're talking about supremacists. Obviously, in some type of way, we are superior when it comes to the sun. And you can't dispute that. So, I mean, you can run around. That's why they try to run around. You got to keep it real simple for them. We're the same. Okay, why are we not getting sunburnt then? He's saying there it is. Well, there's what? Why haven't you answered that? You can't answer that. That's why I wanted you up
It's
here.
fine if you don't want to answer. I do want to get to the other two people who just joined up. So go ahead, Black.
Yeah, he can't answer.
Black Hot Fire.
Go ahead.
Yo, Common.
Yo.
All right.
What's going, y'all? All right, gang. Like she was saying, like Goddess was saying, they don't really understand like animal nature. They predate us, so it's like we were here to connect with animals, just like how they show you in the Avatar movie, how we connected with animals. We were sentient beings. We were people of high coloration. You feel me? We weren't discolored. We were loved by the sun, and universal nature literally gave us the law of principle, so we knew how to respect everything. They came and fucked up neutrality. So when you mess up neutrality, you don't have a ground basis of what you understand anymore. As to why, like she was saying, they get combative every time you ask them a simple question. Why can't they be simple? Because they don't have nature. When you lack nature, you lack neutrality. So when you don't know what necessity is, you look based upon projection. They only protrude what they think is real. So they only see the world from a glimpse.
Can I ask
from a moon structure? Huh?
Can I ask you? You just said that. Did you just say animals predate us?
Yeah, you gotta look at it like this. Before you gotta think about this. Humans, we created things to give life to things so they can roam free and have its own freedom. We didn't come to control anything. That's why we know how to genuinely connect. Just like pyramids. What do? They're connectors to the universe. Everything comes down through portals. We came through. It's just like how they showed you in the end game. How they came through the portals and they came back to life.
Let me say this though.
Mm-hmm.
The so-called black woman is the creator of life throughout the entirety of the cosmos. So she's a fragment of the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that animals predate so-called black people?
I'm not saying they predate black people because we were spiritual beings that came into the form of human. You see what I'm saying? Animals were meant to be on the plane of existence. That's why I say they predate us when it comes to existence. We were already existing. We weren't here in the present moment. we predated due to the fact of essentiality. That's why women have essence. Feminine energy is the essential makeup of everything, which anyone should understand. So like, yeah, you factual in that, but like that's what white people to teach somebody like gang. That's why animals do exist. Animals show you how how even humans today even overconsume. Animals do they don't do that. Animals eat bear, they go hibernate. A tiger, somebody eat, and it's what tigers, lions, it's not even the men that hunt, it's the women that goes out and get the food. And then the men just protect the women. Even in natural law of order, when how animals do shit, the women is still the natural leader. So people don't realize like in every neurological and every natural and every analytical, that's why anxiety is the thing. It starts with an AN because it's animalistic. Everything starts with an analogy. It starts with the eternity of how things come into play. Everything's a canal of root. That's why it's like it gave life, but then after that, it was the understanding of itself to come into play. That's why white people don't want to understand who we are because they disregarded what we made. And what is that? That's called time itself, time and space. That's why women have the X on X. They got space upon space. They can continue to make anything. As she said, if a black woman or a white woman make their kid, they come from the essentiality of that woman. So like you said, the mitochondria, you can't change how your mitochondria is or your plasmic nature, but how your blood is, of course, you will be a man or a masculine nature due to light. That's what flesh is. You feel me? That's the fractal light of what it is. But women are the matter of it all. So yeah, mitochondria necessarily is you can't necessarily escape that. It's the understanding. That's why we have to dwell within the mind. That's why it's mind, body, spirit. That's the Holy Trinity. They don't want you to teach. That's why they got so many facadical things when it comes to like how they say demonize. They demonize our nature due to the fact that they've disregarded the sun. They only live based upon the moon. So they live from illumination of all emotion, but they lack feeling towards all connection. So they don't want to collectively be with us. They would want to be, like she said, superior. They want to seem like it's superior, but they don't know like you come from a collective consciousness.
All right,
So, like,
I got you.
yeah, I can't
A
prove. I
lot
only
of
can like
things she said. You're saying that she said she didn't say that at all. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, she really did.
But
It's just
I
like
did,
the deeper understanding. That's why even today's society, like women are the most knowledgeable. That's why
I mean,
men look
she's
towards
saying even in
books.
the comments that she didn't say any of that. But I appreciate that frequency. We're getting a little bit off topic and things of that nature. So I
Yeah,
want to
like
ask you, where did these people come from? Let's just go back to the topic.
universal law. That's why I try to tell people. If they say the universe is teeming with life, you got to understand. That's why humans look for a
They
outer
came from the
existence.
universe.
Yeah, humans look for an outer existence.
Okay.
That's why religion is a
Okay.
thing.
I got you. Let's stop right
But
there. You
like
said they
like
came from the universe. If they
if we
can't,
all come up, you gotta think.
like I said, you said they came from the universe. The so-called black woman is the physical damn, I can't even say it, but y'all know what I'm saying. She's the fragment of the universe, right? So they did not come from the so-called black woman because, like we said earlier, you get 95% of your material from your mother. Meaning, if they came from the so-called black woman, then they would be, first of all, we would be able to create them, and they would be able to create us. You don't see that today. And also, so-called black people do not have any type of animal DNA whatsoever. But these people they share DNA with multiple different types of animals that are unnatural, by the way. So my question for you is, how did they come from the universe?
I got a question right before he answered that because he didn't say that, brother. He said that they came from universal law, and I would like for him to explain which universal law did they come from.
Yeah, which one is universal law? I'm gonna go off the principles of Mayat. Like I said, like we were just loving. We're the benevolent people. So like when we come from universal law, we come from benevolent love. We come from it's all 42. I necessarily can't say which one because I mean, like I said, I don't subjugate. Everything necessarily is obligation. That's why feminine law necessarily everything happened for everything to come back into play.
So how
When a
was it
woman creates
created?
something, she
How,
created it not
yeah,
knowing
how would
what
they
she
create
created.
it
You
through
know what I'm saying?
Maya?
Huh?
How would they create it through Maya?
You gotta think. So if a
No.
feminine,
You
so
gotta,
like, you
yeah,
gotta
tell
think
me.
of it, if feminine nature created men to come into play, but like think about it, like I said, the masculine energy, they rebelled against feminine nature. So we disregarded essentiality. So like they said, a carbon god most likely went against the highest good of a carbon goddess and created the white men, like created YT people within the covenant, beyond the covenant of what people were supposed to be. So like they went against the highest good and the highest order. They disregarded principle. While we cared about principle, they went along and just did analytical. Like she said, you got pro and then you got you. So
Wait,
like
so are you
they went
saying
through.
so-called black men created other races?
You had to. That's the only obligation. Because when you look at it, like she said, a woman wouldn't go against her own procreate. If a woman could create based upon partho, I forget how you say it, but parthocygenesis.
Parthenogenesis, bro.
Yeah, for real. Like so, like if a woman could do that, like she said, the prokaryotic. If a woman could create,
But how
not
did
even
how
a
did
man at first,
so-called black men create other races?
through science. That's why science is a thing. Before science fell in so much frequency, it was used at a high paradigm. It was used. That's why Egypt pyramids and everything exists. Like these things were made at high paradigms. These things were made at so much esoteric knowledge that they couldn't replicate it. So they tried to use the same knowledge. They took it. They
Who is
ransacked it.
they?
When I say they, that's what like I try not to that's why I said like my name Common Eternity for a reason. I try to stay neutral as possible because I don't like
You
the.
don't got to be neutral up here. Just speak your truth. Who is they?
I mean, it's the government. It's the people that go against. It's like
So the
necessarily Satan.
government was. Oh my.
Like yeah,
Okay.
you feel me?
Oh.
It's the collective consciousness that goes up against whatchamacallit, the natural consciousness. You feel me? It's the collective consciousness based upon evil. You feel me? That's why they call us devils, because they know we're divine evil. We're based upon chaotic nature that knows what it's supposed to do. They're based upon just only nature they've chosen to do. That's why I said it's a separation. I try not to. That's why Kendrick Lamar, just
I
like
don't
bro said
think
in the
you
comments, they not
explaining
like
though,
us.
brother.
The
I'm
explanation
asking
was
you, how did so-called black men create all other races on the planet?
not black men, just a carbon god. It's one. You feel me? You gotta think like there's not many. That's why they only show you in the Bible like, yea, so are gods. Like it was one person that depicted themselves as God based upon humans and chose to literally control humans and didn't want them to be collected into a whole lump sum of what we were supposed to be doing. So like men went against the woman's highest order. So like when men
So
chose to do that, we fell in frequency
you're
with
saying
animals.
men, but you're also saying one person. You're confusing
Because
me right now.
we come from like the essentiality. That's why I'm like I can't necessarily. That's why I said like it's neutral based because everything is nature. Necessarily, Mother Gaia doesn't want to ridicule anybody
How
because
does
I don't want to
the
necessarily ridicule
how
anybody.
do how do animals predate us?
They predate when it comes to the physical depiction of what essentiality is. Animals were first. That's why they got all fours on the ground. What do you think about it? All fours on the ground. They gain more energy through Mother Gaia than we do. That's why they can literally live and they're stronger than us. They're faster than us. They can do things of unlike nature,
Brother,
which we still can do. It's just that humans have forgotten the nature of what we're supposed to be doing. So we lost access to spiritual guidance. You feel me? That's all I'm really saying for you. That's why I'm like I
wait,
can't
you just
necessarily.
contradicted yourself then.
It's not no. It's not contradiction. It's just like connection. You got it. That's why it's analytical. You feel me? It's analytical. That's why I say animals predate us because
So which animals predate us?
like yeah. I wouldn't say like monkeys and whatnot. We have majestic animals. That's why they
No,
don't show us.
which monkeys or which animals predate us?
Simple question, brother.
I'll be honest. I just simply don't know. So yeah, enlighten me.
Okay,
So what
but
are you saying,
why
bro?
are you up here spewing what you don't know to 140 people,
Bro,
bro?
Because you
if
gotta
you
realize
don't know, then
animals don't necessarily. You can't we don't want to antagonize people based upon what they don't know they're made out of. So like, if you're gonna tell somebody what they're chemically made from or what they assume to be made from, you gotta say it from a neutral standpoint.
Do you
Speak
know?
with a more calmer tone so
I
they
can
can
tell
genuinely
you, the
understand. You
mother.
feel me?
I
So they
can
can
tell
grasp it.
you. Yeah, I can tell you
Yeah,
everything that
we
you're
know.
composed of and what I'm composed of. I know that I'm carbon, helium, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon, and they are sulfur and ammonia based. That's been out the bag. So again, how does a sulfur in an ammonia based being, or a sulfur in an ammonia based animal, or a sulfur in an ammonia based plant, insect, how did that shit get here? And how does it predate us? Because if you can't tell us what animals, then I'm going to assume prokaryotic animals, because that is a fact that prokaryotic organisms were the first beings here. It doesn't matter what it is. Prokaryotic plants, animals, insects were the only organisms here. So when you say monkeys, and then you relate it to being majestic, and then you say you don't know, Like that's a problem.
I
Because
mean,
you
because
should be able
truthfully,
to tell me
because though
something.
I tell people like, because truthfully, we don't everybody in this panel don't necessarily know it all. That's why even after this panel, everybody gonna do
We do
what?
know.
Meditate. You gonna ground yourself. You gonna try to look for some type of Akashic record to truly understand or honestly understand
The
what you don't
Akashic
even know.
record is your genetics and it's
Yeah,
you.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
That's
So
procreate.
what
like,
you're
that's
pulling
when you
from.
realize. That's
So
when you
then how do
realize
you
like,
not know? So then how do you not know if you're meditating, which you're meditating going into where? Within. The soul is what? All knowing. How can we explain the soul in physicality? Through neuromelanin, which is the only molecule that can condense sunlight, and is condensed sunlight. Everybody that came, well, I'm talking about physically where we are, our people, like where we are historically, so called, based on their narrative, have always looked towards neuromelanin as the soul in the flesh, or quantum science relating it to spirituality, is what I'm trying to say. So neuromelanin is a known fact, and it's also present in our brains before we're even I can't even fucking talk right now.
I know what because you
We're
right
the
though. That's what I'm
only
saying.
we're
Like,
the only
I know
people
you
that are
right. Like,
born with the production of neuromelanin. Our pineal glands are producing that.
And prokaryotic cells deal with past, present, and future. You see what I'm saying? They don't. Only eukaryotic cells are right now. This is why they need schools and all of these things so they can relearn shit and learn shit because they don't pass down memory like we do. We have the memory of the first ever so-called black man or woman to ever be in existence throughout the cosmos. You see
righteously.
what I'm saying?
Not a
That's
fact.
we're
That's a
literally
yeah. That's an honest. That's an
we're
honest
literally
statement.
the exact replica of it right now. You see what I'm
Animals
saying?
don't predate us.
So animals don't predate us. You see
They
what I'm
don't
saying? We
predate us
are
in
the universe.
That
existence.
means that
But when it comes
that
to
means that entire. Hold on, I just
physical
want to say
nature,
one thing and then
animals
I'll
been
let you
here.
go. That means that you're basically saying that the entire universe was sparked by animals.
Nah,
That
you
means
gotta think
that
about it.
life was
You gotta
sparked.
think
If
about it.
animals
If you
predate
gotta think in
us,
space. Oh, I'm gonna let you talk. Right. My apologies. What you saying?
Bro, you keep saying you gotta think.
You gotta guess. You
Not
really
it's
gotta.
a
You
it's
gotta
a
see it.
different
But
You
you
gotta
know, the
really
one that doesn't
understand.
know, we know.
yeah, it's
If
a
the
difference
universe is
between
teeming with
knowing
life, if
you
the
don't
universe is teeming with life
brother,
and
brother, hold on,
extraterrestrial,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Please don't overtalk me, all right? So I'm gonna tell you, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna just be completely honest. You even said you don't know. So why are you sitting here trying to argue? That's my question. Like, what's the point?
that's why I said I'm showing you depiction. You got to really understand. That's why scripture, pictures, all these things in life show us what honestly is supposed to be seen. So it's like you see the universe is teeming with life. That means extraterrestrial life is more at play than physicality. There's more things in the universe than there is physical beings. Animals were here first for the so the creator could just see how the world will work with just existence on it. That's what I'm trying to say. Humans came after that to understand what the elevation of the earth was going to be like. That's what I'm saying. We're the being of of essentiality, but animals are necessary to this plane of existence. Humans could die today, bro, and animals will still figure out how to live on this. Humans don't know how to do that without having a consciousness. That means animals literally predate us when they come to physical
You're
nature.
saying humans. I'm gonna just go ahead and say this, then I'm gonna move on to AJ. So-called black people, we are not humans in the first place.
Literally,
All
that's
right.
what I
So
said.
I'm gonna go ahead
Human
and
is just
say
a word of head, uterus, and man.
no. I'm saying humans. When you look up humans, that identifies with animals. So-called black people have no animal DNA. We are not humans at all. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say that, and I'm gonna move on to AJ. So go ahead, AJ.
Yo, how's it going? Can y'all hear me well? My mic is not the best.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, all right. So firstly, you said that animals do not predate, let's say, for simplicity, black people, right? What's your evidence of that?
he didn't say that. A guest said that. Okay, the host topic in here is where did they come from? We're talking about you. We're talking about the men that are on the screen. Where did the eukaryotic organism come from? That's the topic of the room.
The eukaryotic organism. Wait, white people aren't eukaryotic. That's what I'm confused on first. They would also
What
be
is a eukaryotic cell?
it would be a cell that I would assume lacks the same type of mitochondria.
You say assume after you.
Because I'm trying. Okay, because I don't know every single fact
Doesn't
offhand.
know.
But But wait, um, both black and white people
You
would
don't
still
know
be
what eukaryotic
prokaryotic
cell
cells.
So
is.
then how are you gonna tell me that they're not? Like,
You don't
please,
even know what
bro.
a eukaryotic cell, and then
They
you just
teach
said
this to
white people
y'all
are
in
not even
biology.
eukaryotic. You just said white people are not eukaryotic, and then we asked you what is a eukaryotic cell, and you just said mitochondria.
So
That
did I
has
say?
nothing. That doesn't tell us anything about the eukaryotic cell for real. So can you tell us more about that, or if you can't, we're gonna have to move on to the next guest out of respect for the host.
Sure. So a eukaryotic cell would be a cell that lacks the same level of complex mitochondria. They would essentially not have the same set of instructions and genetic complexity as a prokaryotic cell would. Am I incorrect in saying that?
Barely. But which came first, prokaryotic or eukaryotic?
It would have been eukaryotic.
Okay.
Not true at all.
Again, did you know what eukaryotic was before you came in here, or you didn't know? Because this is This is a discussion about speciation.
Well, I would say I know,
Talking
but I don't
about
know every single fact offhand.
what?
I know, but I wouldn't say I know every single fact offhand.
I don't know. I'm not saying that either. I'm asking you, do you know what a eukaryotic cell is?
Yes.
And you said a minute and a half ago that you didn't. Now you're saying you do. Did
I
you
said
Google it?
no. I
Oh,
no. I
okay.
said I would
So
assume because I don't have the. I could be completely wrong. I'm giving room here. That
So
could.
if you really knew what a eukaryotic cell was, you would know that it didn't come first. You see what I'm saying? That's just one thing I'm gonna say. And
Wait,
one
how do you
thing
know
I'm
that?
gonna say is that everybody outside the so-called black race is a eukaryotic cell organism, meaning that y'all have mixed animal DNA to make up your entire organism that y'all walk in today.
Wait, how do
multicellular
you know
Y'all are
that? Well,
organisms.
multicellular
firstly, I'm black.
organisms. Y'all are,
Firstly,
all of
I'm
those
black too.
animals that you see on the screen cannot naturally reproduce with each other to create you as an offspring. How did all of those different animal genetic material get inside of your
Wait,
organism
how
to
do you know
make
that?
you?
How do you know that
Where did you
prokaryotic
come
cells came
from?
first? How do you know that?
AJ, can I ask you a question?
Wait, I want this guy to respond to my question first. How do you
All right,
know
go
that
ahead.
prokaryotic cells came first?
But
Like, how do you know that? Like, where's your evidence?
Because they're single-celled organisms. Those were the
Because whenever you're looking at evolution, right?
Hmm.
Anytime when you're talking about origins, right? Everything is saying that prokaryotic organisms were the first organisms here. That's a scientific, a genetic, and a
And
historical fact.
I wanted to add that the root definition of
And I can show that
prokaryotic
to you.
means before nucleus. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? It means before nucleus. The root definition of eukaryotic means truly seeded nucleus. And then when we dive into cells and we see what these historians and then these scientists say, they say that you cannot splice into a cell that is coated in UV light, which is only black people, but yours could be. And this is how y'all were able to exist
Well,
because
wait,
y'all cells are
I'm black
easy to
too, but
manipulate and easy to be spliced. You see what I'm saying? Because y'all have animal DNA and have animal melanin. You see what I'm saying? This is what it is. We're not the same species, and we have two different cell types. And this is a scientific and biological and genetic fact.
well, one, I'm black too. I don't know why I keep saying y'all, but okay, let's say that's the case that prokaryotes came first. How do you make that jump from prokaryotes coming first to it automatically meaning that one, that black people were the first things, like first living beings on Earth, and secondly, that white people don't have any prokaryotic cells?
Because we understand the way both organisms function, and we understand the way neuromelanin functions our cells. So that would make us a prokaryotic organism because there
Mhm.
isn't multiple different genetic material that's functioning our cells, like how the eukaryotic organism has multiple different animals speaking through one nucleus for them. The so-called nucleus, or like he said, prokaryotic means before nucleus, right?
Mhm.
And eukaryotic means truly seeded nucleus. So if prokaryotic organisms were the only organisms on the planet, that means that they were self-functioning organisms.
Yep.
It does
Autotrophs.
not mean that you are unicellular, meaning one cell, Stephen. I don't
Hey,
know how you still don't fucking
can I
know that
ask
as
you
a
a
grown
question
ass
though?
man. So when we're talking about unicellular, we're referring to one thing functioning the cell, not multiple different animal genetic material that functions one cell. That's the difference between a eukaryotic and a prokaryotic organism.
And
So
we're
on the screen, it says prokaryotes were the only form of life on Earth for millions of years until more complicated eukaryotic cells came into being through the process of evolution. But when you talk to the top evolutionists, the top climatologists, because they're saying that all of this different genetic material got into their genome by climate and diet. But when we talk to the top dietitians and the top climatologists of the world, they can't prove how we went from haploids to diploids. And more scientists and historians will tell you that it never happened
yep.
than what you think, bro, because there is no explanation for how all of these different animals that he has on the screen up there, they're not natural and they don't share biological identification either. They are also eukaryotic cells. They are also eukaryotic organisms.
And as for so-called black people, as prokaryotic cells, all of our genetic information stems from one embryological origin, which is the totipotent stem cell of the so-called black women, which has the capability to create a whole organism from it to get created. You see what I'm saying? But for y'all, it's not like that. You see what I'm saying? So y'all don't even pass down information when y'all procreate with each other because it's incomplete dominance when y'all procreate with each other.
You said that white people don't pass down genetic information or mitochondrial information?
Like a covenant. Y'all don't have like base information to continue to pass down for universal knowledge.
Because when you see organic animals in nature, when you see elephants, when they procreate, they make a replica of themselves. Y'all don't make a replica of yourselves when y'all procreate with each other because the percentages of animals that y'all have within each other vary. You see what I'm saying? Like my brother had on the as a picture for the host, he has, like, for example, that organism right there has chimpanzee, 96% chimpanzee, 80 mouse, and then you could have a whole different organism that has 86 mouse and 90% chimpanzee. And when these two procreate, they make a whole new organism. That's a whole new dominance. That is inorganic. That is unnatural reproduction. So this is why the sun is removing y'all and making y'all sterile now. You see what I'm saying? This is what's happening on the planet.
All right, well, one, I'm black. I don't know why you keep saying y'all. But two, I'm kind of lost on the fact that you said that animals make an exact replica of themselves. They don't. They look similar because there's less genetic diversity, but it's not a lack of genetic complexity.
Like I said, that's why they took away our mystic animals, like the mammoth. That's the elephant. That's just a degenerate thing of a mammoth. Mammoths used to literally make replicas of mammoths. That's why they took away their tusks, took away all that.
Prokaryotic organisms, and they make replicas of themselves. All prokaryotic organisms are making replicas because guess what? There is no other genetic information that is within their genome to trip it off.
Yep. An elephant. Listen real quick. An elephant is 100% an elephant. A lion is 100% a lion. We are 100% solar beings. We just have antigens in our blood right now. Y'all are not 100% of anything. Y'all have different genetic material telling, asking for different proteins for your cells to structure themselves better. That's what's happening. And now that nucleus is getting removed, and that's the truth that's getting revealed now, is that y'all are inorganic to the planet.
That's why y'all use the caduceus on pharmaceutical things, because y'all know Kundalini energy is literally the sum up of why we continue to perpetuate our existence. We continue to live on and create and literally make ourselves healthy and whole due to the fact that, like you said, the prokaryotic cell. That's real.
Do you know what a protein is? Because you just stated that like other races need to their cells to ask for proteins. You know what a protein is? Because every single cell that exists on Earth requires proteins in some way, shape, or form to live.
I know that, but you got multiple different animals asking for different proteins in one cell. Your body, all of my proteins are made from my neuromelanin. Your proteins are made from fruit fly, chimpanzee. You got fruit fly proteins, chimpanzee proteins, rhesus proteins. That's what the RH factor comes from. I know you just trying to tell me the definition of protein, but you're trying to ignore the fact that you're not organic to the planet, and you're trying to ignore the fact that You haven't
No,
answered the question that the
because
whole
I'm
side on the
what
panel.
I'm doing is
Where did
answering
you
that
guys
even though
come
the
from?
bare
How
minimum of
did
what
all
you're
of these
talking
different
about.
animals make up the
Just put it
organism
like this.
we
Put it
have
like this.
today?
If you put 10 black people out in the sun and didn't feed.
No disrespect, Common. He's not talking to you, so please stop talking while they're trying to have a conversation. All right. And AJ, stop
If
over
anybody
talking
want
them
to,
when they're
yeah, my
speaking.
bad, host. My bad, host. If anybody want to come up, we can roast. Like, Altered hasn't spoken like an hour and a half, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can drop and somebody else can come up. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if anybody up here wants to explain to us how we're the same species, feel free to request up. Like, y'all don't have to keep repeating yourself for hours and hours in the chat when you can just come up here and express your frequency. But a lot of y'all we have already talked to for months. We've talked to Steven for months. You see what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm ready
saying?
to talk
Y'all
again.
should have
We should
a
continue.
source by now. Y'all should have a source by now, but you don't. Like, that's the thing. If we're not prokaryotic, then come
The
up here and
source. No,
explain
you
to
put the
us how
source.
we're
You
not.
have the picture up. Put your
There's
picture
only
back up.
organisms, the only organisms on the planet can be prokaryotic or eukaryotic organisms. So then what the fuck are we then?
Right.
Are you
You're
saying that you,
eukaryotic.
Steven, shut
Stephen
the
Wade.
fuck up. I don't care, bro. Again, lower brain bigger than your upper brain, bro. This is gene expression that you're showing us, bro. Gene expression, phenotype, behavior, what you show. You're a grown man that can't wait his turn. And there's a psychological fact and a genetic explanation as to why.
All right, abundance for that. AJ, if you got anything else you want to say, if not, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next person.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get to is that you could not even define to me what a protein is. You made the statement that say black people are distinct in the means that they don't even require proteins.
That's
Like you
not
made
what
it,
he said.
Not what he said. We don't require different animal genetics. Yeah, 444. We don't require different animal genetics. We don't produce animal proteins because we don't have the genetic material in our genome for our cells to be programmed to give them proteins off.
And proteins are just amino acids.
That's it.
That's it. Structured amino
That's
acid.
it.
So let's stop the foolishness, bro.
okay.
It's what builds up the cell. You see what I'm saying? And what builds up the whole organism. So let's focus on the actual fact that you have multiple or you're trying to defend.
Yeah,
You're trying to defend a whole species that is not native to the planet and has multiple animal DNA. Whole time they're on your planet, usurping your energy and usurping the most number one energy, which is the so-called black woman. And we're not doing anything as so-called black men. Why, as a collective, we are not focusing on that? Why are we defending a whole different species while our women and children are getting snatched? What type
So
of shit is that?
what specific amino acids do say black people lack? Or that are distinct, I should say, from say other races? What specific proteins?
We don't have to give specific. What he's saying is we don't produce.
It would be
animal
nice if you did
proteins.
get
Hold
specific.
on.
That's what I'm
Whoa,
saying.
whoa,
Like
whoa, 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 whoa.
Our fur or your fur we would be able to look at the structure of the hair versus fur. We can see 2 versus 3. There is an animal protein that is associated with the multicellular organism that is producing that substance to where it is now fur. We're just talking about the function of the organism. That's it. So again, we don't have multiple different animal genetics. We have antigens. So when you're talking about blood types, you're referring to the type and the amount of antigens that are present in your blood. So-called black people like to rave about how they have O positive blood, but so do zoo-born chimps. That's what we were talking about, being raped on a global scale. Their semen was toxic, wiped out 2 continents and other countries alone with venereal disease. If we're the same species, why did you unalive my people? Why are there books called When Grape Was Legal? Y'all legalized graping our children as early as 2 hours old, bro. 2 hours old. Why
Can I
is
say
that,
something
bro?
since I was brought up here? Can I say something?
And we produce hydrocarbon and we literally feed all life. This is facts. So if you have anything to, I don't know if you had anything to say, but that's facts.
Like literally, if we're the same species, you wouldn't see hemolytic disease or red blood cell hemolysis. 2 elephants are not doing that. 2 of the same species of anything are not producing hemolytic disease. So how come when we procreate with the opposite species 100% of the time, because we are introducing antigens to our bloodstream, how come we see red blood cell hemolysis
and zoonotic disease?
And why do our people now need a RhoGAM shot? Because we're procreating outside of our species because of the presence of antigens. We're not producing the animal proteins, y'all. That shit is for breeding purposes only. And that's the reason why a lot of people outside of our species, they will tell you that they got a blood test first before they decided to procreate. That's it. The food, like he said, the food, yes, adding more antigens. When you eat meat, the same thing that they're spliced with, you're adding more antigens.
When you're sleeping with these people, you're adding more antigens, zoonotic and hemolytic disease. This is a fact. We're not the same species. We're not supposed to be mixing. So go ahead.
Nah, y'all got it. Alright.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Fireheart, and the emojis. Go ahead.
I need y'all to be a little bit more specific is what I'm trying to get across to y'all. That's all I'm trying to understand. Because y'all are throwing out a whole bunch of words, okay? But y'all not specific. Y'all say animals, but what do you mean by animal? Animal genes, animal genetics. What do you mean by animal? I needed you to get a little bit more specific.
The thing
That's
is,
the
we
only
are
reason
being
why I was in the
specific.
comment talking.
Yeah, we are being very specific.
No, y'all are spreading out. Y'all are spreading out a whole bunch of different words. Okay, I understand it, but at the end of the day, you got your proteins,
You
you
don't
got your
understand,
mitochondria,
right?
you got your antigens, you got your all that stuff y'all are saying right now. But at the end of the day, y'all not being specific when it comes to when people are asking questions like AJ asked you a question about what animals are you talking about? What animal? And you couldn't even, or
Did
what
you not look
protein
at
y'all
the
talking about.
screen?
You couldn't even tell us what proteins
Did you
y'all
not
talking
look
about.
at the
What
screen?
animal? He asked what protein, and that was
Okay,
not.
I just corrected myself. I just corrected myself. I
Yeah,
just
that's
said
fine,
protein.
but
I just
sister,
corrected
I don't
myself.
know how long you've been
So
here, but there's people
I
that
asked you.
been here
I
since the
asked what
beginning of
animals
the.
you are talking about. So what animals are you talking
They're
about?
on the
What animals?
screen, my sister.
What
My
animal
sister.
genetics and
Oh my
eukaryotic?
fucking god!
Man,
They're
like,
on the screen.
bro, you gotta. I know you
Yes.
eat. Stop eating meat. Stop eating. Please stop eating meat.
My bad.
Please
Y'all
stop
ain't
Hold
hear
on.
eating
me.
meat,
I,
This
Let's
is
y'all
sister.
have
why
didn't
we.
hear
This
me.
is
a
what
normal
happened last
conversation.
time.
Please
See
stop
what I'm
eating meat,
saying?
sister.
Oh my
Please.
These
goodness.
people, our own people, are taking up for the other cell. It's crazy.
We're making sense, and y'all are not making sense. That's what we're trying to get
What
y'all
do
to
you
How
mean
are
they're
we
understand.
not
making
Y'all
making
are
plenty
not
of
sense?
making
sense?
sense.
They're telling you.
No,
They're
y'all are
telling
not
you.
making
Hold on,
sense though.
sister. Let me say this, sister. We are making sense. You, as an individual, you do not understand what we're talking about. That's all. We are making perfect sense. See, me and Skywatcher, me and Casino, we can have a conversation about this. You don't understand. So we are making sense.
Completely what you're saying. Believe me when I tell you, I understand completely what you're trying to say. But what you're trying to say makes no sense. We are not prokaryotic cells.
Okay, explain
Y'all.
that.
We
Explain
are
that.
not. We
Explain
are
it.
eukaryotic.
Okay, explain
Okay?
it. Okay,
This is
explain it. That's all.
Just because, yes,
Explain that
I
for us,
know. I'm
sister.
not defending the white man by
Hold
far.
on,
I'm
hold
not.
on. No,
Believe me
no.
when I tell you
Listen,
that, okay?
listen. I'm asking you, explain how we are not prokaryotic cells. Explain how we have eukaryotic cells.
Okay. I don't want to get into this. I really don't want to get into this.
Now
All I'm
let's get
Now you
into
don't
it.
want to get into this.
just believe me when I tell you everything that you're saying right now makes no sense. Okay, so
Then
I
why
just
can't you
Why you
back up
got
your claim?
yeah. We're not gonna
just
hold
believe
on,
you.
bro.
That sounds
Sister.
crazy.
Hold on, sister. You're not even answering my question. You just put out some information and you can't even explain it.
look. You invited me on here. I wasn't
I
even trying.
didn't
I was
invite you.
okay
You
talking in.
requested
I
up.
was okay talking in the comments.
You
I was
requested
okay
up.
talking in the comments.
And guess what? You can go back to the comments. I'll put it like that. You got it. Like
Yeah, because she got mad because she couldn't back up her claim, but they talk a lot, but you can't even back up what you're
that's
saying.
what underdeveloped brains, bro.
It's sad. Because how you gonna try to tap
You're
dance that hard, but
emotionally
then you can't
reacting like
even
a
go
child. Can't even hold a conversation. Like that's insane. You're
just like
grown. You're
Stefan.
older than me. Like what? Come on now.
Stefan too. Getting too emotional. We could have had a debate, but
That
you want to just yap before it's your turn.
see,
It's
look,
that
now
simple.
you're requesting up again. I never invited you. I'm gonna let you back up here, but if you got to control the emotions.
And
I'm
let
gonna
me
give
ask
you
her a
mine.
question. Let me ask her a question.
Oh, hold on, brother. Let me
Okay,
just see what she
okay.
says.
Since I'm an undeveloped brain. Okay, all right, all right, all right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna ask
All
you
right.
the same question I just asked you. How do so-called black people have eukaryotic cells? I want you to explain that. And don't dodge and try to go over here and over there. Just answer the question.
Wait, brother, wait. Because she said we are not prokaryotic cells. So I would like for her to explain to us what are we then?
Okay, since I'm the underdeveloped one, okay, and we have all these geniuses in here, I would like to ask a question. Okay,
No,
since I'm
answer the
underdeveloped,
questions
okay,
first.
I'm under.
You don't
Okay,
get to
just
ask a question when you didn't
just
answer the
listen to what I.
questions.
Just go
It's
about
either
what I'm
that or
saying
get
right now.
dropped.
Just
I'm
go what
gonna
I'm
be
saying right now.
honest.
Just go.
It's either answer the questions or get dropped. Why are you trying to ask us a question? You ain't even answer my
So I
question.
can understand where this conversation can go. That's what I'm trying. You asked me about the eukaryotic cells. Okay, so
You made a
what?
statement.
No, you were
Let's
in the
break it.
comments, sister. First of all, the last time we spoke, the last two
Let's
times
break
we
it down.
spoke,
What is it?
you were not able to even answer the question that you're asking us today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, respect. Okay, you were in the comments saying that
Trying
we're
to break it
not
down.
prokaryotic cells. So we requested you requested up, because I didn't send an invite. He didn't send an invite, and I didn't even see the banner showing that Ether sent an invite. You requested up on your own because I said if you disagree, come up and express your frequency, and you requested up. So you said we were not prokaryotic in the comments, and you're saying it up here. What are so-called black people? That's the question. That's a simple question. If we're not prokaryotic, what are we?
Okay, so as an undeveloped brain, okay, I need to understand what y'all mean by prokaryotic, what y'all mean by eukaryotic. So what do you mean by prokaryotic cells?
Ma'am, you literally
What? No, listen to what I'm trying to have a conversation.
you're
Okay.
not
So
So
you should lead your conversation
what is a
on what the
prokaryotic? No,
eukaryotic
in a
cell
simple
is.
term.
What?
In a simple term, what is a prokaryotic cell? In a
you tell
simple
me what
term,
that
what is a
is because
prokaryotic cell?
you said we are not prokaryotic cells and you said
No,
we have
exactly. In
eukaryotic
a
cells.
simple term,
You
what
tell
is a prokaryotic
you
cell? In
tell
a
me
simple term,
because you said it.
I can't Google and go back and forth. I can't do that because
You
it's
got
not me from
That's
talking.
like us
I'm done,
asking,
bro.
oh, because you
I'm
just said,
done.
tell us in simple terms. That's like us
Oh my
asking,
God!
tell us
Okay,
the definition of
tell me a
simple
simple
terms.
term of a
That's
prokaryotic
like
cell
us
because
asking you again,
from
what
what
is the definition of simple terms? It's just gonna keep going back and forth. So just let's, if you already know about prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells enough to say that so-called black people are eukaryotic cells, go ahead and explain to us
No,
how
I'm going
so-called black
against
people
what
are
you're
not
saying. I'm going
prokaryotic
against
cell
what you're
organisms.
saying. No, I'm going against what you're saying.
We
Us
don't.
being
Cool.
prokaryotic. That's what
Okay,
I'm going
why?
against.
She drunk, bro.
Why?
She drunk.
So that's what. No, I'm not drunk.
No,
What?
This
but
No.
what
okay.
eukaryotic
Let me
cell
bring
is.
down
All right,
some.
hold
Just
on.
explain what a
Everybody talking.
eukaryotic cell
Let's calm
is.
it down.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all you have
Do
to
you
do is
mind me
explain to us what
going?
a
Do you
eukaryotic
mind me
cell
going
is.
getting a definition?
All right, so everybody was talking at the same time. Let's not do that no more. One at a time. We all grown. So stop talking over people. And if you're not being talked to, don't speak. Simple as that. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute the sister, and I want you to explain or answer the questions that we've been asking. If you can't, I'm gonna just go ahead and drop you because you're not contributing to the conversation.
Okay, I can talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to look for what, because from what I think prokaryotic cells is, what I've read, what I've learned about them, are germs and stuff like that. Why you want to be considered a germ is beyond me, but that's what is known for prokaryotic cells. So let me go get a definition.
That's the thing. You're trying to contribute to a conversation you know nothing about. You have to go back and forth to Google to even try to stay inside of the conversation.
Isn't that what y'all been doing? I mean, I've been seeing a whole bunch of people pulling up stuff in Google like a few minutes ago.
I haven't even hopped off the app. We have not been doing that. We actually read. You're going on Google to try to contribute to the conversation.
Yeah, because I don't spend my days reading up on eukaryotic cells. I got a job that I go to every day that has nothing to do with that.
Eukaryotic cell, because you don't understand the function of your cell. You don't even know who you are on a quantum. You don't understand energy, so you don't know how to manipulate it. So you work for the white man. So that's why. Yeah. So I'm saying you don't know thyself is what you just told 140.
Actually, no, I do know
you don't
myself.
understand that
I
you
have the degrees to prove it.
Using you as the
I have the degrees to prove it. Do you have the degrees?
Sister, I literally just said stop over talking. Stop over talking them. They're trying to talk, and you keep over talking, laughing.
No, she's trying to throw shade.
Mute yourself if you cannot control yourself, okay?
Because I have the degrees.
Like I said, mute yourself if you cannot control yourself. You're grown. You're older than both of us, or all three of us.
I am very grown. I'm very grown.
Yeah, you're very grown and you're over talking.
So respect your elders.
So stop.
Respect your elders.
Okay.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
This is just someone who's just usurping.
Stop throwing shade.
So I'm gonna go ahead. Abundance and gratitude.
Abundance and gratitude.
You know what I'm saying? Like we gave that. Like, come on. So again, where did the eukaryotic organism come from? Altered. Do you have an explanation? Because you're the only person up here, like, of the opposite species. With all due respect. So were you able to grasp the conversation for the last 2 hours or however long it's been, and can you tell us how you feel now? We just want to check in with you.
Yeah. So what was the question?
She literally just asked.
Yeah, I had things going on my phone, so it muted the TikTok. Can you please repeat it?
You came off mute laughing. Like you already knew what you said.
Yes, but okay.
Okay.
I do have other people in the house. So while I was on mute, I was listening.
It's fine. Also, we were just checking in with you, trying to see how you feel about the conversation. You've been up here for a while. Wanted to see if you had anything else to add.
No, I believe there's a lot of confusion and mixed truths here. But like this picture, you do know it's a group match test, right?
What's the confusing part and what are you saying that we're confusing? Because I recall me asking you like 3 questions that you couldn't answer. So what?
I did answer. You just didn't accept my answer.
You didn't know the answer, and you never answered the question. I asked you how we went from haploids to diploids.
And I told you mutations, successful mutations.
Explain the telling me okay, haploid to diploid is the mutation.
Yes.
That's the supposed. Yes. So you're just saying mutation, and I'm asking like.
Well,
I know that the whole thing is
a mutation. Last time we went through this.
So how did the mutation occur?
And how did that?
We went through this. Wait, please let me respond.
Hold on. How did that mutation occur when that which is natural cannot change unless something natural takes place to it?
So you're asking for that specific response?
Bro, these niggas be playing semantics and be running, bro.
All right, man. All right, I'll give you flat out without, someone hopping up every 4 seconds or 4 words. So a genetic mutation and or lack of material to rewrite the mRNA successfully. That's the whole response. I can get into it in detail, but I mean, you're confusing chemicals with actual cellular structure.
No. We said, how did the eukaryotic organism get here? You said mutation.
And I told you by mutation, so something had to mutate.
Altered. The eukaryotic organism is a mutation.
Yes,
So
and it can
you're answering
continue
my
to
question
mutate.
by saying the same thing.
All right,
Yeah,
and how something
How
mutates
did
is it
the
does.
mutation take place?
Can
because
I answer?
Because
prokaryotic
yeah,
cells cannot undergo mutation. That's what I just said.
facts.
That which is natural cannot change unless something unnatural takes place to it. You see what I'm saying? So prokaryotic cells cannot mutate into something by moving into a colder climate. Because if you look up prokaryotic cells, they're able to live in all types of conditions, move through all elements of life. Eukaryotic cells, y'all are new to the planet. So she's asking, how do we go from being prokaryotic cells, being autotroph people on the planet, to now moving into a colder climate and now having multiple animal genetic material from different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other into one organism, you.
He don't know how to work the mute button. I've been having to help him all day.
Like 2 minutes. How long does a cell live?
Wait.
Just give me like 2 minutes. Let me lead you through the process. How long does a cell live?
Which cell are we talking about? Are we
Just
talking
any
about
cell.
immortal cells? Let's go. Let's talk about totipotent stem cells, please.
Any cell, any mammal, any being that has a cell besides divine, and we're talking human terrestrial. How long does a cell live?
How long does a prokaryotic cell live?
Yes, how long does a prokaryotic cell live?
Right. So a prokaryotic cell, again, a totipotent stem cell. We can
Is
just
forever
go.
eternal? 2 days, a week? How long?
Are they not 7 to 10 days?
All right, and then what happens after 7 or 10 days? In order to survive, it rewrites a copy of itself. Every rewriting of a copy is not successful,
what though?
and then that is a mutation.
Altered. That is not a mutation. That is cell replication. That is something that is coded in the genetic material based off
And what
of
happens?
altered. Because your name is speaking volumes here. All right. Because when we're
Let's have
talking
a real
about
conversation.
replication of a cell, how a cell replicates
No.
is based off
You're
of
not
the
letting me.
genetic.
Hey, if we're speaking over each other, we can't have a conversation. So you're trying to speak,
We're not having a conversation. We're
manipulate
having a
what she's
monologue.
trying to say and not allowing her to flow. So
No, I literally said multiple times, stop talking over people, and you keep doing it, bro.
Yes, because I'm just trying to get a simple point across.
I don't
A mutation
care.
is when a
Don't
cell
talk over
does
people
not
while they're
rewrite itself successfully.
Don't talk over people while they're talking. It's that simple, bro. You're a grown man.
When a cell replicates based off of the genetic material that it has, it will replicate a certain way. So again, are we talking about prokaryotic cells or eukaryotic cells? Because those are two completely different types. They hold two completely different types of genetic material. They will not replicate the same. Bro, I'm not even gonna start up with Alter. He can't figure out the mute button. I would just say Papa
But
Doc.
I am. I was just waiting for you to finish. So do all of the cells 100% of the time replicate correctly 100%?
In prokaryotic cells, yes. Because there's no extra genetic material to trip it off to cause a mutation.
So
exactly.
100%.
It's just copying itself.
And so-called black people never had diseases, cancers until we until we chemically came into contact with you. We never had that. We had a global civilization on the planet, and so-called black people were procreating with each other, and we didn't have no hemolytic disease, no zoonotic disease, no type of sickle cell, no Tay-Sachs disease, no neurological problems. We had nothing until we came into contact with y'all. That's when our people started to undergo a rebless of hemolysis, which allows parasites and diseases to take place.
And like Indy just said in the chat, cells don't mutate into weaker cells. So again, when
they do by degradation.
Let her finish, bro. What's up with you?
I'm done talking to Altered, bro. That's just me. Anybody else, but I'm done talking to him.
Talk to him. I got a quick question. So you feel like we the same, right? Author.
All right. I believe we are made of the same things. We are not identical. We are the same species. Yes, but not in the way you do.
And what's the difference, the relevant difference?
You express it through hormones and other processes while we don't have the same levels. It is not expressed the same way.
So what's the relevant difference between white people and black people, quote unquote?
There's none. Genetically, we are made of the same thing. We are expressed differently.
So why is melanin important?
There's many reasons, but it is to protect your skin.
From what?
The sun, specifically the UVB band.
So does the sun give life to people, organisms, yes or no? Does sun give life on Earth?
Generally, yes. Generally, yes.
So why are y'all enemies of the thing that gives life, for one?
SLC 25A5 specifically.
How many types of melanin are there?
What did he say?
Like 8 or 9.
I didn't hear him.
And which ones pertain to so-called humans?
That part I do not know. I know there's 4. I know of maybe 3 or 4.
There's 3 that pertain to so-called humans. So if there are 3 different types of melanin, the type of DNA that you have is explaining the type of melanin you have.
No, the DNA is expressing, and the expression is melanin.
Expression because of what? Genetic material, which is genotype, right? Which is directly connected to phenotype. That's what gene expression is, right?
But that's genomics. Genetics.
Okay,
Wait,
but
please.
again, I just have a question, Altered.
Go ahead.
If you are pheomelanated and I am neuromelanated, are we composed of the same biochemical substance?
Like, no.
If you are, thank you. So if
we are made of the same things.
Because
I got
you
you.
haven't answered any of my questions and you're confusing everything that I'm saying. So I'm just taking it one at a time.
You got to keep it very simple with them.
Yeah, I am. And it's sad because we already taught the world. So I shouldn't even have to teach you this because I'm the reason why you're on 2 feet right now. So again, when it comes to pheomelanin, that is pseudomelanin versus neuromelanin. So why would your genetics need to protect you from the sun, but the biochemical substance that I secrete before I'm even born, that's produced in you're born with your pineal gland calcified, so you're not even producing neuromelanin. Again, that is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. That's what's through my entire integumentary system. That's what's through my entire body. So if I'm absorbing the sun, why the fuck is your melanin protecting you from it? When the sun, just like the brother just said, sun gives life to all organisms. Why is 500,000 of your people being unalive by the sun every single year? Why? Since 2019. Really 2015, because UVC radiation has been ground level since then, which is a germ unaliving, gene mutating, detoxifying wavelength. You think that number hasn't increased exponentially, and that's not the reason why the Asians who predate you, which is the reason why you're called Caucasian, you think that's not the reason why they're going sterile and why the fuck everything is being shut down for them? You think the people that's in the same genome as you, known as the Dravidians, you think that's not the reason why they're going through the same shit, and you think you're not up next?
I thought this was a question, not a monologue.
Yeah, because you can't answer a simple question on how we went from
answered everyone.
You haven't explained to me. Haploid to diploid is the mutation.
Yes.
Right. So you're answering my question by saying mutation. That's what the fuck you're saying to me.
And I'm explaining it, and you go off.
Bro, okay. Again, answer my original
Every time
question.
I explain, I
You're
get
the
muted.
same altered. Let's just go back. I'm
Yeah,
gonna do this
let's go
one
back.
last time. I'm gonna do this one last time and I'm done. Why are you a pheomelanated man when that biochemical substance does not biologically identify with this planet? If your melanin, here's the question, okay? If your melanin protects you from the sun, how come mine absorbs it and I am able to biosynthesize that sun through my integumentary system and through my hair, also known as ether? Why is the sun doing different shit for us? Why is your genetics doing different shit? That's what I'm trying to say. If we're the
Because
same.
all genes do not rewrite 100% successful 100% of the time. That's why you have deformities at birth when none have existed. So there are occasions where a cell does not rewrite correctly and it tries to fix itself before cell death. And then that is the main rewriter after that cell's death. So if that did not rewrite 100% exact, then you have what is called a mutation. And over thousands of years, our mutation has become
It sounds like you lost connection, but you
which
didn't
is
answer the question.
it no
I
longer
asked you
produces
why
the
you had
melanin
a
that
different
activates
genetic.
your skin.
You're saying genetic mutation,
That is
and
the
that's
answer.
fine. The question is, I also asked you how we went from haploid to diploid, and again, there is no scientist or historian on this planet that can answer that question, but somehow you on a TikTok panel can. So if you're saying genetic mutation, just as a normal YT man, you think the scientists that share the same genetic composition haven't already explored that and debunked that all within the same sentence? All within the same transaction? So there is actually no way you can tell us how we went from haploid to
I'm
diploid
saying,
because nobody in this world,
have you
that is
asked
the
them?
number one question every day. How the fuck did y'all get here? That's what this whole thing is about, bro. That's what this whole thing is about. How the
And
fuck
it
did
would
y'all
be a
come out
mutation.
of caves? First of all, how did y'all get to the caves? Like you said, 8,000 years ago, right? At the top of the live, you said 8,000 years ago. You said white skin. You said
No,
white skin.
no.
You said the white skin is what you
40,000
said.
and
You
then
could play
8.
8,000 years ago. Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
just needed you to say yes. And when you said, so I'm gonna go. I say less than 10,000. I'll take your 8, even though I'm pushing more towards 6 to 7,000. So again, let me ask you a question. Why did y'all come out of the caves on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, not able to speak or reproduce less than 8,000 fucking years ago? And now you're trying to tell me, I share biological identification with this planet and every single fucking landmass here. You don't even share biological identification with the cave, babe. Explain to me how y'all got here though. Like that. I want to hear you say that y'all were on all fours with hypertrichosis. I want to see what you look like without shaving for a month. That's your hypertrichosis. Y'all are still being born like this today.
And that's gene expression from the pheomelanin, the DNA that you have.
Like literally, I went to
Boom.
school. 3 niggas in my class had to have their tail cut. I'm in my 20s. Y'all are still being born with vestigial tails. It was a sister that was in my live, 3 weeks ago? She's a nurse. She's telling us that y'all are being born with tails. She's like a nurse that be assisting during birth.
So that would be a mutation, right?
Where did you come from, though? Where did you mutate from?
Yeah, where did you mutate from?
So I mutated from the chromosome 23 pair.
Every single last one of y'all in your entire incomplete dominant genome, all of y'all, so-called Mexicans, Dravidians, Asians, all came from that chromosome, is what you're saying? Hello? Hello?
Whoa, calm down, sister. There's a
Ah,
possibility.
you can't
There is a possibility. Yes,
answer them
because
questions. The fuck?
I am.
Yes.
But you know what? You got to think real careful on a panel of hostile people.
Nobody's hostile. You're the one hostile.
All right.
Them genetics is real hostile.
Under that sun, huh?
Yeah,
Is the
here,
sun
down here in
hostile?
lovely Florida.
Is the sun hostile? Yes or no?
Skywatcher. You know the last one that came out?
No.
You know the last
No,
one?
bro.
Hello?
All right, hold up.
No, what?
Yo, Skywatcher. You know the last
Yo, no, nigga. We dealing with something right now. Hold on for a second.
Troy, I'm gonna get straight to you after this. I got you. Just hold on.
Why did y'all come out of caves on all fours, Altered? That's what I want to know.
I don't subscribe to Pan-Africanism. I do science.
I do science too. I don't subscribe to your so-called Africanism either because my people not so-called African. Y'all called them that.
Well, that's what peer-reviewed science is for. We can just read it.
Well, exactly, which is I've read your Would you like for me to pull up the sources from 07 how they took the graft of 2 Neanderthal brains and created 2 clones to your species? They're doing this shit every day. I would
like you to pull up the
Would you like for me
polar-beard
to
stuff.
turn my camera on and show you my library? Fuck is wrong with you? Explain to me why y'all came out of caves, Altered. That's the last time I'm gonna ask after that.
Where did y'all mutate from?
Yeah, facts, bro.
That's all we want to know because y'all didn't mutate from prokaryotic
talking
cells.
about-
Eukaryotic cells, y'all didn't mutate from prokaryotic cells.
Yeah, niggas
so
was
where did y'all
talking about
mutate from?
other
So
shit.
you're saying that
Yes,
you said we don't have
Go
you
ahead.
said we don't have a cell in a membrane.
Bro,
What are you talking
Eukaryotic
about?
cell, a cell with a membrane.
So
it is a cell with a nucleus as well, too.
yes,
Yeah.
so-called black people, we don't have internal membranes or organelles. We don't have none of that. Everything is programmed by our neuromelanin.
So what is your
Y'all are
immune system?
the one with miniature brains and miniature organelles from different organisms that cannot
That's
naturally.
cool. That may be true, but why do vaccines for white people and black people work? That
What do you
shouldn't
mean?
happen under
So
here.
let's talk about the most recent one that's being talked about all over the world with.
I mean, it shouldn't happen. One or the other.
Hush, because I want to talk about that, and if the host will allow me, because JFK Jr. literally just said to the sister, okay, to the sister that so-called black people needed to receive a lesser I'm gonna try to be careful that schedule than everybody else because of what? The type of antigens that we have, which is what? A substance that surrounds our cells, a foreign substance that surrounds our cells. Okay, that's even proof that we're not producing animal protein. So again, you're bringing that up. You just feel you.
Yep.
Hold on,
and
it's 5 o'clock.
they said, oh, so-called black people, they need less antigens for their immune system to be stronger. So we need less antigens. So where did these foreign substances come from? You see what I'm saying? And then we look what y'all been doing to us for these last 2,000 or 4,000 years. What have y'all been doing?
Something real quick?
Grape was legalized by your people, and what you
that's not part of the question.
Women and children.
Why were you raping our children as early as 2 hours old?
3 seconds old. What were you adding to their bloodstream?
Why was grape
To
legalized
their red blood cells.
by your people?
They ain't my people. My people are 99 and above. Like, that's when I was born.
Yeah.
Like, what happened in the past? Nothing to do with me.
But
let's go back. Let's go back.
Why are y'all on
If
all
a vaccine works on both, that means you are of the same species.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
That is not.
Yeah, it does. A vaccine should not work.
Can I say something now? All right, for one thing, y'all, the last Caucasian came out the mountains in the 1920s in Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. You got a white guy to let you know that he actually came out the caves. Another thing is, they came out with vaccines because they was giving us these vaccines. They were shooting us up with diseases that came from y'all. What do you think? I forgot what the name of it that was going on back in the 40s all the way up to the 70s. Whatever diseases that y'all had, they was buying up the diseases and shooting us up with it, and to see if we can if our bodies can cure ourselves. That's what the vaccines was given to us. It was straight diseases. Straight.
100 years and all these new diseases. That's like a record in evolution.
No, it's not. It's the truth. All these diseases came from y'all. What are you talking about?
Yep.
In 100 years.
98% of the venereal diseases comes from zebrafish, which is what y'all are mostly spliced with. You see what I'm saying? And that's why in the 1900s, y'all went into Africa and was injecting so-called BOK women with monkey semen. You see what I'm saying? And that was actually causing red blood cell hemolysis and zoonotic disease and adding antigens. You see what I'm saying? That was what's going on. Y'all don't want to talk about what y'all really did on the planet. Y'all don't want to talk about that 100% of y'all jobs was built on our genocide and abuse. Y'all don't want to talk about that, but y'all just want to live.
Let's get back to the topic.
No, okay, let's get back to the topic. Where did you come from?
Are you made of
Where did your
ATC and
fucking
G?
ass come from then?
ATC and G, boy. ATC
Nah,
and G.
you ain't ATC and G.
ATC
No,
and G.
nigga. You didn't come from ATC and G.
ATC and G.
You came from pig, chimpanzee, and
Which is
monkey. Nigga.
which
That's
is
where
made
you
of
came
what?
from.
ATC
That's
and
where
G.
you came
You're made of
from.
ATC and G.
PAVES.
They came from the Reese monkey.
You don't have see. The thing is, you don't biologically identify with no landmass, with no solar system, with no galaxy, with no universe, with no nothing, no cave. The cave doesn't even know you. You see what I'm saying? The only origin that y'all have is these different animal genetics. Before that, there was no record of you. You were a new organism on the planet.
And when y'all procreate with each other, that creates a whole new species.
Facts.
So that's why when niggas was saying something in the chat about so-called Hispanics, them Cubanos is a whole nother species, the newest species on this planet.
So
When
for
they
my
come
brothers,
around in the 50s?
So for my brothers and sisters, when we start seeing these people outside, we can't let them walk around thinking that they native to this planet. We got to start questioning these people. What is your biological identification to the planet? And we got to start asking amongst ourselves, why do we send 25 million of our children to be psychologically evaluated by the same species that fed us to crocodiles? So I got a violation. You see what I'm saying? F1 in the chat.
Bro.
F1 in the chat.
Bro, if they take me down, I have a backup that I'm gonna switch to Ether. No worries.
Oh yeah, I already followed it. I got you.
Yeah, we both have it. We both have one.
Okay,
I
bet.
just want to add on about them vaccinations real quick too. It's our melanin that's protecting us from those free radicals, and they are actually unaliving us, depending on how much toxins that we're putting in our bodies with that. So our melanin is protecting us while we taking those type of shots.
Abundance for that, brother.
Abundance.
It's for that.
Alter, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next person. I come back.
Casino?
Oh,
Hey,
Wait a
brother,
minute.
that's
Listen,
a.
listen, though.
Hey, I gotta give it to that brother for saying that though, because I've been meaning to say something about that shit, about another fact that I found that we discovered the other day. So you just fueled me, and I'm abundance, brother, and gratitude.
All right, your abundance, sister. Gratitude.
Glad to help out.
Ricky, go ahead,
You
Ricky.
get it though, Alter. Did you get
Scott, I just want to let you know I appreciate your knowledge. I've been researching this for quite some time, and I would like you to repeat certain terms and things that you've said because I can further my study on the origin of white people. Because I've been looking too from the things that you've already exposed and just conversating with the guy that was arguing with you a few minutes ago. So it's like you said some things about them coming out the caves and like scientific names and stuff. So would you mind expounding a little bit? So because I'm late to the room. I'm just trying to catch up.
So like.
Like why are they hairy? You said they were born with tails. I kind of knew that.
Wait, so I heard you say that you already have done your research. So what do you know? And then I can probably.
As early back, I know that we just kept them. I don't know how they got to the caves, but I believe they are the people of Tartaria, and that the Egyptians and the African civilizations built the wall of China to try to keep them on that side of the planet, kind of. I just want to know how they got there, and because you said they were in the caves, they were hairy. You gave a scientific name for their genome and stuff
Yeah, but
like
I
that.
didn't say hairy, brother. I said hypertrichosis. So that's why I'm asking.
There we go.
Did you already know that, or did you Google it and then find out?
Oh no, I'm listening to you now. I'm just, this is my first time hearing the word hypertrichosis. So that's kind of one of the words I wanted you to repeat so I can further my research from there. Hypertrichosis And the tails, I knew about the tails. I didn't know it was that prevalent. I thought it was like once every blue moon. But I'm just here to, basically soak in parts of the conversation that I could use. I'm glad you guys are having this conversation because I've had this question for about the last 10 years now.
Ricky, where do you think they came from?
Well, as far back, the Egyptians don't really explain where they come from, but I kind of agree with Minister Farrakhan with where they were genetically kind of on the island of Patmos, where someone was brutal enough to basically exterminate all of the dark-skinned babies and kind of push that gene of the lighter skinned baby. Somebody had to be brutal enough to actually murder black babies. And that's where I believe all that Baal sacrifice and Moloch sacrifice came into play, because they had to desensitize people to all that mass murdering of babies.
All right,
so it became normal, and they made a religion out of it, and it was okay once they was feeding into Moloch and Baal and all these.
Okay. So
that's my
are you
theory.
saying that they stem from us?
Oh yeah, I think that they come from us. Just kind of like our worst part.
Okay. Let's just stop there. So how do they stem from us then?
That's why I'm listening to you guys, because I'm trying to figure that out for myself, for real. How do they come from us? Because I believe that we are albino as well. I believe we contain the full genome of the human species, so to speak.
The so-called black woman can make all 48 shades, but albinos are still so-called black people. They're still neuromelanated. So my thing is, these people they produce no neuromelanin and they possess animal DNA. How did that happen? Because so-called black people, we have no animal DNA.
My theory. This is only a theory, because I'm.
Nah, I don't need theories. I need facts, brother.
Oh, I don't. No one has that. No one has. If someone, that's why I'm here to listen, because if someone has those facts, that's kind of what everyone's looking for. You know what I mean? Because other than that, we're getting it from Dr. Malachi York. We're getting it from Minister Farrakhan. We're getting it from the Bible. We're getting it from the Egyptian writings.
I'm not getting it from any of those people, though.
Oh, so where do you get your information?
From reading.
Oh yeah, I read too. I'm talking about reading all of those things. I read a whole.
I'm trying to find truth myself. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not going off of what Malachi Z. York or whoever else you just said.
Did you say the Bible?
Yeah, I said the Bible. I said it's because it's nuggets of truth in all of it. You just kind of gotta sift it out like you do gold. You know what I mean? Like they sift out gold out the water. You kind of gotta sift out the parts that you can historically apply, and the parts that don't really apply.
From your research, how can you splice neuromelanin? Because you believe these people came from us. How can you splice neuromelanin?
No, I don't. I'm not sure, but I'm just led to believe that they are.
See, that's the thing, brother. We got to stop believing. We got to start knowing. You feel what I'm saying? Because there's children that are listening. You feel what I'm saying?
I know. I mean, this is my thing. God, the creator of all things, like the creator of this universe, the organizer, whatever you want to call them, they can mate with us. They can reproduce with us. So it's like somehow
there's multiple of them.
There has to be some way where they fit into our, because we can reproduce together. Like I can't reproduce with a dog. You know what I mean? So it's like somewhere in the genome, they are a part of us if we can reproduce together. That's my theory, that they have to be if we can reproduce.
That theory will be debunked by the Rogaine shot, brother, and aggression.
Yeah.
We don't naturally mate with them, bro. I'm just stating that. We don't naturally, what you see, the doctor there, that's a cover up. We don't naturally, can procreate with them. It's not a natural occurrence, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and the thing is, when they were very first created, they couldn't even reproduce amongst themselves. So if they came from us, then that would mean we would be naturally able to reproduce with them, but they wasn't even able to reproduce amongst themselves.
And
So
where
ask
and
you one more time. How can you splice neuromelanin?
I want to ask you, where did you get that information that they couldn't mate with each other? Where are you finding so that I can delve into that?
I'll go by the Sumerian text, the oldest creation story, and then you
Oh,
you
Enki
start
and,
to read
and
these
Enlil?
genetics books.
Yeah, I was ready to say that too.
You
Also,
start
you get
to you start to
values.
understand those creation stories a little bit more.
Oh, the Enki and Enlil stories?
No, it's just when you look at everything, it's not one certain thing that you can just get information from. It's a collective amount of research. That's why the brother is talking about introgression. He's talking about genetics. He's talking about just comparing genetic material. Like, you see what I'm saying? That's why you can't go based off of what someone else is saying. You have to do your research because their scientists and their historians are saying there's no explanation for how they got here. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because they don't want to say they was spliced with dogs and basically like a weaker part of us. They don't really want to expose that. They want to say they was here first. Mesopotamia originated everything. So they want to cling to that. So they got to make their origins a mystery. Like if you notice the Sea Peoples, the first arrival of white people, the Sea Peoples in 1177 BC, to this day, they say they don't know where they came from and they don't know where they went to. But these people existed and they caused a war that lasted 50 years. The biggest war in the history of the world. The Battle of Karnak with Ramses II, 1177 BC. And they just disappeared from history. No one knows where they came from and no one knows where they went. So I think white people are trying to cover up their origins, and it's up to us to kind of decipher it. That's why I'm talking to you guys to try to get some
They're
clarity.
actually not. That's the thing, brother. They're actually not, and it's not just YT people. That's what I was gonna say because I know a Dravidian professor that has over 1,400 publications related to introgression and hybridization, and 800 of them are introgression and talking about their creation story, how
Oh
they
no,
changed from
I don't mean all of them.
Right.
Hold
All
I don't
right.
mean
So Ricky, when somebody's speaking, you don't speak over them. You gotta wait till they're done.
I was just trying to say they are not the same amongst themselves, so there will be several creation stories. Just like when you look at the animals, there are several creation stories for these animals because they are not natural, the ones that they're spliced with. So it's a collective amount of research that you have to do. It's not one person, one book, one source, one. It's me and the co-host that's sitting next to me. This is a 10 years worth of research, books, lectures. I mean, just collective amount of research. It's just, what are you choosing to research? A lot of people just choose to go based off of what they hear and then only explore that. Well, that's somebody else's. That's what believing mean. It has the word lie in it.
Yeah.
But when you know, that comes through research and tapping in and knowing thyself. Because I meditate and the information comes to me first, and then I'm led to where to go because I align myself with authenticity. So I don't just use Google. I'm not a Google warrior. I don't condone that. I don't think anybody should just ask for a source. To be honest, there's a lot of my followers in here too. That shit pisses me off when y'all ask me in my comments for a source, because by the time you ask and type in the comments, can I have a source? You could already found one. I put all keywords into a video and you're like, oh, can you post a source? Why? Why are you asking me to find a source that I found through my perception instead of trying to find your own? We got to stop doing that. You see what I'm saying? So when the host, whenever he be hosting these lives, it's for people that understand speciation. It's not for people that don't know and are trying to get information so they can go to another live and talk. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but it's for people that know.
oh, no, I don't even have a live. I don't have a channel,
Yeah,
so I just kind of
I wasn't talking about you, brother. I was really just stating in general, but
Oh no,
you
but
can't
I
go
love this
like,
conversation though. I love this conversation because you guys are filling in a few blanks.
And if I could add on to Skywatcher too, right? A lot of people got to realize you have to cleanse your vessel. If your vessel is not clean, you're not going to be able to take in the light to even understand what we're talking about. You feel what I'm saying? So this comes with meditation because you are the key. You and your melanin is the key to this, but you have to get sunlight. You have to eat properly, or you're still packing on animal antigens and things that'll leave you distraught. You feel what I'm saying? Is that coming out right? Like you're not
Uh
going
huh.
to pick up on this
You're
frequency.
adding antigens. He's right. Your
Gotta eat
your
them electric
meridians are
foods.
clogged, right? Your meridians are clogged. Brain fog, clogged arteries. When your body is clogged, there's no way you can perceive the truth because you're not even, as a sentient being, you're not even able to pull in information from the universe properly because your integumentary system is clogged, right? You can't actually hear the universe. You can't hear her resonance. So when you study her resonance, you're not going to be able to make a connection, which is the reason why people say, I don't believe that. I don't believe. Well, if you know, you can only know by cleaning your vessel, which means that you need to understand what to put in it. What is its genetic composition?
And you will
That's
see,
Okay.
what,
and you
yeah.
will see that everything is right in your face.
Facts,
People are
right
like, oh, I don't know
there.
everything, I don't know, but it's literally right in
Right
your face.
there. That's the
Okay. This
thing.
is
It's just how cloudy and foggy are those lenses that you call your eyes. That's just
I have
how
a question.
it is.
All right, hey Ricky. After your question, I do want to get to Andrika because she
All
was
right.
waiting for a little minute. So yeah, you can go ahead and ask your question real quick though.
All right. You mentioned the Sumerian text and Enki. You said the Sumerian text, but I was wondering, is Enki and Enlil, were they responsible for genetic science experiments? Because I thought that they were the ones that kind of like, sectioned off the genes, spliced them with dogs and pigs, and they had the knowledge to be able to genetically manipulate uh our bodies, the human beings that make white people. So I'm just trying to figure out,
So yeah,
where.
that goes back when I asked you how can you splice neuromelanin. These entities could never splice so-called black people because neuromelanin, in order to splice a cell, you have to use UV light, and you can't splice our cells because the neuromelanin that coats our cells naturally just absorbs that UV light. So we can never be spliced.
Got you. So
But
where did they come from then? If they can't be spliced from us,
Electrical fusion, introgression.
And yeah, Enki Enlil he has a lot of names to depict one. It's just all of these religious texts: Enki, Enlil, Pindar, Moloch, Yakub,
Yahweh,
Jesus,
Jesus, all is all depicting one intelligent life form on the planet that has been here on the planet, and that's why they've been lying to us, thinking that so-called humans are the only so-called intelligent life forms on the planet. When it's in reality, there's been other so-called extraterrestrial life that's been on the planet, and it's all depicting one person. You see what I'm saying? And he lives in Rupert's Niagara, Black Rock. And this is where he's trafficking most of our women and children because that's the highest mountain in the north and the highest mountain throughout the whole planet, and it touches the magnetic dome. So this gives him so-called immortality because he gets to pull energy from the earth, which is another form of the so-called black woman, and now he pulls energy from the actual black woman with her totipotent stem cells and her children. This is what's happening.
so who is this he that we?
hold on. Let me
No.
get Andrika first.
Oh, all right, my bad.
I swear I just said it, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know what you're still confused on.
No, you said
I
he.
say he has many names. All of these names is just talking about one person.
Yeah.
Oh, Enki. I got you.
Right.
Go ahead, Andrika.
Oh, it's pronounced Ardrika, but thank you, guys, for your time up here, and hello to everybody. I'm not gonna say nothing that's too far off from what's already been said, but what I will say is I've been reading a little bit more, and like you were just expressing that there is, Yakub, Jesus, all these different names that people say that they come from. What I've been kind of researching and knowing so far is that they were talking about the Pleiadians. Apparently, there was some form of a war that happened here, however long ago. And I don't know if you guys ever read about the Pleiadians or anything of that sort, but they basically have this thing where they like to take over lands and take over worlds or wherever, all over the galaxy, if there isn't such thing as a space, but that's neither here nor there. But so basically, they were saying that these people needed someone that could actually cohabitate here on this earth. So they genetically spliced a group of people, and unfortunately, they did not survive. They needed something else to be able to survive here, and that's where the mixing came into place later on upon with Black people. But I kind of wanted to dabble, I guess, ask y'all questions, kind of bounce off a little bit of ideas to see what y'all think. I saw somebody in the comments say this too, but how do y'all feel about blood types? Like, what is your outlook on blood types in terms of O supposedly being the original and A and B being something that is, of course, a mutation from mixing?
All blood types are. Oh, you can go ahead if you want to answer that, Casino.
Oh, my bad. I thought Scott was going to get it. Go ahead, Scott. I like it when she hit him off with that shit.
Oh yeah, she can go if she want to, for sure.
Blood types are for breeding purposes only. So when it comes to O positive blood, zooborn chimps have that as well. Again, it's just describing the type and the amount of antigens that you have. That's what the blood type is explaining.
Yeah, and pigs have O blood types as well. Great apes have O blood types as well. A lot of animals have O blood types. You see what I'm saying? So even the Rh factor, which is determining how if the blood type is negative or positive within the 8 main blood types, that it just comes from animals as well, because that is a protein, is an animal protein, which is the rhesus monkey protein. So-called Black people, like we've been saying, we don't produce animal proteins. So all of their blood types are just pertaining to animals. It's just all talking about animal.
Well, not necessarily for them, but I'm speaking in terms of where do you see it? I guess maybe my question isn't clear. I understand relatively what blood is used for and what, I know the whole scope of it, but I'm asking you guys for your perception on how, when of course A is considered the antigen of blood, and then of course with B, we get into, darn it, I'm missing the word here. What type it is, darn it, I'm missing it. I guess in other words, what do you think in all of that? So you're saying that we share similar blood with all each other, or like?
No, I'm saying that we have antigens in our bloodstream,
right,
on our red blood cells, which is a foreign substance, and how they got there is through graping. That the Asian man, the Arab man, and the white tea man all put upon us. You see what I'm saying? For the last 4,000 to 2,000 years, this is what happened. And the food that we're eating today is pig. The main things that so-called Black people eat today is pig, chicken, and cow, and that's the main things these people are spliced with. So that adds on to the antigens, and then now it seems like we have the same blood types when in this reality we have antigens, and that's not supposed to be in our bloodstream. You see what I'm saying? In reality, we actually have sun blood. Our blood is just made from the sun because that's our genetic material.
So you're saying, in other words, that even though we may are classified as O, B, A, all of those things, even though we're classified as that, you're saying that just specifically when it comes to Black people, we have the antigens, but because of the type of the food that we're eating, you're saying that that's what's adding to more of the toxins, which to me, that actually doesn't sound logical, because how are we sharing blood type? I guess I'm a little bit confused. So I want, if you can help me out this end.
Okay.
If you cleanse your body.
Okay,
right?
hold on. Before the 12th dynasty, before there was any mixed children, we didn't have any of these blood types in our blood. We didn't share no blood types with any of these animals. You see what I'm saying? We had sun blood.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. This is what we had. But when we started to mingle with these people chemically, you see what I'm saying? Then that started to add antigens because we are two different species. That started to cause red blood cell hemolysis, and they literally gave us zoonotic diseases, right, and wiped out 2 continents alone, with many other countries with their phallus and reproductive systems. So this is what we're saying, is that we're not.
When you eat the meat, the same meat that they're spliced with, it adds antigen. So when you So I would advise explore molecular gastronomy because it's not just food. They use molecular gastronomy in damn near everything. You see what I'm saying? Nanotech. It's also parasites. Parasites also affect the way that you think and perceive the world. So you got to think if the last 10 to 15 generations are affecting the way you think today, which is a neurological fact, a genetic fact, plus the amount of antigens and the parasites that you're still feeding and what your mother and the grandmother, like all of it's being passed down through the mitochondria. It's called chemical oppression, cellular oppression. They have to oppress us, or not have to, but for contextual purposes, they have to affect you on a cellular level, micro to macrocosm. So it's about how you feed it. It's been introduced, but every parasite needs a host. So the foreign substance that we're talking about with antigens are still present in our blood the more we continue to feed them. Also, just normal consumption. It's a proven fact. Dr. Layla Africa, what makes Black people Black? When you feed your neuromelanin like a Caucasian, it diminishes the... So that means subscribing to their system. That means cosmetics. That means doing everything that goes against your genetic makeup diminishes the production of
Ricky.
neuromelanin.
Yep. And the hydrochloric acid that we produce in our stomach is not the same acid that they produce in their stomach. Ours is not made to produce to fermentate raw meat or to break down raw meat. Theirs is. They can eat raw meat and be energized from that. We would not be energized from that. You see what I'm saying? It would start to deteriorate us, and this is where all these cancers would take place because meat is a carcinogen. You see what I'm saying? And we're not supposed to add that to our blood.
But I was just about to add when it comes to like meats and stuff, because we were talking about pork, but guys, y'all really gotta like research this. Pork and red meats are carcinogens, and you never go. So if y'all want to eat meats, I would really avoid all. I would only try to eat poultry and fish if you're gonna eat meat.
Why?
Now, when it
I don't
comes
want to
to
cut you off, brother, but I want you to know we're not allowed to eat no meat at all.
Yeah, no meat at all, because 98% of venereal diseases come from zebrafish, and all of the fishes have mercury as well. Which is actually what causes us to deteriorate on the inside or slow down the production of melanin, like you were saying.
Why would we eat
no,
chicken
this is
when a chicken is genetically modified? A fish is genetically
no.
modified. Most fish that we are consuming today are genetically modified. You're not supposed to consume anything with eyeballs, a tongue, nothing of flesh.
Of course, I'm
Unlike
saying
flesh.
that. Yeah, I'm saying that we just know that red meats, of course, yeah, like they've modified everything with GMOs, all type of hormones, et cetera, right? I'm talking about when it comes to actual like the carcinogens because of the nitrates that they add. I was really about to talk about the butchers and how they add nitrates to preserve. So I was saying you really just shouldn't avoid it, but you shouldn't eat anything modified, obviously. So it's like, it's just a losing game. But I'm just telling people to research it.
According to our genetic makeup, we should be eating mainly fruits. So explore what a fruit is too. I would advise, because I didn't even know that certain things were fruit. Like a zucchini is a fruit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Bell
saying?
peppers,
Like
things like that.
bell
Even
pepper is
okra.
okra is a fruit. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff that you think is a vegetable is really a fruit, and that's when that's what my main video on my page is about. There are things that are here. My bad, I'm going off track. Do we answer the question with the blood types? What's going
Oh
on
yeah.
here?
Not necessarily, but I kind of understand where you guys are coming from.
So then, what do you think? Then, like, how are you gonna ask us, and then
What are you still confused on?
Well, the reason I'm asking the question is to get your insight on it, and I'm understanding where you're getting I understand your insight. So that was just the basis of my question. Also, I was trying to gain more understanding in terms of, because I guess maybe my question isn't clear, and I think that's probably what it is. It's probably not clear in terms of being able to allow you guys to answer the question properly in the way that I'm saying it. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are you saying that the blood types that we have aren't necessarily real? Are you also saying that we as Black people share the same blood type, even though we have mixed in with some of us, not all of us, have a percentage of Caucasian DNA, whatever the case may be. So I'm kind of trying to get the understanding of that process.
Yeah, we're saying blood types are not real because
Gotcha.
antigens again is a foreign substance.
Right.
So it was not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
My body didn't naturally produce that, and these antigens are just animal proteins, which come from pheomelanin, not neuromelanin. So these blood types, so-called black people don't really have these blood types. We have antigens, which is what determines blood types.
Yeah, that's what I was finna
Blood
add
type
on.
is determined by antigens.
So if you stop eating, right, for years, you detox your body, you won't have any animal antigens, is what we're saying. They're going to go off of your red blood cell count or white blood cell count. You see what I'm saying? They're not even going to fake you out with that animal antigen. You know what I mean? Because your blood is too clean. This is how, your oppressor fakes you out. So what my brothers and sisters trying to say, skip the blood count. It doesn't matter to you. The antigens will leave your body when you treat your body correctly. So now you're just worried about your blood cell counts. If I'm making that work.
Gotcha.
Genetic makeup, mainly fruits, H3O2, structure, water, and sunlight.
Yep. And if antigens make up blood type, so that just tells you that the foreign substance is what makes up blood type. So the foreign substance that's not supposed to be there makes up that blood type. So what is your real blood type?
Right.
What is your genetic makeup, like she just said? You know what I'm saying?
Right, and I also want to go back to the main topic. Where do you think these other people came from?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't come from us. I mean, like I said that they were. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I said that they come from a different group of people. Aliens, as people would classify them, they are not from here. That they had to be spliced, and the particular people that they came from wanted to take over this earth, whatever. So they had to be spliced in order to be able to survive on this land because the ones who created them could not survive here.
Okay. What people were spliced in order for them to be created?
I mean, they spliced animals. This is all from animals.
Okay.
Yeah. This they didn't come from us. If that's the main question. Yeah. No.
Okay, I could agree with that.
It's
Okay, my
not
question.
about animals, though.
Because you just clarified things. So are you saying that basically white people are like a splicing of a whole bunch of different animals?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's animals, though.
So it's like
It's
dog,
also
pig, and
vegetables,
avian.
but eukaryotic organisms. Let's say that.
So
How does animals connect them to a different group of white people that is not from here?
I'm sorry.
Say it again.
How is them? You said if they're spliced with animals, how are they connected to a different group of organisms that are not from here?
Because the reason why they are connected to them, I don't know if you've ever seen some of the it's they like to hide stuff in plain sight, and a lot of people don't pay attention to certain things. But one of the movies that I like to reference a lot is Prometheus. Prometheus is not what you think it is of what the Greeks and Romans. It's not that. Prometheus was about a group of aliens that supposedly visit here. A group of scientists were trying to discover where they came from, and all of the scientists were white. They go on to later see, they find these alien ships somewhere ducked off in like Alaska, somewhere like in these frozen caves. And within the movie, they eventually find their cells in some type of box or something that was been kept in there. So basically, long story short, is that the people that they supposedly saw looked very similar to them. And they call them the tall whites. I don't know if y'all ever heard that before. They call them the tall whites, where they're like blonde. They looked blue-eyed. They're see-through. They look like white people, but different versions of white people. Well, if anything, I believe that is where they come from. I've been hearing, or not hearing, but I've been reading some about along the lines of the Dravidians and the Neanderthals. It's possible they could have been spliced between the Dravidians as well as they could have been spliced from them as well. So it's a long laundry, but either way it goes, no matter who they were spliced from, they did not genetically come from Black people or African people, whatever you want to call it.
The people you just named are spliced too.
Yeah, the Greys, the tall whites, the Pleiadians, they were all spliced on this planet. They don't have no those so-called Pleiadians. They just people just giving them these names, but these are not so-called Pleiadians. But they were these organisms that you're talking about were spliced on this planet as well, amongst with the Neanderthal, with these modern whites, the Bigfoots, all of that shit. So they don't originate from no landmass or no planet or no solar
No
system.
star system or
Who
nothing.
who would have
Yeah, I
who
was
would
gonna
have
say they
spliced them?
just
Who would have
okay.
spliced the
But you
Pleiadians?
see, that's just a way for them to have a space in the cosmos with us. That's cap too. Ain't nobody with no clear skin traveling no cosmos. So that's cap.
Yeah, and you said who spliced them.
Mm-hmm.
All of these, all like we said earlier, all of these names in your religious texts, Jesus, Yahweh, whatever, Yeshua, Pindar, Moloch, Satan, all of these is just describing one extraterrestrial being, part of the draconian species that has been genetically splicing organisms on this planet for like over 300,000 years. This is what's been going on.
I'm about to say, may I speak before I go ahead and get up out of here? Because I just got something I want to give people an understanding of the outlet of what's being said on the live. I'm about to say, like, I got like 3 different shows and movies for people to watch based upon what we talking about right now. The first one being Sun Laws. So, like, go watch it, The Sun Laws. I don't know if anybody familiar with that. And then 2 other ones, they just dropped the first one. They just dropped the second, the sequel to it this year. It's called Castlevania Nocturia. That depicts and talks about how, like they said, talk about how grape and stuff like that based upon our people and what they did to the feminine nature of women and the children of how we used to have powers like the Yoruba tribe, stemming from that stuff, like how we predate a lot of their knowledge and stuff, our esoteric knowledge. They don't want us to remember how we used to use like tattoos, how they demonize tattoos. We use that, how we got branded. They used to brand us and stuff like that. So we still even had to wear them. We had to walk through like shackles and scars and still be strong. But then you got Castlevania, the first one. That shows you how like necessarily not all YT people were like physically bad. Some of them were on the side to help the restoration of what wickedly happened to us. So like some of them do necessarily have the change of heart, because it's through the chakras of compassion that you necessarily can convert into a honest being. That's what the Ankh shows. You feel me? Weigh your heart, and then you shall have everlasting light. And that's real. But other than that, like, yeah, really like lock in with that. You feel me?
Oh, you said Sun People and Castlevania. Say that again.
So the first one, The Sun Laws. It's
Sun
2
Laws.
other movies that stem out of it, so they're gonna pop up on your YouTube. But the first one is The Sun Laws, and then the other 2, they don't connect to The Sun Laws. The Sun Laws is just what anybody can honestly understand from a matriarchal understanding. That's the mother, the matriarchal. No matter what you do in life, how the world looks, society is just a big motherboard. All these things, they just harness energy. That's all we are. We're collective consciousness that harness energy through monolithic sentient beings. That's why we stand upright. That's why they harness our energy and feed off of us and what we do. So like the Sun Law shows you how we were solar energies that literally fed from the sun, as Ether, whatchamacallit, Casino and Sky were saying, like, we necessarily literally pull peridium energy from the paradox of reality. That's why we exist. We perpetuate our existence every day. That's why when niggas say like how you wake up in the morning, you wake up due to the fact of perpetuation of plasmic energy. Blood is the second factor of what we are. It's just, you feel me? That's why we get hot. That's why we our body gets heated real. If you literally focused on heating your body up right now, it would literally get hot. And that's real still. That's how you know like we're solar beings. Other than that though, like, yeah, really like lock in. And the last 2, like you said, it's Castlevania Nocturia. So like NOCTURIA, Nocturia. And then the first one that's before it is Castlevania. And it shows you how like we necessarily had to come back. That's why they made society, because we came from civilization. We were always civil people, but they wanted, society means soul science of entity. So they want to necessarily understand how we necessarily continue to live. After all the hate and all the things they did to us, our people are still the majority, but they want us to think we're the minority. And that's really what the stigma that's what the stigma really is. You feel me? It's the mind over matter. You feel me? That's why they want us to be the minority, because they know our minds are stronger than the majority, which we already are though. That's what we always knew. As to why she said, like, if a black woman was to produce with anybody, or even so a black man at sometimes, you will create what? You feel me? A predominantly genetically carbon skin individual. You feel me? So like that's what you gotta understand. Like we gotta bring that pool to come back and collectively understand. What was what you call it saying earlier? Ether. He said we gotta start G checking people. Like really ask people like, do you know your genealogical makeup? Like XXX and Tashion used to say like, what's the time of your birthplace, where you were born? You feel me? Like what's your blood? What's your like? Why do you hate? Why do you love? Like these are questions that we need to ask people because that would necessarily have us understand why people or what people honestly would, what side would they really choose if they were here to stay on Earth? If you were here to be for nature, or are you here to cause vile action? And that's what we need to differentiate in this time right now. We just need to separate the fake from the weeds. Like if you necessarily want to continue to grow, then grow in your own infinite manner. But if you just want to take away from the crop, then necessarily we can't let you obtain any fruit. We gotta shun people that necessarily don't want to learn, so they can just see what life is supposed to be like. And that's what I think we need to continue to do is shed light on what we honestly understand and feel me understand it for ourselves, and then overall overstand it for everyone else. Show people around you, the kids, you feel me, the women, your family, the people that you are orientated to, learn what you know honestly, so then you can honestly protrude to them what they need to see. So then they go around people like, okay, I know what this need to be, da 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 da. Because like right now we are in the end game. Like that's why they drop these movies, like they drop the movie and whatnot, because they telling us like we headed to a time where we need to have a conscious, calm, collective mind and be able to talk to one another without making it so much race and color and so much confrontation amongst one another. Because at the end of the day, like we're always gonna come back to the pool of collectivity, connectiveness. You're gonna want to be analytical. You feel me? That's why I say like animals, they're necessary to a connection of compassion. Think about it. If you, like they say, you gotta face the beast. If you can literally be friends with an animal, that shows that you're calm in your own natural habitat. Because animals have to literally go. What do humans live in? We live in houses every day, but yet we still go into the world and find ways to be outright mad. You feel me? Out of touch with life and whatnot. But animals got to go through rain, snow, all that stuff, and they still have to, you feel me, make a family, love one another. They do stuff based upon how even humans think. They still do stuff based upon family orientation. So like the number 6 is depicting the goddess or the woman, because the 6 coming down and then the circle being the stomach, the womb. So like knowing that animals show the greatest understanding of what family truly is. They have packs, they have covens, they have all that stuff. Humans lack that in this day and age due to the fact of they disregard the black goddess. They disregard why connectivity is all. So other than that though, like them movies gonna help anybody though. So like just go and watch those for real. Them shows they gonna help you understand how the trickle effect really happened. And you gonna realize like, okay, it's not to argue, but it is to reconcile. People need to start to reconcile with the idea they have, but we can't necessarily have what we want. You just need to know you just need to know that like Ether was saying, in this day and age, if a person doesn't want to know anything, then like discard them from what they talking about. Like she's saying, if it's just like how they got prokaryotic, eukaryotic, why do they have pro-life, pro-choice in this day and age? They want the woman to feel as if she doesn't have a choice. When a woman always knew what the choice was, it was to create life. It was to create all. That's why I say, when it comes from a feminine knowledge, you understand that everything necessarily was created for a reason. So like, I wouldn't disregard why white people are here, but you have to understand what they are doing now. So it's like, we know what they've done, but let's not understand. There's nothing new under the sun. So you feel me? We gotta take that on. We gotta be cool. She said, which woman though? Like I said, feminine nature, I wouldn't say genderality is all. If you look at the 7 laws of life, genderality necessarily is all. So it's like, knowing feminine leads to masculine, feminine, 9 leads to masculine, which is the number 9 number. And that's why people work 9 to 5 today. 9 is for the, whatchamacallit, that's for the, you feel me, masculine number, that's the highest level of consciousness. And then 5, that solar energy, the sun. So they want you to use your solar energy to get up and work for the divinity of what they got going on today. And we got to regress from that action and progress our own ways of thinking now. We got to show ourselves and the people around us what we honestly want in this world. You feel me? Bring out them crystals. Bring out that knowledge that you know. You feel me? Don't go to college because you don't need that fake degree. Degrees are just rays of light. You feel me? Like how we get downloads from the sun. Our degree of understanding, we know what's real. We know what matters. You feel me? Because if things matter today, then things would be going fine. But we know things need to be refined. So we just got to find ourselves. You feel me? And that's all I'm saying. But them 3 movies alone, they will show y'all the way. But the sun laws, if you see the other two, you're gonna understand what I'm truly saying as well. Everything is like connected in such a sense to where it's a loop factor. That's why DNA is a caducery. It's the factor of spiral energy needing to happen. I can't say like we don't need to continue to argue about are white people real, this, that, because it's gonna lead to only what more debate, jeopardy. It's gonna put things in such a way to where you're gonna
There's
only
no
want to argue.
debate. Yeah, I
Huh?
do want to get to the next person, but there's no debate when it comes to are white people real. It's not like we say. It's not just about so-called white people. It's about everybody outside of so-called black people.
I wanted to add to that.
It was just
You were
debatable.
saying how we like.
I don't think it's that deep. A debate is just a debate. I don't
No
think it's
cap.
that deep.
Moral of the story is,
Well, I
too,
wanted
I
to.
believe y'all having compassion. Well, not y'all, but common. I think you kind of want to have compassion for these other races of people, bro. And we don't got that over here, bro. It's our time to shine. Feel me? So whatever purpose you think they had, whatever, it don't matter. Their purpose is to be exposed right now. And we have
For real,
compassion only
bro.
for our species. And that's it.
Cast out the darkness, bro.
Nah, that ain't darkness, nothing. That's just fact, bro.
Yeah, we know what's really going on, but that's what I wanted to say that we are not the same. We talking about mothers and stuff. Black mothers are not the same as other races' mothers. That's just we know that's not the same. So you can't try to make us seem like we all one at the end of the day because it's just not the case. It's objective truth is it's not. So we are very aware of what they've done in history and what they're still doing to this day. It would be different if they stopped. But they haven't stopped and they don't plan on stopping. They're still doing the same stuff they've been doing. It's not like a change. What they've
And
done
our
is
and our
bad for them.
melanated skin, to add to what he's saying, our melanated skin scientifically.
Go ahead and finish All Star. Maximum, I'm gonna get to you right after.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, he could go ahead. I was just saying, yeah. So what they're still doing this stuff. It would be different if they completely stopped. If they tried to change. If they tried to fix it. Look who they got in office, for example. They look what they still doing. Why are you making it seem like they just stopped doing this stuff? Like they just completely, they're trying to change or be better. They're not. They're still spreading evil, and they're not planning on stopping. Clearly,
That's true.
so it's not, and it's also not a debate. It's not a debate because it's truthful. The people that come up here, they can't really defend what they say at all. That's why I try to keep it really simple. If we're the same, you got to always see what they can see, right? Because they can't get into deeper thought. They cannot critically think. So they know melanin exists. They know them getting sunburned exists. So that's how you got to keep it with them. If we are the same, where is your melanin? Okay, you're quote unquote melanin. You got quote unquote melanin. Why are you getting burned from the sun then and we aren't? That's how you got to keep it then. If we are the same, make that make sense. They can't make it make sense because they know they get blisters. They got to go to the hospital. They get third-degree burns from the sun. We aren't the same. We aren't. So that's how you got to make it real simple for them so they get it. Then we can expand on top of that. But how you really dog walk them in these conversations by keeping it simple, and then we can slowly expand to where they completely get lost because they're not ready to have these conversations at all. They cannot accept the fact that they get blisters from the sun. They cannot accept the fact that they get they don't have real melanin.
Gotta reckon.
So that's how you got to keep it. And I'm gonna land my plane there.
Well, definitely. Go ahead, Maximum.
Up to y'all. I'm about to go ahead and up out of here. I got some chores to do. I'll see y'all.
Well, that gratitude and abundance. Yo, Maximum.
Yeah.
I like to say something.
Let's go on the topic though. Where did these people come from? Let's start there.
Well, I believe because they hold that Neanderthal gene, and they hold like all these different aquatic water records. They talk to different species of the aquatic realm in the ocean. They're real close with these animals. The dolphins even protect them from sharks. There's scientific evidence proving this. I'm not just talking some jabber. But I mean, me personally, because their eyes, even the blue eyes, right? Like the whole sunlight thing, and them not being able to look in the snow for a long time because they'll go snow blind. That's why they wear sunglasses when they're snowboarding, because the sun will reflect off that snow, and then it'll hurt the iris of their eyes, even burn it. Look it up. It's a true thing. Snow blind. We don't go snowblind because that darkness in our eyes protects us. But nevertheless, um, just a lot of different things. I mean, if you look at the Inuit people, they used to call them Eskimo, but I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but the
Hold
Inuit
on.
people.
Now I was asking, where did they come from?
Well, well, that's what I was kind of getting to. I mean, if you look at those people, they haven't changed, right? They say they come from the snow and the mountains, so I don't believe that either. But I do believe, since they hold all these water records, they get this one disease with where their fingers get webbed together. I believe they're like part water, like Atlantean, because it was real close to. If you look up like the location of the Atlantis or whatever, it was next to Africa. And so if everybody kind of came from Africa, how I break it down is I think they part water, their mama's out the water maybe, and their dad is from the land, a Neanderthal dude that was a little bit lighter up in northern Africa. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. I think they part water and part here.
So you think that a Neanderthal mated with something in the water and created so-called white people, or not even
Like
just
some
so-called white
kind
people,
of
everybody, or
yeah,
let's
because
say
I
the
mean,
white
even if
man,
you
the
do the
Asian man, and the
science, like
Aryan
on
man.
like the albino fish and like the different species of fish that live real down deep in the water and have these blue eyes, and I mean, it just I don't know, man, it just all makes sense, man. And then when you look at some and listen to some of these other scientists talk about it, it just all makes sense, man. Like they branched off of that somehow, some way or another. That's what I feel because
So, no, I'm
body
asking
being
you, is that how you think they came into existence?
yes, that's how I think they
All right,
came into
so
existence.
let's stop there.
Okay.
So my thing is, species cannot mix with species. So how did a Neanderthal mate with anything inside of the ocean when they have two different processes? Well, depending on what
Well, we don't
animals
know
are
that.
out
We don't know that,
in the
right?
ocean.
Like I'm just guessing.
What
I'm not saying this is
you
for
don't
sure.
know
This is
that?
just like a theory
Uh,
of mine. I mean, we don't know what reproductive organs the Atlanteans had. You know what I'm saying?
Who
Like that's not for
you're
sure
talking
thing. Like
about the Atlanteans? I'm talking about people we could see today. How did they get here?
yeah, I mean that's just my opinion, man. I don't know. I don't know. That's I don't.
So
Other than
okay,
that, I don't
okay.
know.
No,
The
we ain't
other
gotta say
opinion
nothing.
is they fell out
Hold
the
on, brother.
sky.
Hold on, brother. We ain't gotta say more. You say you don't know. So my question to you now is, if you do not know, why did you come up here?
What, man? I thought we was having a discussion.
I have a topic up there, and if you
Oh
don't
man, you
know,
bullshit,
you
man.
can't
You a
contribute
hating
to the
ass nigga.
topic.
Fuck you, man. Suck my dick.
Oh, so
Come on, if you don't know,
Yeah.
no,
that boy
no, that's
eating
gonna get me
chicken.
banned, bro.
That boy
That's
eating chicken and
bad.
liquor, boy.
You can't be saying that. That's how I got banned the last time.
Sorry guys, I like
Yeah.
that shit
Not
was
enough
that
one.
shit like he said it out of nowhere, so that shit caught me by surprise. That shit was
Goes
wild.
crazy off the roast.
That's what happens when you eat animals right there. You think just like when you
He
react.
thought that he could just come up here and just, like roll up and like chief to like some bullshit and talk about mysticism. And we don't do that shit here, bro. There's facts that can prove where these niggas came from. Y'all just aren't exploring the facts. So niggas who rather sit down and watch a movie, I'm not knocking it. But if you don't know who's who and what's what in that movie, you're gonna be confused and still subscribe to the wrong shit. I would advise for my people, sit down, read a book. What Makes Black People Black is 60 pages. The first book to Divine Carbon is 47 pages with lots of pictures, and it gets straight into it. What is neuromelanin? And it has a whole page filled with a breakdown on the biochemical substance that you're composed of, which is what's functioning all of your cells. We don't do semantics here. Y'all come here wanting to do that, and that's not what that's not what I do. That's not what Denzel do. That's not what casino. No, none of us in here do that. Y'all do that.
Okay, I have a question because
Yeah, I would hold
I'm
on.
here because
I
I'm
want to get
curious. I'm
I want to get to the next guest, and I'm gonna circle back to you, bro. I got you. Go ahead, Miss Virgo.
Hi y'all. How y'all doing? I was coming up to say, okay, I'm 45, right? And I remember when I was a kid, having a Cabbage Patch doll, right? Do y'all not know that the Cabbage Patch Kids was a real actual thing, and they are the ones that is thriving now today. Some of the ones that was actually created. Have y'all seen that?
I haven't seen anything on the Cabbage Patch Kids, but I do understand that we have a whole group of people, a whole group of people that aren't supposed to be on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that.
Yeah, cause I know when I was coming up, you know, they was I thought it was fake until recently I seen an a very very old clip of them actually creating them and actually saying that they are, you know, some of the white tea people now today.
Okay, so
And I was in shock when I seen that.
right, so I want to ask you, well, where did they come from? Like everybody outside of so-called black people.
I thought they came from the Anunnaki.
Okay, what does Anunnaki mean?
I couldn't even tell you. I really could not tell you because I'm just not getting into all of this to these recent years. Because I had never heard of them ever, like in life, even coming up.
All right, so
Have you done any research about the Anunnaki? Like, how did you get to that point? Like, what made you say that?
Actually, I was on YouTube one day and I came across this guy, what his name? Billy Carson, and he was speaking about them. And that's how I came across it.
So you
Because
just
I actually had never knew about them.
So here's my thing, right? When y'all see stuff like that, what in your brain makes you not want to go research deeper or pick up a book? So you would just go off of watching somebody on YouTube stating something about your genetics or anybody else's genetics, and you don't want to dig deeper into that?
No, I actually do, but I don't know actually where to go at this big old age that I am at 45, because I have never heard of a lot of these things, to be honest. So I do want to research it, but I don't know like where to get the books from.
Gotcha.
Cause I'm big on like doing research, but that's where I came across it when it came to the Anunnaki.
So, sister, with much love, when we're like, cause the host, the
Wait, I
topic,
can't hear you.
the host topic in here is where did they come from? We're asking people where did they come from, but if you don't really know, then it's hard. It's gonna be hard for you to have a conversation if you're just going based off of what someone else is saying. So, you see what I'm saying? Like we've actually explained how they are here through electrical fusion.
Talking about the white tea people or just a lot of people in general?
No, everybody outside of our species.
Oh, okay.
When we're talking about we're talking about everybody outside of our species.
Just like the host has on the screen, he has a so-called white tea man, an Arab man, and an Asian man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Uh-huh.
The Mexicans and the Cubanos, Italians all came from them mixing DNA with us.
Right, but I want to address the comments. There's a melanated woman in the chat saying that she shares biological identification to the planet because she has so-called African in her. So I asked her what her mother was, and she said her mother was mixed. I asked who her mother was, and I didn't get an answer. I just want to state for the room that your mother genetics rule 100% of the time. That is a genetic and a scientific fact. All right. And she was in here 3-4 hours ago when I put the source on the screen. So we need to know your mother. We need to know if you stem from the Totipotem stem cell in order to share a biological identification with this planet. Right. Because right now, based off of that profile picture, I see sulfur and ammonia. I see a eukaryotic hybrid.
And well, Miss Virgo, it seems like you don't fully understand the topic, so I do want to move on to the next person
Okay.
respectfully.
Real
So
quick too, Miss Virgo. I suggest you come back and visit us, right? But get on Amazon and get a biology book for dummies, a genetics book for dummies, microbiology for dummies, and start there. And it's a couple other books too, but yeah, you got to do some reading to really know what's going on.
I sure will. Thank you guys.
no problem. Abundance and gratitude.
See you too.
Go ahead, Beyond Sapien.
Well, I wanted to find out if you guys also take into consideration religious writings, like for example the Book of Enoch. The reason I ask is because in the Book of Enoch it states that when Noah was born, his father ran to his grandfather and said that I have a strange child that does not look human. He stated to his dad that the child is white. And that's in Enoch, the Book of Enoch 1, and it's verse 106 to like 108. But of course, the Book of Enoch been taken out of the Bible. So
Okay. Any way that you can explain where they came from, I just want to hear your thoughts on it.
To me, it sounds like from a different part of the galaxy. To be honest, that's my opinion. It sounds as if they're from a different part of the galaxy. They're more recent than we are. That's why their population is smaller. They still need time to catch up as far as population goes. Nothing that's natural to the Earth. I don't see how you could get skin cancer because the sun is what gives life.
Right.
So most life.
Let's stop right there real quick. You said they came from a different part of the galaxy, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So would that involve them going outside of this outside the veil and being exposed to the sun?
Well, they could be further from the sun. I believe. Because I can't see. Most life come from the tropics and then spread either southward or northward, along the equator. So how you get skin cancer? You know what I'm saying? If you evolve on the Earth, naturally evolve on the Earth, how come you get skin cancer? It doesn't. Certain things don't add up,
Right, and then we also got to look at the animals that they're spliced with, though.
Spliced with?
Yeah, they have different types of animal genetics inside of them.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because one thing that's also mentioned in scriptures or religious writing is abomination, where they were experimenting with other creatures on earth. And it's written that's one of the reasons for the flood, because of this mixing and this hybridization that was taking place. Even in the Bible itself, it says that the sons of God came down and slept with the daughters of men. So right there, you're going to have a hybrid, because you have the Adamite, which is of Adam, being mixed with the, people of a different race or a different type.
Hey, Beyond Sapien, just a short answer and like maybe like a sentence or less. Where did everybody outside of the so-called black race come from?
I believe from a different part of the galaxy. Not sure of where, but that would be my short answer.
How can they come from a different part of the galaxy?
I just which galaxy? Different. Which galaxy are we in?
Well, we're in the Milky Way, right?
I don't know. You said that they from a different. I'm asking you.
I don't know for sure, but people talk of Sirius, people talk of Pleiades. There's all these talks of different, I guess, planetary systems. So it could be one of those, but they're definitely not like the rest of us. So
Okay.
that's my thought.
And I respect that. And a lot of people say that they came from a different star system or a different planet or a different part of the galaxy. But if you study the cosmos, if you study
Hmm.
galaxies, if you study
Hmm.
stars, every
Right.
planet turns into a star, right? If you understand space and the cosmos, right? And if you
Hmm.
understand you on a quantum level as a so-called black man or woman, I don't know if you are, but I'm speaking to those people.
I'm listening.
What you do on a quantum level, what your cells do is what's happening in the cosmos right now. So this is why I say study the cosmos, because if you are having a hard time grasping genetics, but if you understand space,
Hmm.
this is still a part. It's just quantum science. It's just a different branch. Genetics, cells is quantum. It's a different part of the quantums. So that's why I'm saying when the host, abundance and gratitude to the host, because he cooking with this topic, because there is an explanation. If you have explored science and if you have explored history, if you have explored everything that you could possibly explore, just like a scientist, just like historians are doing, the only conclusion that you can come to is electrical fusion. There is no star or planet that they share biological identification with, again, as a sulfur and an ammonia based being. See, as so called black people, we're carbon, hydrogen, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen. We biologically identify with the entire cosmos and this entire planet. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So again, where do they come from? Because we say that we found them in the caves, but when we look at their genetics, they still don't share biological identification to the caves. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
we got to go deeper before we just come up to panels. We got to figure this out, because right now we're teaching our children indoctrination. Right now we're teaching our children that we're all the same. Right now there's animals that's teaching your children. Ether ran a live, what was it, yesterday or the day before? And somebody that we know, right, was on an alias page trying to just disagree with us and just trying to cause uproar. She tells the sister on the panel, oh, let her go to a all-female shelter where they're trafficking more of our women. Like, y'all not really thinking here. Child Protective Services, but 8 million children go missing. These niggas not protecting shit.
And right out their hands, 70,000 go missing. Right out their hands.
Like, what you mean?
Like, what?
So why are you just trying to disagree with me and hate on me so bad that you would tell another sister and walk them right into their hands, y'all? We not studying. We're chemically imbalanced and we can't see the truth because you want to hate on somebody else, because you still eating meat while telling somebody else. How could you tell anybody what to do when you are chemically imbalanced and you're not even working to become more in tune with you? See, somebody asked me in the chat, you stop teaching spirituality? Nigga, I'm teaching you to know thyself, down from micro to macrocosm. Y'all think that this is just supposed to be mystical shit. I don't move like that. There's a scientific explanation for everything that you think is ethereal. Fuck you mean? Quantum science explains that. And if you're not exploring that, if you're not exploring the cosmos, if you're not exploring genetics, when the base word of genetics is gene, and gene means origin, then how can you tell me where you come from? How can you tell me where anybody comes from? You're not even studying origin. Come on, y'all. And then y'all get upset with me. Oh, yeah, that's because people think that movies are just, but that's not a movie about genetics, which is the conversation that we're having, babe. Y'all come in here with feelings, and then you want people to validate your feelings with a source or a particular narrative or something. We don't do that in here. Facts over fucking feelings. What's your biological identification? You yapping in the comments, but what's your biological ID? You have African in you is telling me nothing about your origin. Do you come from a petri dish or Earth's evolution? Which one? It's a simple, you know what I'm saying? Simple answer.
Beyond Sapien, you got anything to say?
No, at this point I'm listening. I already dropped my opinion, and that's it. I'm off. I could say.
Oh yeah, I wanted to add something. I'm about to drop, but I just wanted to say that
Yeah,
so guys, no, I'm about to drop. I was about to say that when it comes to melanin and stuff, guys, remember pheomelanin is sulfur based. Y'all need a source so bad. Y'all could go research this right now. It's not hard. Y'all could use anything to research it by anything, and they all gonna say the same thing because this is basic biology, basic objective facts. And mind you, when you go look this stuff up, they will try to push a narrative to a certain degree, but to a certain degree, they can't push a narrative. So pheomelanin is sulfur based. Now, it's very different from the melanin that we have. Y'all can't stay in the sun for a reason. We are not the same. If we are the same, why do y'all run from the sun that gives life? Y'all know it gives life. Why are y'all running from that? Make that make sense. So at the end of the day, it's about what we are, what we know, and what y'all don't know. But what y'all do know is the very basics. Y'all know the very simple basics. Y'all don't want to critically think. Y'all don't want to think about these things, right? Y'all need to remember, we are not the same. But why have y'all done what y'all do? Why do we procreate and y'all have to try to eliminate? We know why. Y'all don't know why. So when y'all ready to have these conversations, and y'all could join up, but y'all not ready for these conversations. That's why y'all keyboard warriors, I asked y'all to join up, and then y'all stop talking and run away. I asked 4 different people to join up, and y'all keep running. If you really believe you are right, why can't you stand on business and join up? Why do y'all have to get emotional and get loud and try to over talk and not wait your turn? It's because y'all don't know what y'all are talking about. Y'all not ready to have these conversations. So it is what it is. Y'all just not ready for it. Oh, well, look, Ricky Clark is sending a request, so I'll wait for that, and then I'll drop after I have a conversation with you.
I want to get to this guest because I don't think he spoke yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's reactions. It's just like a chemical reaction and thing of that sort. Can you all hear me by any chance? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right.
Where did these people come from?
Where did these people come from? That is a very good question, man. And that's the reason why I joined, because I had a question for your question. I understand you said petri dish, and I heard, genetically from the earth, and that comes to me. And this ain't no theories like, oh, I believe this, that, or I read this and that. Or I was on the dark side of YouTube. This is more so on a deeper complex. Like, I want to ask this. This is more so a question for all of you, actually, if you want to answer. All right. So I know you were speaking of like the snow. My friend shared this. He's like, I know you'd be interested. Sorry. So he said something along. One of the speakers said something along the lines of, not even being a part of the earth, but not even fully. I can't remember how you said it. If I could say how you said it, I was driving when you said it. Sorry.
I do want to.
The snowboarding.
I go back to the.
Wear it from the snow blindness.
Hold on. I want to go back to. I want to go back to the original topic. Where did they come from? Can you answer that?
Where did they come from?
Yeah.
So realistically, man, like as far as like doing my research, it seems like it's made an experiment, man. It seems like it's an experimental thing. It seems like it's more so on a genetic level, on an experimental thing, and because like things can be made, things can be spliced, and not even just labs, man. It's just like the shit that's done. It's on an experimental level. I can never tell you where they're from. Just like, we can never really say. We just have what we have, and that's
there are some scientists out there that can explain how they came into existence.
Well, they can theorize how they came into existence. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand that. Yes, most definitely. They can theorize how they came into existence. Yes,
No,
that's
it's
very
also
intelligent.
hey,
Reactions.
you gotcha. You know what else is also a theory? The Big Bang Theory. And you want to know how I know it's not theoretical and why it's been debunked as a theory? Because that's what takes place in a so-called black woman in the gestation period. So again, a lot of things that are deemed as theoretical are not theoretical because there's too much proof in the proof. Like, here's the thing about science theories versus their normal theories. What claim is that scientific theory making? And what proof and what was actually tested? See, that's the thing. What theory was tested in that? Because when we look at evolution, they say, "Oh, that is that has science. That has scientific fact." Of course, it does. But the claim itself, how we went from haploids to diploids, was it proven? No.
Yes,
This
no,
is
of
the
course. I
reason
don't
why it
believe in
is
the whole
theoretical.
Darwinism. No,
So
I
that's
don't
what
believe
I'm
in that.
saying. What the
No.
host is saying, and I'm just backing him up as his mind. What he's saying is just because it is deemed as a theory, what made it a theory though? What was actually tested? And then what are the facts? This is stuff you can only gain from doing your own research.
Well,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
want to ask
And
this.
then you can then present the facts. That's all I'm saying.
I want to ask this. And like, you know, with that being said, before we get there, like I appreciate the message. Like I'm a man of science myself. I love it. But as far as that, you know, it's a better way to say the message than to it's kind of belittling. You know what I'm saying? And I respect what you're doing here. You know, like it's great. Like my friend sent this to me. So I was just like, yo, this is dope.
Wait,
But
so
what
I'm
but
belittling people?
no, I'm not saying you're belittling me. I'm just saying as far
No,
as the
not
message,
you.
when some
Are
people
you
come up
saying
here
I'm
with pure
belittling?
curiosity
Yeah,
or
you
just
did.
pure, well, I'm just let me just get a moment and I'll leave if you like. You know, it's fine. It's just I appreciate the message. I love the message. Like what you're promoting is great. I love it. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff I talk about. You all are on a more higher level when it comes to it because of course your research was probably more extensive than mine, and I respect that. It's just like I'll say when I came in, like I almost left, but because I appreciate the message and I respect what you had to say, I didn't because I wanted to hear you out some more. There was a fella up here, you know, talking about his theories. He didn't know much and whatever. And the first thing you asked him is, "Why'd you come up here?" Like that kind of that's I
Listen,
like
the
with that.
reason I asked because he said he didn't know. He didn't have anything to contribute to the conversation. He was just coming up here. If you want to, I mean, we
But
already stated where they came from multiple times.
yes, but
So all
you
you
as
gotta do
but
is
you
sit in the
but you
comments
are
and listen. You feel what I'm saying? Like I'm not belittling anybody. It's just if you don't have an understanding, then there's no point of
Just
requesting up.
just saying electronic fusion doesn't answer anything.
And you're saying it's not even electronic fusion, bro. You're not
Yeah.
even.
The fuck? Let the host speak, y'all, and stop over talking the host and the moderators and everyone else. Let everybody speak their frequency. You can't have a conversation if you're both talking at the same time. Let the host finish.
Exactly, and Ricky, we've tried to explain everything to you multiple times, and you're just not understanding. So I feel like you would have to go do the research yourself. We can give you key
Like you ain't
points. You feel what
explain
I'm
nothing
saying?
though. Nobody understanding here. That's why they
Yeah.
still confused.
You know why? Because they
You just
haven't done
looking
the
like knowledgeable
research.
and ain't saying
Ricky, you came to the live though, asking me questions. The fuck? The question, the topic,
controlling. You're not talking about shit.
Ricky. We told you electrical fusion, and that's it. We also said
I
introgression.
ain't trying
You
to hear that
asked
shit, man.
me,
Whatever, man.
bro.
Answer
You
the
asked me for that, and I'm gonna just get you out of here because you're not gonna overtalk me. You're a grown ass man. Asking people to feed your brain information, fire your synapses for you, and tell you how to fucking think as a grown man. Don't fucking disrespect me, bro, because I literally gave you the blueprint. It is 6:41. I gave it to you at 3 p.m. when you first came in, bro. You done seen us have this conversation 6, 7, 8 times with niggas. And then you came up here and said electrical, whatever the fuck you said. You just didn't hear. So sounds like, where did you get that answer from? Because you came to the live without knowing, and now you have something. So maybe you should have wrote it down. But that doesn't mean that I should have to keep repeating myself because you haven't done the research. Nobody is in here teaching a grown man or woman any fucking thing. He has a topic on the screen, y'all. Where did they come from? That's for the people that know and have done the research. If you haven't, go do the research. This is not a fucking class, bro. This is not a fucking, you can get a TikTok degree at the end of the live, bro. This is just a discussion about with people who know. If you don't know, that's why niggas sit in the comments. Much respect, bro. Just out of respect. You came to the live asking questions, bro. And now you mad at me for not giving you the answer again? I typed it in the comments for you. And then you said, "Oh yeah, there it is." And then you said, Harry, oh, there it is, hypertrichosis. Oh, and then you like, bro, you came and you repeated it. Cognitive dissonance. Meat eaters will never outthink sun eaters, bro. Period.
Oh, they will not.
In fact, reaction. Do you got anything to say? Your reaction. All right.
Like Scott was saying, man, if y'all new here and you read that topic, just sit in the comments if you don't know, so you can learn. You feel what I'm saying? So you can grasp something and do your research. Feel what I'm saying? Because we like, how can I say this without sounding ignorant? We really do this. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we really do this. So what y'all thinking is ignorant or whatever, it's because we warriors. We really trying to get a mission and a point across. You feel what I'm saying? We stepping out here for real. So if you in the way, it's going to seem like we being aggressive or stuff like that. But we don't have time to be soft for none of that shit, bro. So if you don't know what you're talking about, just sit and learn. If you do, come up and share your vibe and get off the meat, because this is not something that you can be emotionally tied to in your feelings. And if you are out of whack chemically, you're going to feel like we're attacking you or something, and we're not. We just stern on what we talking about. And that's simple and plain, and we don't have time for games. A lot of people play games, y'all. Thank you.
Well, definitely abundance, brother. Dudama, I know you came up here early. You didn't get a chance to speak. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, sorry I had to drop to do something. Yeah, but Dodama, I'm 21 plus. He, him, they, them. Yeah. Let's see. So I kind of think I was always a part of the notion of thinking that they branched off of like some type of mutation from like Neanderthals, because they have so much Neanderthal like caveman DNA, and we don't have that. I haven't dove too much into the research on that, on like some of the stuff that you guys are talking about, but it was actually really interesting, and definitely something that I do really want to look into as well. But I do agree with a lot of you guys when it comes down to like energy and us kind of like really absorbing the sun, because I think a lot of our people really have to understand that, because there's so many of us that's not really understanding that. So I do like that you guys kind of like really push that and promote that, because like, and sometimes people don't believe it, but there's literally research out there, you know, a lot of .orgs, edus, and .govs as well, with them folk, you know, the YT people using our melanin and planning to use our melanin for electronic circuits, because melanin is more conductive and more can basically control the flow of electricity, you know. And it's when people really understand that, then you will really know that you're an energy being. Like, you have to get sun. You have to, like, I don't listen to anything from YT people anymore. You know, like, I go in the sun as much as I can. I even look into the sun, you know, and get as much absorption of the sun, you know, because all the stuff that they try to tell us leads us to so much like malnourishment, you know. So I just wanted to come up and just really say that I do agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I'm not too knowledgeable of like where they come from. I was always along the line of them being branched off from a mutation of literal cavemen, Neanderthals. But yeah, thank you for letting me up.
All right, abundance. Go ahead, I rebuke. Yo, I rebuke MAGA or MAGA. All
But
right, before you even get to speaking, Ricky, before you even get to speaking, bro, you already didn't disrespected me.
Respect me
All
first.
that. Nah, we didn't disrespect you. Like I said, you already disrespected me, so let's just take it back. Where did they come from? If you do not know, then there's no point of being up here. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that.
And if he don't answer, please let me debate him
That's what
quickly.
we asking y'all. That's the question we asking y'all. Y'all the scholars. Where did they come from? We asking y'all.
You too hostile, bro. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie. You
bro,
too
you gotta leave the
hostile.
meat alone, bro.
You
They
cat.
came
You
from the
playing.
caves,
Y'all
bro.
playing.
They came from the caves of some reptilians, bro. That's what you want to hear, bro. That's what you want to hear. That's where they came from, bro.
Scientific hypothesis.
All
I want
right,
to hear
Ricky,
your facts.
Get off the meat.
Ricky,
That's the scientific hypothesis. Stop eating the
Ricky.
animals.
I want to, Ricky. I'm gonna
Where they
just
came
hold
from.
on,
You eat
Ricky,
meat.
Ricky. Hold on, Ricky. Hold on. I'm gonna give you 2 key points, and you go do your homework on that. Okay? Eukaryotic cells and prokaryotic cells.
Then you do the
All
homework
right.
for us.
Listen, Ricky, listen. Eukaryotic cells and prokaryotic cells. Go do your homework so you can know. All right. That's all I'm gonna say to you. You keep coming up here trying to argue with me. Why are you trying to demand knowledge from me? What? We the same reflection. So you mean to tell me that I got to give you my knowledge? Like that don't even make any
Why
sense.
wouldn't you want to get a knowledge? I mean, you asking the questions on the panel. Ain't that what we here for?
Yeah.
That's what we're here for, projecting man.
Teaching or you just
The host has a question on the screen and you a grown man and came up here and said, I don't know, and you still think that we're supposed to teach you as a grown ass man. You want to be taught by random fucking people on a TikTok app. Like, ask yourself why you think this shit is cool, why you think you need to be taught on a fucking fake ass app about your own fucking genetics. Did you hear him say that it was no genetic differences between you and him? The only difference between y'all is discipline, niggas. So go do the fucking research. Right now, you're on a panel crying, bro.
And you're one of the elders that didn't contribute
Oh
to
my
the next
God.
generation. You didn't
Who are
contribute.
you?
You didn't
I asked you
contribute
shit,
to know thyself enough to pass that memory down to the next generation.
Facts,
Just
bro.
like all organic life
You-
in nature
you the-
passes down
You
memory
the
to
you
their
the
child.
oldest person on this
Man, y'all
panel.
clowns
I'm
bitching
blessed
off
to
niggas,
teach
man.
you, bro. You supposed to Ben have passed this down to us.
Man, you
Dr.
ain't here to
Delbert
pass
Blair and Layla Africa was talking about this shit in the 70s and in the fucking
the fuck
80s.
up, shorty.
Francis Cress Welsing was talking about this shit way before I was born.
Blah, blah,
So what's
blah.
your fucking excuse as a grown
Ricky,
man? I know I gotta
Fake
be
ass
20 years
scientist.
younger than you,
What
bro.
degree you
I
got?
know.
Nothing.
Why
Ricky.
do I
Pork,
need a
yo.
white man degree?
Fuck
But
your
you was
knowledge come
asking
from
me.
Google.
Now you
That's
want to
what pork
ask me
bacon
for a
sound
degree,
like.
but you
Come
was
on, shorty,
asking me
shut
to
up.
teach you
I'm not
10
even talking.
seconds ago.
See?
You're a grown man yelling and telling me to shut up like a child on a fucking
You grown
playground.
ass
Exactly.
son of
Yo,
a bitch. Why you on
You
TikTok? Shut the fuck up.
Had
you
a
wouldn't
You
be
a
sandwich.
grown
asking
ass
for a
woman.
degree
First
and
of all,
study
hold on,
your
hold on, hold
genetic
on, hold on,
makeup
hold
to
on.
know that we're the whole 360. You wouldn't be asking for a
What was
fucking
you
degree.
saying?
Not
You're
if you
not gonna
will.
be clown by no
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
kids.
You
You're not gonna be
arguing
clown by no
you're
fucking
arguing with
kids. Yeah, I'm
yourself.
grown. Grown as fuck. Too
Arguing
grown
with
for this little
yourself,
kid
bro.
shit y'all on.
Ricky, are we the
Bro,
Fuck
same
you
as
talking
white
about?
people
You
to
got me
you?
we the
fucked
whole
up.
360, nigga.
Cause y'all got me fucked up in this joint.
Degrees is
You know
pulling
what?
from
Cause
your
y'all got me
genetics,
fucked
and
up
you
in
have
this.
failed to
Cause y'all got
realize
me.
that, bro.
Ricky,
That's
man,
pork,
Ricky.
Ricky. That's pork bacon coming out you,
Come
Ricky.
on, Ricky.
Pork,
Ricky,
bitch.
please
Fuck you
tell
talking
me, are
about?
we the
That's
same as white
Wait,
eating
people
wait,
to
you
pork
you?
said
chops,
what?
I
Ricky.
was
All
Muslim.
right.
I don't even eat pork.
Come
Fuck you
on,
talking about?
Ricky.
One thing, you're not finna talk to them like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and get you up off
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
fool.
quit
You're
eating
not
that
gonna do
meat,
that,
Ricky,
bro.
and go do your homework on you, bro.
Just
And stop
remember,
begging.
Ricky, you're an
See, we
example
little
to.
kids, we on little kid shit, but you asking these little kids for information though. So let's start there, little bro.
Thanks.
The
Facts.
fuck?
Facts, bro. You making the little older ones look bad, bro. You making me look bad, Ricky. Come on, man.
50 years old cussing people out that's 30 years younger than you, nigga. Fuck out of here, bro.
A female too at that. This is crazy work, man. Leave that fish alone, Ricky. If it ain't the pork, then it's the
You
fish,
keep
man. The
requesting up.
fish
We on little kid shit. We're dumb. We're all of this, but you keep requesting up, trying to get
He's coming
information.
up,
Like you
cussing
just
us
want to
out.
argue, bro. You're a
So
grown ass. Are you drunk?
let me.
What's
I want to
wrong with
really
you,
ask
bro?
him a question though. Let me ask him a question, and I want him to address me only.
This is the host live, bro.
Yeah, I'm up.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
if you don't
wanna,
want
if
to.
you wanna, like DM him, yeah, he's not coming back up here no more. That's too much disrespect right there.
Yeah, it's fine. I just wanted to see what he was thinking if we the same as him, but it's all good.
You straight? Cult of Black. Go ahead, Brody.
Yeah, how y'all doing, first of all?
Abundance.
Great. I'm an old dude too, but I ain't on that, from my understanding, the Draconians, which is the lizard people, and the Syrians, which are us, we warred and we destroyed each other's planet. So we came to Earth and they came up with, all this warring is nonsense. Let us make a man. So they use lizard people and one of our people. And the lizard people they don't have a sex, so it's male or female. So they carried the baby, and that's where the European came from, to my knowledge.
All right. Well, so-called black people, we're throughout the entirety of the cosmos. So we're not just native to one specific place in the cosmos. Matter of fact, if you look at the so-called black woman, she is the cosmos in the physical. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. And she
All
gave us
right.
the power, but we misusing it.
Right. So as far as us having a war, I don't think it was no war out there because for one, we created the species that created these other races of people on the planet.
Right. I'm not
All right. So
arguing,
it's
brother.
not
I'm
it's
on
not gonna
what
be no
side of
war
it.
there.
I mean, I'm saying a war before this world was even inhabited. Because this was a water world. They had to pull the land up out the water.
And can you explain how they did that?
Well, the reptilians had a technology that could pull stuff out the water, and they pulled the land up. From my understanding now, but you do know that a man knows not by being told. If you know it, you must study it.
Right. I'm just trying to understand the information that you gathered. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Right. I'm
so
saying, yeah, that's what they had this kind of machine that could pull earth out of the water.
earth out of the water. What do you mean by that?
Pull land. The land that we're walking on was once on the water.
Just got back. They pulling Earth out of the water.
The land. Before, this is from my understanding now. Before this world was inhabited, it was uninhabitable because there was no land. It was just water.
Nah, that's not true, bro. It was always us. We naturally evolved with the planet.
Oh, I know it was always us, bro. But the
Bacteria.
question is where they came from. So I'm just explaining you what I've learned where they came from. That's why in the Bible it says, "Let us make man." It's talking about us and the Draconians.
How is that explaining to us where they came from?
They said, "Let us make man." So they use us and them to make a man.
Wait, so these people came from so-called black people? Is that what you're saying?
No, they came from the Draconians, bro. The Draconians carried the babies, but they
Oh,
used
so
some
you
of
saying that
our
the reptilians birthed these people?
right, but they
That
used
okay.
some of our DNA to birth them because we have the most dominant and powerful DNA.
Okay, so We know species can't mix with species, right? You understand that?
I mean, I've heard that, but then you got species that are mixed with species. You got a lion and tiger called a lagger.
But that came through genetic. Naturally, they can't reproduce with one another.
Right.
That's
This what I'm saying, bro. These reptilians had the technology. Ain't nothing new under the sun. So everything that's here has always been here. So they
You know how? Oh my bad. I was just gonna ask you a question based off of that. Do
okay,
you
go
know
ahead.
how long that's been dabbled with? Like, can you like give like a time frame? Because everybody always says like, oh, it's not new, but like, I just like to ask people like, can you actually give me a so-called time frame for how long that type of science has been dappled with, or tampered with? My bad. And how long the ideology has been around at least?
Well, as far as a date, I'm not able to give you that, but I got this information from Hidden Colors, and they talk about planes being on the hieroglyphs, computers, things of this nature on the hieroglyphics on the pyramid.
okay. So I want to ask you a question. Since the reptilians gave birth to these people, how did they use our DNA?
I don't know, brother. I don't know. I don't know if they took it from us and injected it in them. I think that's what it was said was done. Our DNA
Who
was.
who said that was done? Like, where'd you read this?
Well, I actually heard this guy named Stuart Swerdlow.
Uh, so you don't know for sure. Like you just heard somebody else's perspective and went off of that.
Right, because I've seen him. I mean, not only on YouTube talking about it, I've seen him on TV, on different shows talking about this information, explaining who he was and all this stuff. And the first thing he starts off saying is 99.9% of everything you've learned is a lie.
So again, like when you're saying that the science or the tech has not been around for that long, are you able to give a time frame? That's all I'm asking.
I told you that before, ma'am. I wasn't able.
Okay,
Are you not
so
listening?
no, you're not listening to the
No,
host or me.
I told you,
So
ma'am, I didn't know a time frame,
but
but as far as I've heard on the hieroglyphics, there were.
I understand that. If you can tell me about the hieroglyphics, then you should be able to tell me how long ago it was done based off of the petroglyph. Dude, like y'all, like you see what I mean? Like y'all not getting it though. You know what I'm saying? He's spamming in the comments. This nigga in here is spamming the comments saying, personally, I know mixed race parent. Like that's not. We not talking about that, y'all. Y'all don't understand genetics. So let me just explain it. When you have two different species that cannot, they are composed of two different genetic material. There is something, again, you listening, Ricky? Because it's the last time I'm gonna say it for you. There is something known as introgression, which is where you take genetic material from species A and you use it to fertilize, or you introgress the genes into species B. That is done through hybridization, which is done through repeated back crossing. That right there, when you say electrical fusion, that is what introgression is. It's done through hybridization. So that science, according to DNA samples that were found, according to their timeline and how everything lines up, I can say from based off of 7 years of research that at least that they were dabbling in this at least since the 9 and 1000s.
Go ahead, you can respond.
Like the sister in the chat, I'm not even talking to the brother that's on the panel. I'm talking to a brother that's been here for 4 hours that's spamming the comments and came up. That's who I'm speaking to. I'm talking to Ricky. So I'm not even coming. I was basically killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, F1, my bad.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you kill two birds because you wouldn't even let me answer your question.
Mm, alrighty. So,
And I already told you that 99.9% of everything you learned is a lie. So just because you researching something, don't make it true. You just going by somebody what somebody else said.
Going based off of what nobody said, if I'm doing the research on my own, and if everything that I'm basing my knowledge and my conscience around is an absolute 100% fact, then it's not a lie. A truth, something that is the truth and is a fact cannot be a lie. That's what we were talking about, scientific theories. You can test that and it will 100% work 100% of the time.
But
Genetics does not change unless we're talking about mutations, which is why the host is saying, like, where did they come from?
okay. But
Yeah.
truth today could not be truth tomorrow. But until you reach fruition, you don't have facts. You just think you know. Truth is something that you think you know. That's not fruition.
Genetics doesn't change.
Okay.
History can, language can, but genetics does not change.
Who was the first geneticist?
Imhotep.
Also Thoth, right?
Imhotep
That's the
was
same
the
person.
right.
That's the same person. Thoth.
Okay.
But she answered you though as soon as you asked her.
Yeah, but again, that's the Anunnaki. Where
No,
they at?
it's not.
What is
No,
that?
it's not, bro.
So
Imhotep was a neuromelanated man that lived 4,000 years ago in the
all the
so-called 12th
Anunnaki,
dynasty.
all the
I'm not
Anunnaki
talking about the
melanated.
Anunnaki. Imhotep is not Anunnaki. That's a brother. That's
Imho-
your first documented multi-genius and first doctor. So that
Imho-
was the first documented geneticist.
Imhotep is Thoth. Thoth was Yahweh's brother. Those are Anunnakis.
come on, bro. So Yahweh got a brother now.
Yeah, he got a lot of them. He got a lot of them. He has a lot of them, brother. That's why he sat in the council of gods. Come on, bro. He got a lot of them. And Imhotep was the one that taught you that they're not gods. You're just like them. Come on, bro. I'm up on this here too now. Look at my profile and look at my house.
It's no disrespect. You're saying that you're up on this, but like I don't know, because you said you didn't know whenever he asked you a question though twice.
I said I didn't know an actual date. That's the only thing I said I didn't know was a date. But you were too busy
We're talking
overstepping
about
me.
introgression. I don't want to talk no more, y'all. I think I've
Right,
been at
right.
this too long, bro. I'm fried with, because it's like I literally told you about introgression here. And then you asked my question with a question, bro. Like
What
we can't have a
what question
discussion.
what question did you ask?
You said who was the first geneticist?
Right.
Like, what does that have to do? What are you asking that for though?
Because I was trying to see what information were you on? What frequency you were flowing on? And you answered it. And I didn't deny you or anything. And I didn't ask you another question. I said toast. You said Imhotep. I said toast. That's all I said. So I didn't ask you a question. And I'm not up here disagreeing with anything you guys are saying. I'm just telling you what I've learned. We all know they're from somewhere, and it's not us. And they haven't been on Earth that long. We know this much.
My bad. Uh, so you said I'm gonna just go off of what you stated to me. You said that the reptilians gave birth to all other races outside of so-called black people.
No, that's not what I said. I said they gave birth to the Europeans.
Well, Europeans and Arabs are genetically the same.
Right. You're right. You're right.
All
So them
right.
people, all the ones that were up in the Caucasus Mountains.
Okay, so where did Asians come from then?
The Asians came from us and them. The
You said
us
that
and
about the other people, but you just said that only Europeans.
right. No, I said the European came from the reptile. I said the Asian came from us and the children of the reptilians, bro. That's what I'm
But that
telling
you know the white people were the last creation, right?
you. I don't know that.
According to genetics, they are. The Asians predate all of them. They're the first. The Dravidian comes second, and last is Caucasian, which is the reason why they're called Caucasian because the Asian predates them. So
Okay,
if you look
so
at genetics, it'll tell you.
so I didn't know that information, and I appreciate that. But now, can you tell me where the Asian came from? Because I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, introgression.
It- a what?
Electroporation,
Oh,
introgression.
okay.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and Culture Black if you want to. My brother put it in the comments. If you want to write that down and do some deeper studies on that, you can.
Yeah, I don't need to write anything. I write it in my brain, bro. Introgression, electronic introgression. I got you. Soon as I drop, I'm googling it and find out what it is. And
All
I
right, I got
appreciate
you.
you for the information.
No problem. I got you. Um,
So I'm about to drop and go check it out.
most definitely abundance.
Abundance.
All right, I'm finna wait and see if this person loads in. If they don't, I'm gonna start up with All Star, and we can just go down. Everybody can say they last little points, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end the live. Oh, they're here to watch.
How y'all doing?
How you doing? What do you want to add to the topic?
I want to answer that question. Where did they come from? And like I said in the comments, we're all from one source, whether it was God's lowercase g or whether it's the Most High. Everything is from one source. So the delineation of where they came from doesn't matter. We're all from one source. So the divisiveness of the different races is exactly what people want. Because if there's divisiveness within the races, then how do we truly know where we're from? We're completely ignoring the Most High in this situation. That's all I had to say.
All right. Well, first I'm at. So are we all the same biologically?
Yes, we actually are, because I looked up the different terminologies y'all were using, And based upon our current science and everything I was able to find, we all share the same genetic material.
So you
But
looked that
yet,
up on Google while you was listening to the live?
where else would you like me to pull it from? I'm not a plethora of information who gets knowledge from the
You're pulling
universe.
from a
That's
Actually, you
plethora
are
of
asinine.
plethora of
information,
information
though.
yourselves.
I couldn't hear multiple people talking at once. So, like I said before, we're all from one source. We're all from one spark of the divine. The Most High
Okay,
spoke,
so
and therefore it was.
okay, if everybody's from the same spark of divine and we're all biologically the same, why do we present differently? Why are these other people having complications on a planet that they're supposedly naturally conducive to?
Because the geological locations of where our races are from has implications up until today. For
That shouldn't
instance, all
that
black
shouldn't
people
matter
have
if
the
we're
same,
all from the same source though.
but it does because we are all from the same source. We're all the same, but we are different races.
Like my sister said. Oh yeah, go ahead.
For instance, white people migrated, the Europeans, they
Discussing
migrated.
speciation. We're discussing speciation. So we're not talking about migration patterns because that's what we've been talking about this whole live. No top scientist or historian has actually proven evolution to be correct. We never went from haploids to diploids or being prokaryotic organisms, and because of migration and diet, we're all of a sudden eukaryotic. That's not the way genetics works, and the top geneticist in the world is not even saying that. So I don't know why we're discussing race right now when this shit has nothing to do with race.
Yeah, so like she just said, we're discussing genetics in here. And you said that we're all biologically the same. So I want you to explain that.
Are we not all human? Do we not
No.
have blood? Do we? Okay, so here's the thing. Do
Animals
our
have blood. Does
systems,
that mean animals are human? I mean,
we are of the same
animals are human.
source. And
Okay.
yes, we actually have animal DNA. So do we have, and we
Who
also
is
have
we?
plant DNA. All
Hold on.
people. So
You said
pause. Let me actually explain myself so I can actually get my point across.
okay.
All
Go ahead.
humans are related to mushrooms. That's a scientific fact. We have plant DNA as well as we have animal DNA because we were made from this earth and what was here. So if you actually research that, we are very similar. We share some of the same genes. Our closest relative is actually mushrooms, it's actually fungi. So, yet we might be different as far as the races, our actual makeup of melanin in our skin, but we're all from the same place, which is the source, the most high.
Scientists and historians already proved that y'all don't come from Earth's natural evolution. You know what I'm saying? We so-called black people are the only people who evolve with the planet and the solar system. So why would Source make you guys not being able to biosynthesize the sun and evolve with the planet, but make us undergo black body radiation and make our suit the best capable for this planet?
Because yet again, first of all, I'm black. So I don't understand why y'all keep on saying y'all to black people. One,
Because when
it
you start to
points,
defend these people, you start to it just
wait.
when
I'm
you
not
start to
defending
defend
them.
these people, it just starts to show that you think like these people.
So let me
So
break it down for
you
you.
know what I'm saying?
So let me break it down for you. I'm not defending them, but I also don't live according to my trauma of my
But how
ancestors. Thank
could
you.
you
You're
though?
interrupting me. You're
Yeah, I
interrupting me.
can because I'm a mod and I have the capability to mute you.
No, it's because you're
So just out
simple.
of respect for the host, how did they get here? Because every scientist and historian in the world is saying that prokaryotic organisms have a question mark on their genetics. So we're arguing facts. You can't just sit in a live and then Google shit and then think you got it figured out and then come on our panel and then tell us that we're wrong when we're
I didn't
not
say you're
using
wrong.
Google. We're using books, we're using peer-reviewed essays, we're using lectures, we're using essays. We're actually looking at the scientific research that these people are doing. The
So you're
problem
getting
is y'all go to
information from
Google
other
for
people.
everything. No, I'm looking at the facts about how organisms and cells function. That's not listening, and that's just looking at nature, bro. What do you mean? You don't need a scientist to tell you how a eukaryotic organism functions, bro. You just study the function of the organism and the cell.
It's all about
So
comprehension.
if you don't know what this topic is if you can't have the discussion, then don't request up and don't think you have everything figured out based off of Google, because everything my books is saying otherwise, and they're written by doctors and you're Googling.
Okay, are you finished?
This is like get the fuck out of here,
Wait, I
bro.
just have one more point.
No, bro, you're disrespectful. Like, that's the thing. Don't insult me when you don't have anything to add to the conversation, bro. The host asked, where do they come from? You're talking about fucking race, which was created by the same eukaryotic organism, bro. And then you're telling me to shut up and hush and are you done and da-da-da-da. Like, no. State of fact. That's all we're asking. Like, y'all, we sat here for like, what, 10, 12 niggas? And nobody knew for real, though.
Right,
Y'all
y'all
asking
saying
us.
that we got ate up by this dude and shit like that, but the thing is, he brought the Most High into it and couldn't even explain how we're all biologically the same.
Yeah, he didn't.
He just spoke about the eukaryotic cell. That's all, literally.
He said we were all the same. What?
So can I finish my statement? Because here's the one thing you can't do. You can't refute the Most High. The Most High is everything.
Most
So,
High.
and
Hey,
So
what are
then
you
explain
talking
it.
about, bro?
So then explain it, because there's a scientific explanation for everything, including your Most High. Go ahead and
okay,
explain to me how the eukaryotic cell got here.
okay, but you're going into something that literally has nothing to do with the full making.
Question, the host is asking, where did the eukaryotic cell come from? Can you explain it scientifically, biologically, and genetically, please? That's all we're asking.
Everything is from God. And let me
We're
further
not
explain.
we're not
Okay,
talking about God, bro.
I know, I'm explaining the cells. I'm
Okay, go
explaining the
ahead.
cells. So if
Go
you
ahead.
hold on and let me finish, everything, chemically or otherwise, goes back to a frequency. That frequency identifies with a spectrum of light. Everything is a spectrum of light. So while we're trying to identify these different cells, you're missing the point. We are spirits, which is light, a frequency, having an experience in this body. So what this body is made out of or made up of is irrelevant because we are not this body. We are spirits.
Some people are spirits and some people are souls, but some people have souls and spirit. And there's a quantum explanation, a quantum scientific explanation for that. That's what we're saying. Of course they have spirits. Of course they have light. That's what electrical fusion is. So of course they are all spirit, but they lack the soul, which is the neuromelanin, the only molecule that can condense light and is condensed sunlight. So as a field, that's what the co-host, that's what my boyfriend just asked you. Why did he make your suit to be for it to have biological identification to this planet, and there's not?
But
Pheomelanin is pseudomelanin, and there is no biological identification with pheomelanin and eumelanin to this planet, but there is with neuromelanin.
but here's the thing. All of our brains contains neuromelanin. It's in the pineal gland. It is activated or deactivated depending on how calcified the pineal gland is. So
I
they all
understand.
have it, but
They
theirs
are
is not
born.
active.
They are born. Then how do they have it if it's not active?
We all are born with it.
We are born with our pineal gland open.
Exactly.
Neuromelanin is present before we're even born. They are born with their pineal glands calcified. They are not born producing neuromelanin. So just because there is us and them does not mean that they come from us, y'all. That's what introgression is explaining. They have been electrically fused with multiple different genetic material to make one organism, which is the reason why there are at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for them. That is what eukaryotic means. It means multicellular or complex cell organism.
And neuromelanin regulates your serotonin and your melatonin in your body. And these people, and it also regulates your circadian rhythm. And these people, you can see how they live under the sun. The sun, their body rejects the sun. So how can they produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain, or to stimulate their body when their body rejects the sun, and all of their people are getting acute body radiation, and 500,000 of their people get unalived by the sun? And that was just from the 2000 to 2019. Now it's up
Well,
to the millions.
well, that's because of the solar flares, the CMEs that are being projected.
Absolutely.
Facts.
That's
Right.
the one fact that yeah, absolutely.
And neuromelanin is condensed sunlight.
That's us.
So
Okay,
this UV light is changed into condensed sunlight once it hits our melanocytes or our integumentary system. That's what happens. You see what I'm saying? The biosynthesis of gamma rays, it turns into condensed sunlight. That's what that liquid is, that dark substance in the brain is condensed sunlight. So how can these people have condensed sunlight when they can't even absorb the sun?
That doesn't make
so
any
here's the thing. They
And
can
the P
absorb the
house,
sun.
right?
They're just more sensitive to it because of the lack of pigmentation in their skin. So basically, by what y'all are
Neuromelanin.
saying, wait, let me finish. So basically, by what y'all are saying is white people don't have serotonin receptors, dopamine receptors, nor do they have a circadian rhythm, which is all false. They all have those things. We all do because we all have receptors. So
We're talking about
just
the
because,
function of the cell and the organism is completely different. It doesn't matter if they have it or not.
And
If
we're not.
it's a different embryological origin. It's not stemming from the same place with these niggas because they are incomplete dominant. So they're not 100% of anything. So when you look at our genetic composition, we evolve not only with the planet, but with the entire solar system and the entire cosmos. So when they are studying how they know about space is because they study your neuromelanin.
yes, because
So
as above,
again,
so
they
below.
don't, okay then. So if you know that, right, then you will know that they did not come from your above. That's what I'm trying to say. They did not come from the so-called above. They don't identify with any planet or solar system or star or nothing. They were electrically fused, and every scientist, historian, climatologist, geneticist is saying that that's the only explanation. A pig can't mate with a fruit fly or a celery, considering that celery is a eukaryotic organism or plant.
Okay.
And also, the
Facts.
pineal glands are permanently calcified because this is what produces the neuromelanin. So this was mean if it wasn't, then they would gain melanin. They would be darker, and that does not happen. So they can't even biosynthesize the sun.
So is that stating that white people don't get energy from the sun just the same as black people do?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But them being white isn't the non-existence of melanin, it's the lack of melanin. So it's not saying that they don't have it
They
whatsoever.
they do have melanin, but it's a different type of melanin, bro. They have pheomelanin, which is animal melanin.
So they have a lot of melanin. It's just not the same type of the genetic material of your melanin that you have, because it's a different type of genetic material, different species. Pheomelanin and eumelanin is the same. Eumelanin will turn into pheomelanin. They're both animal melanin. They both don't identify with this planet.
Yeah, the spectrum exists between EU melanin and pheomelanin. They try to say that we were all part of this spectrum, but we're really not, because it's two different types of melanin. EU melanin and pheomelanin is still animal melanin.
Okay. So I'm just going to say this last part. I thank y'all for letting me come on and voice my opinion. It started off kind of rocky, but I appreciate y'all dialing it back and letting me explain myself. And then you all also explaining yourselves. That's all I ever wanted was watching this live. So thank you. I respect that.
No problem. Abundance and gratitude. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to Lady V.
Hi, what do I didn't have no question.
Can you contribute to the topic?
I agree with what you guys have been discussing so far, and I've been in the chat.
All right. Is there a reason why you requested up?
No, I didn't even know I did that.
All right. Well, I'll go to the real Benny West.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Hold on, before you go, I already answered in the comments. You keep saying, what about albinos? Albinos are still so-called black people. They still possess neuromelanin. But you can go ahead, Benny, my fault.
No, I was when I seen the where did they come from, like I wanted to know what topics that you already touched on. Because I already have my concepts of when you talk about the mixtures of DNA, and as far as them not one, they're not ether beings. They're not non-ether beings in no form, shape, or fashion. So the where did they come from concept, I always was thinking that when you came with the Caucasoid, which is a division of our culture, I was always looking at the concept of the primate, but the mixtures of everything else, I started going into like animal traits, like mixed with ours. Like I don't know if everyone ever heard of the Yakub experiment or everybody believes in that concept, but it still kind of makes sense of why they have somewhat what we have mixed in with another form of DNA. And I always looked at it like they came from the primate or the chimp, like the chimps or some different culture of that or some form of animal. So that's kind of where I go with it when I say where did they come from.
So are you saying that you agree with the Yakub whole situation?
Well, when you do your structure as far as the thinking about it and where they, if you read on the Yakub experiment, it's not far off. It's really not far off. I can't say that I wasn't there, so I don't really know. It's still it's a recorded. It's really like a recorded hour story, but at the end of the day, it's not really far off because if you've ever stayed around them, been in a relationship around any Paleolithics or any cultures that are different from my own indigenous inhabitants, it's definitely the smell. It's definitely the hair. They don't have any, like I say, non-ether qualities, melanated qualities. It's not saying that they don't possess melanin because they do possess small forms of melanin, but they do not possess ether qualities. And that's one main thing that lets me know that they had to be created from something similar. Like there are division. Even if you look at the dictionary, it says if you look up, you'll see mongoloid because there's only one race. That's the human race. You feel me? And then you have mongoloids, you have caucasoids, and then you have negroids. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you see negroids and mongoloids, it'll tell you the inhabitants of where each origin of those species come from out of the human race. And then when you see Caucasoids, it immediately say a division of the humankind, which is already depicted in the dictionary that they're not like us. You know what I'm saying? And that's just to be 100, in the midst of the situation. But I really do believe that they are a mixture of us and some other form of animal. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's even a hypothesis I have on them being clones of us because if you know anything that's cloned lacks melanin and lacks uh what do you say brown eyes or brown pigmentation in the eyes. Like if you look at them, they look like the Walking Dead compared to us. So I've seen it could be so many different hypotheses of how they came about. So there had to be some. I feel like there had to be some form of experimentation to create their culture.
How do you splice a cell in neuromelanin?
How do you splice a cell in
How
your?
would they have our genetic material if our cells are coded in neuromelanin?
I can't even tell you. I'm not a scientist. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to ask someone who does splicing and does that. Like for me to even try to
But you're
answer that,
you're the
that
one who's
is
telling us that they used us. So
no.
we're
I'm the one
asking you
that's
how
I'm the
because
one that said I believe that. You the one took it as I said that. I
but
said
we're done with believing.
I believe that there was a possibility of how they could do that. But I can't tell you how they do a lot of things because when you go into science, you have to actually literally go into the study of doing that. You can't just speak on it
Yeah.
in some forms of theory as far as a
Not if
hypothesis.
not if you understand the denotation itself and what the tech is doing, what the process is about. That's just basis understanding the definition. So you're saying that they have us and them, but you can't really explain it, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying all I'm saying is they're still in it. Like it's just like you say, they're in some form of image of us. They have arms and legs like us. They have head like us. They bleed like us. They still do things similar to us. And like I say, it says in any forms um of definition of a Caucasoid or Paleolithic that they are a division of what we are. Because one, the human itself is considered to be that of hue, some form of melanated, some forms of color. If they are a division of us, meaning they're divided from what we are, there is some forms of explanation. Maybe if you're a scientist and you understand splicing, maybe you have to go deeper in your studies on that understanding. But there's something that says that they are somewhat of what we are because of the structure of how they look. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only kind of concept I can kind of put in there. I can't go directly and say how because I don't do that. I didn't create the culture. You know what I'm saying?
I just it's just like you can look into this type of tech though. It's called CRISPR-Cas9, and it's been
Okay.
dabbled with since the 9 and 1000s.
Okay. Yo, like I'm not disagreeing with anything that
Yeah, a
anyone is
scientist.
saying.
No, and I'm
All I'm doing is adding a thought for you to think about that you could possibly investigate yourself. And if anything, like I say, get back with me or let me know as well too, because I've always wondered, but I don't know. But what I can say is it has to be a similarity somewhere in there because of the fact that we can still procreate with them. You know what I'm saying? So by us being able to still be able to procreate, it has to be some form of understanding where they can have a baby by us that is melanated. You know what I'm saying? So there's
what I'm
still
saying. If you explore the keywords, I'm telling you, introgression, hybridization, racemization, seronepertation, electroporation, like this will give you your answer. We can procreate with them because of introgression.
all
That's
right.
genetic engineering.
So let me ask you your question then. So where do you think they came from? I mean, I got it. I mean, you coming at me, so I got to figure this out.
Introgression.
So you think they were so explain that concept then.
No.
How did that happen? Integration just is just they integrated us with them and then or they just was
Nah,
put
it's
The
best for you.
research.
Yeah, it's
Because
best
I
what?
for you
like
to look that up.
Yeah, integration is using those CRISPR-Cas9 tools that we were talking about. So you just said they
I would
integrated
figure
with
they
us. You don't know what you're asking even. So do you feel like you need to be asking us? Do you feel like you need to be asking yourself,
no, I
researching that for
mean
yourself, so the next generation can have the truth? The next generation doesn't want beliefs or lies. They want the truth. We don't want to be in the same cycle that we've been. Like somebody said, through back crossing. That's introgression.
thank you. And I said that. That's somebody
Yeah.
that's been in here and I heard and I know that the brother that's on the panel just came in here, but I just want to state it for the room again. I understand people come and go. You cannot grasp a concept like this from a live. You have to go do the research in order for you to be able to have the conversation because you don't if I tell you introgression you're like oh how did the you don't even know how to ask it because it's not nothing that can be physically done or mutated. It's something that has to be purposely done. right? It's gonna take time for you to grasp at least the subject or the definition itself.
All of this is just to remind our people to remember themselves, to look at themselves, to know thyself, so we can know who is our species and who is not our species. Because now that we're confused, we don't know who's who. Our children and our women are getting snatched. You see what I'm saying? That's what's going on, because we're not focusing on who we are down to the genetic makeup of who we are, and we're not teaching that to children. And that's the problem with so-called black people that we have today, is identity crisis. We don't know who we is. We don't really know what the genetic makeup means.
Facts. And we
which is
say we
neuromelatonin.
gods and goddesses, but you can't explain to me why and how.
Exactly.
You sitting in here asking me, but if you're a divine being, you know what I'm saying? The soul is all knowing. How do we push that narrative to our children and we can't even explain it as adults to each other? We can't do that. We got to stop that. Because that means that you're going off of a belief. You see what I'm saying? I seen somebody say, I'm a goddess, but then ask a question that if you're a goddess, then you wouldn't be calling if you're a divine being, bro, you would not be referring to yourself as a god or a goddess. That is dogma. That's what that term is rooted in. It's rooted in dogma, and that's where it comes from. That's its origin. So I'm saying genetics is telling you about the origin of everything. If you understand the origin of these people, then you'll know that you're not supposed to be speaking this language. It's a dogmatic, satanic language. Our original language was telepathy. That's the only thing that the planet understand. So it's just like you have to take all truth, all facts, and put them together. That's the truth. What is the universe saying? What is universal law saying? It's not saying nothing about patriarchy or hierarchy, or that we prisoners of war, or that we slave gods, goddesses, queens, or kings. It's not saying that. So I just encourage my people, go deeper.
Yeah, facts. Like once you start moving off of I believes and all that, that's just making our race even more weaker. We all gotta know. We gotta stop moving off of beliefs. It ain't doing nothing for us. We've been moving off of beliefs for the last, I don't even know how many years. And look at us now. We're literally allowing people to snatch up our babies because we're going off of beliefs that we're all the same. But Benny, if you got anything else you need to say, then I'm gonna go ahead and move on to Anna, because I know you joined up. I don't know if you got to speak yet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yo, Benny West, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can't hear you if you off the app though.
You can't. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can't hear you if you go off the app though.
Yeah. So I did some study. I was doing some study of what you were saying as far as the hybridization and back crossing and stabilization. So I see exactly what you're talking about, but still there's a concept of, if you're saying that this is how they came into play, or that where they came from, it's still it's still a question of who did that then. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who did that to them and brought them here in the midst of us? Because we are definitely mixed in with them at a very high rate, to the point they're running our communities. So I mean, there's still a big understanding of not no believing now. Like, that's a fact. So if that's the case, how do you change that?
I would advise, brother, like, and I'm just gonna say it again. If you're listening in the live and you just look it up quickly, then you don't know that, you don't really grasp the concept though. See, you don't.
Right.
You're asking that question, brother, because you don't understand their genetics, and you don't understand the so-called black woman's genetics and everything that happened to her and what they did to her and her species. So I get it, but I understand that y'all are trying to do the research, but you have to take the key words though. You might need to take a, because I didn't just come to a TikTok live and get it and then do a lot. No, this is something that I've been researching for at least 3 years. At least 2 years that I can tie back to history, and I can actually say, okay, based off of this animal, based off of this plant, based off of this, based off of their genome, then I can make this conclusion and then cross-reference it with a fact. Now I know, and I'm not moving off of beliefs, because now I have facts and sources that are showing me that this lines up with y'all's history. And genetics is first. But my thing is,
what's your plan of action?
What for what?
And this is why we didn't want to answer that first question, because you didn't do that research like she just said. So you're just gonna ask more questions.
So you don't have a plan of action.
No,
It's not about a fucking plan. You're asking me as a divine being for a plan for your species as the masculine. You're the protector. Go do the research on your anatomy, brother, so you can understand what the vessel is for.
Our children
Like, what
and
you
women are
mean?
missing, and you're saying, what do we do?
What do we do? Like, what the fuck? That's why it's hard for me to fucking talk to y'all, bro, because he just said something about children and nobody said anything.
Nobody
You
has
asking
said
me
anything.
for, like, that shit blows me, bro.
Nobody has talked about
Like,
children,
bro,
about getting back
it's
to
not
children,
about needing
getting
to
ba-
form a plan, brother.
Like, what's going
It's
on?
about going within. We are already together in the hoods. We are already together on this app. We are already together in this live, though. But are we together in spirit? Do we know ourselves? No, that's what the live is about. You got to know yourself. You got to sit down with you. You can't just listen to a live and then question me about your suit, though. If I'm doing the research on my suit, why can't you? Why are you challenging me? That's what I don't understand about my people. You want me to tell you everything, but nobody told me.
Exactly. Like, for us to get this knowledge, we didn't go around asking people, what is this? What is that? What is that?
Free
We went
thinkers.
to read.
Curiosity, because the soul is all knowing.
So if you have that curiosity, go explore that shit. It's that simple.
Like, what are you asking for a plan
you're
for?
too grown for that shit, bro.
Where do they come for? Where the fuck do we need a plan for that for? We way off topic.
Facts.
Fuck, we need a plan of action for. We didn't create these motherfuckers.
I had a question, but I'm afraid y'all gonna cut me out.
I was trying to see where the live was going because I joined, but I was trying to get in on the topic of what y'all were
Yeah, so
talking
the
about.
topic is, where did they come from? And if you're gonna join up here, I would like you to, give me your thoughts on where did they come from.
Well, can I ask a question without?
Hold on one second. When you're saying where did they come from, who are you referencing to?
Everybody outside of the so-called black race.
Oh, okay.
All right, now can I ask a question without like getting cussed at or just like ruffling any feathers?
What's your question?
Thank you. All right, so the question I want to ask is, I know you all said you can do this yourself, this and that, but people are asking for sources. Where do you start? I know, I understand you said you did this on your own, you know what I'm saying, because you're on a higher mind of thinking. But if you're saying, you're living this lifestyle, so you're not gonna be on that mind of thinking, why not elevate that? Where do they start? What books, what sources did you get this from? Where should someone start if they want to research this? Where should one where would they acquire this knowledge from that y'all took 7 years to learn? Like, where did you start?
Yeah, brother, wherever they think they should start, because that's exactly, and I'm not even being
That's how
facetious.
misinformation.
But brother, I'm not being facetious for real. Like, I'm not being facetious. You're asking me where do you start? I didn't ask nobody that, and nobody told me. I just came into conscious. I was curious. That's it. I was curious, and my curiosity led me here.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
that's a
that's
very
it.
fair answer. However, that's how misinformation is spread. That's how misinformation is gained from people. They with that. All right, let's say I eat meat. I'll say that. Pause. But y'all would say, you know, that's I'm not on the right mind style or like however you I don't know how you would say it. So me being a perfect that person that's imperfect, should I say? How would someone of my level, you know what I'm saying? Like where would a person like me who would start? Of course, I'm not in my right mind of thinking as you would say it, because of how whatever lifestyle I'm living. How would a person of my lifestyle how would
Wasn't
they get
either.
that?
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't either. I was
So
extremely chemically imbalanced, and I was one shot away from being an alcoholic.
but us being great as we are, wouldn't you want
No,
to
I'm
share that
done.
with your brethren?
Abundance, y'all. Like I
Why
can't.
why do we have
No,
to tell you
no, you're
about the
fine. No,
Bible?
okay, I
Hold on, hold
understand.
on, hold on.
I
Listen,
understand.
listen,
No,
listen,
it's fine. You don't
listen,
have to explain. You're gonna say the truth.
listen. Why do we have to tell you about the body that you use 100% of the time, but you don't know how it's getting misused? Why is that? Why do we have to tell you that? The fact that we even have to go live to tell our people that there's an inorganic species taking our women and children is crazy. That's what we talking about. So there should be no excuse. There's children right now. We could call up a mother of life with her children right now, and the children would tell you that they're prokaryotic cells, and they can differentiate who's prokaryotic and who's eukaryotic in nature.
And
They can eat.
they're 6, 7, and 9 years old. But you want to know why? They were listening to my live. They were curious, and they said to their mother, "I want to talk to Jay." And ever since then, ever since October, I've been locked in with the children because of their curiosity as star seeds, bro.
And they started to
It's
ask
the
their
same
mother.
thing.
They started to ask their mother, "Oh, can we get books?" So they started to get books on nature and started to expand their mind. That's all we need to do.
At 7.
Y'all think this shit is about some mystical shit? It's about loving yourself enough to know thyself, so you can pass it down to the next generation. That's what it's about. That's how we unify, because black people, like she said, we're already together. We're like magnets to each other. So we're spiritual magnets to each other. So when we spiritually an energetic match of each other, like we should be an energetic match from the sun, of the sun, then now we will navigate in how we supposed to be in the vessel that we're in.
You gotta be
That's
an
it.
energetic match for every conversation that you're having.
Like, it
If
doesn't
you're
make
not,
sense,
if
bro.
you're
You
not,
too grown, bro.
yeah,
Y'all
if
too
you're
grown. There's no excuse. Y'all gonna see no one is gonna live comfortable on this planet because we forgot about the children. You see what I'm saying? Y'all over here arguing, please give us the knowledge. There's children that are getting snatched that never feel the grass, never breathe the air, never feel the sun on their face, and you crying because you don't know about your melanin, but the information is out there. You crazy as shit. You crazy as shit. I'm telling you,
I'm
y'all
listening
sound
to y'all,
crazy
but
as
y'all
shit.
sound like somebody that I already
You
follow
see what I'm
and
saying?
shit. So
So I'm just
but
confused on why grown children are making
but I'm
excuses
just
while the children
confused
are
though.
getting psychologically and medically evaluated by different species that fed our children the crocodiles. That's what
I
I want to
don't
know.
get
because
why
their
people that
parents
are on
don't
the
know
panel
and
is
they're
not
going
even
into it.
adding to the conversation though. That's what I don't understand. That's the type of stuff we talking about being a free thinker and being willing and curious enough. How do you request up to the panel and have nothing to fucking add and then tell us what we sound like, bro, out of respect? How do you ask us for books and shit when we've already getting you've been in here long enough? That's the thing. The people that are asking are people that we can see everybody when you come in the live and when you leave. That's why it frustrates us, because we know that you've been in here long enough to hear it and how many times we've said it since you've been here. And some of these people that are asking, I'm not gonna say no names about nobody on the panel. You've asked us before. So let's stop the fucking semantics, bro.
And
Y'all like
the
playing.
slower that we get to know thyself, the slower that we get back to our children. You see what I'm saying? That's how it is. That's why we haven't got back to our children, because we're running to all these titles, not knowing that we this planet belongs to us biologically and genetically.
It's books highlighted on my Instagram. It's keywords that's been dropped in here. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Delbert Blair, Dr. Layla Africa. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Richard King. Some of Bobby Hemmett's work. You see what I'm saying? And just understanding the way that organisms function. Is it conducive to nature? Studying origin and genetics. The base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. If you want to know where something comes from, that is where you have to start. You don't start with history. History is a made up narrative that, yes, may have facts, but it is not where did these people come from that created history? So again, if everything is going to take you back to genetics, if you haven't explored that, I would suggest that you should. But I don't know if you're talking about origin, how you haven't come across genetics. That's all the host is asking.
Right. I want to say abundance to them for real, because this does go back to our children. Like, no funny shit. Like, I woke up today, or I wrote. I don't like to say woke or anything like that, but I got up and I just, gave thanks that I'm able to be here where I am right now. You feel what I'm saying? Because like they said, bro, like 8 million children worldwide get snatched up. You feel what I'm saying? That could have been you. And I'll be damned if I waste my time on this planet talking about BS. You feel what I'm saying? I'm trying to get back to my people. I'm trying to help the children. This is
Periodic woman that's in the comments though, you're not us. Like Lilu, you're not us. So what plan do you think is gonna work for you when we're not the same organism, bro?
I have a question
We
for the
don't have to
host.
do nothing outside of ourselves besides know thyself and eat according to our genetic makeup. That's it. The sun is already separating us. It's already removing the eukaryotic organism, which is you, and you've been in here since 12 p.m., bro. And it's 8 p.m. and you're still saying the same shit when we literally broke down your genetic composition today, bro. You are a eukaryotic woman. Your nucleus is being removed. That's what UVC radiation does to eukaryotic organisms. That's not hate speech. If you understand the wavelength and how long it's been ground level and what it does to the cell in the organism, it is a fact. That's all I'm saying. I don't know how you can be here all day when it's a discussion to so-called black people and you think you're black and you like, bro, and we've explained the genetics behind how you're not. The fuck, talking about start a movement. The sun is moving you off the planet. That's the movement.
So I have a question, you guys. How is the origins going to protect the children? Because that seems to be the topic.
Well, once we understand where these people came from, we would understand that we have a total biological difference, and we're not even the same species as these people that we're handing our children over to. How many children woke up they and had to go straight to school? You feel what I'm saying? How many of us are taking our children to their hospitals to get medically evaluated?
Well, a lot of parents, if they don't know, then that's what they used to. So you got to
That's the thing. They don't know.
start
That's
there.
why it matters to understand where these people came from, because they're not us. And once we understand the genetic differences, we can understand why these people do the things that they do.
Well, I definitely do. Like, I've worked in the healthcare field. Like, I study science, so I kind of like understand a lot of the stuff. But I do believe that in some communities, people are not applying what they are learning to their normal or daily lifestyles.
So let me ask you something real quick, sister. If you work in this field, right, and you get on lives like this, what your next move will be to do a study so deeply that you realize you working for them is part of the problem.
Right, me working for them is just my income, but I do like educate the people that I encounter, like how they can become healthy, how they can stay out of the doctor's office, because a lot of people have health issues, and it does begin with what you're eating. So me working in the healthcare field, that's because I choose to, and that's because I choose to live a healthy lifestyle. So what I do while I am in the work field is to educate my people, because again, people don't know. So you just can't expect them just to know. And if they don't know and you're not educating, then that gets the people nowhere.
I have a question. How are you? Okay, this system was built for our destruction, and there's no way around that. The job that you're working, because 100% of jobs are built off of our genocide. So even us working in their healthcare system is still contributing to our downfall, because Western medicine is not even explaining your anatomy. So how could you be telling them anything about their anatomy when you're not even studying their anatomy in their schools because they don't tell you about it. That's
I have
something that
studied
their
anatomy in
jobs
school.
are.
I went to college,
No,
so
I
by me going
understand.
there,
I
I
understand,
studied.
and I have too, but
Right.
they don't teach the so-called Black anatomy, the Dravidian anatomy, the so-called Cubano. They don't teach the specific anatomy, the genetic differences between people. They teach you that you're all the same.
I mean, yeah, that's the concept because they teach you like you're an animalistic being, which I know that. And by me reading certain things and by me being divine, I can kind of pick up on what's being a lie and what's not. I have discernment. So when you have those type of gifts, you utilize them. And again, me working in the healthcare field is me educating my people, letting them know how to become better, how to become healthier and not come to the doctor because Western medicine is studying us. So our individuals that are going to the doctors, they're being studied on, they're being manipulated. Like
And
I'm
you're
aware of
telling
that.
them to come back to that, is what you're
No,
saying.
no, I did not say that. I am educating them, as I said,
But you
on
work
how to
in
become
you
healthier.
work in the field though. Why would you
Yeah, because
contribute
you got to
to
work the
someone
field
studying?
inside out. That's just how you got
Why?
to
I
do
don't
it.
do that. I don't do that. And I
That's
have
you. You're
start when
different
it
from me.
starts.
You're different from me,
Oh,
and that's
really
okay.
though? Really? But according to genetics, we're the same, sister. The only difference between me and you is discipline.
Yes, ma'am,
We're
but we
genetically the
have different
same.
thoughts. We have different thoughts, and you can't
Because
project
of
your
what?
thoughts onto me.
Discipline and frequency. I'm not
Right.
projecting.
Well,
I'm
you're
not
saying
projecting.
if
That's
I'm
a
working,
fact.
you're saying if I'm working there, how can I help them? And I'm telling them to get better and not to return. You stated as if I was saying that I'm telling them to come back. I never once said
You're
that.
contributing to your own genocide is the point that I'm making, especially by working in their healthcare system.
For a moment.
I disagree.
All right, but
My bad. You might want to try to be
like
an
they
editor.
said, 100% of occupations are built off the genocide of so-called black people. That's 100% a fact. But
But again,
I'm
I'm
how
a,
confused
can you
on the
help
but
the
stance.
kids?
it's all. I'm gonna move on to Miss Jonesy
We
though.
Can I say something?
we
Yeah, go ahead, Miss
Why are
Jonesy.
people with the same
we
kind of
have to
background or the same knowledge kind of like
Who speak? Oh, Miss Jonesy, go ahead.
we have to understand that everybody is on a different frequency here. The lady that just was in the healthcare industry, she really thinks that she's helping us. She's on 3D.
no, she's not. That's all.
I know that, but she really thinks that she's doing that in their building. I'm
Yeah,
educating everybody.
to the
I'm
people that's going.
educating everybody in their building. No, you're not. You're not telling them, girl, you need to take herbs and this and that instead of this. You're not.
How you feel like I'm not telling them that?
You can't do that in their building, girl.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm a phlebotomist. Y'all don't even know
Okay.
what type of healthcare work I do.
Phlebotomist, I have a daughter that's
Yes.
a registered nurse. So you're at the bottom.
And trying to level up either. I was right
You
where I
should
needed to
be.
be. I work under
You should
doctors.
be trying to
Why would I be
level
trying to
up.
level up in the healthcare
You
system if I know
should
it's
be.
already a demise?
No, you should be trying to level up, but not in the healthcare system because
I
it's
just
all
said
a
I'm
lie.
not. You just said your
Okay.
daughter is a registered nurse. Like that was supposed to be a flex. And it's not.
Well, I'm not trying to
Well, what?
flex.
Let
I'm
them know.
not trying to flex. I'm just trying
That's
to
how it came
say
off.
that,
Okay,
look,
let
we
let
are
me.
all indoctrinated. We all believe their stuff for hundreds of years. Sky Watcher, you are the truth. Nobody can debate you on here. Nobody. That's why when I came on here, I was quiet. Because y'all actually know what y'all talking about. So don't debate. Trust me. Don't lose your energy on these other people. They're you're in the 5D realm and they're in the 3D. There's no connection with them. Do you understand me, Sky? There's no connection. No matter what you say, it's no connection. They're on a lower frequency than you. You know that. You know that, right, Sky?
Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware, but it's the way that I speak is I'm trying to paint the picture because
You can't paint a
the
picture
and
to somebody
I
that's in
can
3D. You
yeah, I can
cannot
that
paint.
okay, but I
You
can paint
can't.
the okay, I
You
can
can't.
paint the okay, can you just let me respond back to what you said to me because I can paint the picture, but it's up to them to do the research and for them to accept what's being said. Remember, in every conversation you have to be a vibrational match for what's being discussed. If I spit the truth and present the facts, that's up to them to accept it within themselves or to go do the research. I can paint the picture all day long, and I have. You see what I'm saying? It's up to them to do the rest from there. And I just wanted to go back to the original thing. There is no way that we can fully be for our people while contributing to our own genocide and our own destruction. I don't care how you spin it. I don't care what occupation it is. If it was built off of your genocide, you're contributing to the system that's systematically oppressing you and oppressing you on a cellular level. That's just a fact though. Cellular
You're
oppression is done
absolutely
through
right.
molecular gastronomy.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Yep,
don't argue with these people that's on lower frequency. They're never gonna see it. They're never gonna see it. Save your energy, please, because you're doing good things. Like I'm learning so much. Okay, that's all I got to say.
All
You're
right, I want
fabulous.
I just wanted to
Well,
say, just like how these people build fast food restaurants, and our people choose to lower their frequency and go get that because that's what is being displayed. Just like that's what we're doing too. We're displaying the fact that they don't have to do any of that, and they can take this route instead by just learning about themselves. We're not pointing them to know God. We're not pointing them to know
you can
nothing else.
walk outside and
We're pointing them to
get your frequency lowered. You can walk outside and literally get your frequency lowered.
if you choose if that
No,
depends
no, no,
on you
no. It's
though.
not a choice.
Yeah, it's a choice.
No, when
Nothing
you
can
walk
affect you.
outside, when you
Nothing
walk
can.
outside in
I'm
the
not gonna speak over
environment,
you, brother. You see what I'm saying? We
when you walk
I respect
outside
you.
in
I'm
the
not gonna. I'm
environment,
not gonna. Right. I'm not gonna speak over you, but I'm just saying that nothing can affect you unless you allow it. You see what I'm saying? It's all a mental thing. That's why the war is not in the heavens. It's in the heavens.
yeah, you can't call yourself a divine being and then say something this primitive and low vibrational can affect you. That don't even make any sense. We from the cosmos. You feel what I'm saying? So how can we be from the sun and the cosmos and something as simple as walking outside affects us? But I do want to move on to Morgan because I think she's been wanting to talk. Go ahead, Morgan.
I mean, you pretty much just said it. Like, we bring the light wherever we go. So all that small talk is nothing. We can affect any room, any situation for the greater good. We could change any negative vibration and transmute the energy in the room. So once you vibrate to that level, that low kind of dialogue don't bother you because you know how you affect and move the room. You know how you can make somebody's day by speaking light into them. You know what I mean? So whether you work low or high, it doesn't matter. If I'm in a crack house, I could bring somebody up with me. It don't matter if I'm down in the reception of hell. I could bring somebody up with me. We've got work to do wherever we go. Remember that.
If we understood energy, then we wouldn't be in that room. We wouldn't be there needing to be lifted up if we properly understood energy. Of our people come
because I feel
knowledge
like
of
some of
thyself.
us have trauma that you can't just walk in a
Hold,
room and
hey, hold on. Skywatcher was talking.
Once more of our people come into knowledge of thyself, there is no working jobs. Once so-called black women come off of the jobs, the system will fall immediately. That's why I don't work. I'm not gonna work for an animal, a YT man that just came out of the cave 6,000 years ago. What sense does that make? If I know that I'm a divine being and I understand energy and I can manipulate energy with just understanding frequency, what is the point of working when I'm the currency?
And that's
That's
exactly why I started to follow you, because I seen that video that you made, Skywatcher. So I think that's how I'm on the live. But yeah, I agree with that totally.
Yeah, and the second
gratitude.
Skywalker, I recently quit my job and I'm not never going back to work again. It's time for us to get creative. Stop being
Abundance,
fucking.
abundance, my brother.
I'm never going to work again. So it is what it is from now on. I'm telling y'all, it's up.
For real, you really, when you understand that you're the currency, and I mean, this is what I be trying to tell my people. It's not about belief. If you think manifestation is about belief, you're never going to manifest the life that you want. It's all about knowing, like how he said, I'm never going back to work. I can feel his energy. He knows that he's not going back. Number one, he knows and understands genetics, and he understands the plane that he's on, and he understands the eukaryotic cell. Why would you need to work for that when they're harvesting your energy? So when they tell you that you're on at 9 a.m. and off at 5, treating you like a light switch because your energy is running this entire matrix, when you understand that, you come off the job immediately. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't, you know what I'm saying? And it took time. I don't want anybody to think that I didn't quit. No, it took time for me to understand energy and how to actually know and move off of knowing and not belief. For the longest, I was moving off of belief and I couldn't manifest what I wanted. But I had to know and affirm and walk in my truth every single day, whether I seen it in the physical or not, because I understand energy. I understand the spirit realm. So I understand that things manifest there first.
Abundance.
Abundance.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yo, what's good, man? Yo.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So say where did they come from, the white people?
Not everybody outside of the so-called black species.
Make say that again, what?
Everybody outside of so-called black people, where did they come from?
Oh, well, they come from the black, not the black woman, the melanated woman. That's where
And
we
how
came from.
so?
You saw what?
How so?
How so? Fuck. Shit, from my dad.
Huh?
From my dad.
No, I'm saying everybody outside of so-called black people, not you. I'm saying, where did everybody outside of so-called black people come from?
Oh, they lab made them. They lab made in the lab.
Okay.
From animals.
All right. Do you know how that process happened?
Shit. I don't know too much, but I know there was
Okay.
Yaku created them so they can destroy us, the white folks and shit.
Can I just go back to something that you said, moderator, right now? When you said people are, you automatically supposed to know you supposed to walk in the light and you're the higher being. But if you came from trauma, how are you supposed to know that?
You didn't come from trauma, though.
But
You
if you, no,
came
no,
from
no,
the
no,
portal of the
no,
so.
no. If you came from trauma, I'm talking about family trauma. If you was given up, putting in the foster system, getting molested, whatever, trauma from your own
Before the
family.
physical, where did you come from, sister?
I came from the portal of my mother.
Right. And
Bloodline.
before you entered that portal, what was you?
I don't know. Do you know?
Well, I feel like you should go find that out, because you're saying that you came from trauma. That's not true. We don't come from trauma.
Okay, so what
We've been
I'm
on the planet
saying,
for a very long
when
time.
I
You know
came
what I'm
into
saying?
this earth, I entered trauma. Don't you enter trauma when they slap you and put the light on Uh-huh. you and all of that? Isn't that
I'm past
trauma?
down.
Yeah, okay,
Isn't
but
that trauma to us
you
as
can.
spiritual beings
Yeah,
coming
we
into
all
the
have
earth?
trauma. Yeah, but the thing is, we can grow from that. Why are we focused on trauma?
Thing is, you
No, I'm
can't.
not.
Hold on,
I
mother of
don't want to
life.
be
Hold on, mother
focused
of life.
on
Hold on, hold
trauma.
on, mother. Hold on, mother.
I
Hold
don't.
on.
I don't
Hold
want to
on,
be
mother.
focused
Hold
on
on, mother.
trauma.
Hold on. I'm trying to answer your question for you, mother. You chose to come here. That's what we don't understand about the spiritual is that all these events that you're going through, you chose. What is the soul? Is it not all knowing? You knew to come here because there was something that your soul needed to evolve. So that's what the brother is saying. You got to explore that. You got to know what is the mitochondria? Where is that stemming from? From what cell? That's connected to an entire species outside of this planet. That's what you got to know. So everything about your suit is divinely and designed for you to endure what you're doing on this planet. It's nothing by mistake. You're the creator of reality, and you are the creator of all organic life.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and respond, Miss Jones, if you would like. But yeah, as grown folks, we need to quit focusing on past trauma. I see some people trying to say we got trauma built up from slavery. We're why are we focusing on that? Why are we not focused on growing? Because if
Talking
we're
about slavery. I'm
yeah,
talking
I'm not
about
saying that's
what
what
your
you were saying. I was just
parents.
saying some people say that.
No, I'm not talking about slavery because I know that didn't
Yeah, I
happen.
got you.
I'm just talking about your mother and your father, whatever. That immediate. Why did I choose that? Why did I
That
choose to
you gotta
give
go
birth
inside of yourself
at
and you gotta
6
ask
years
yourself
old?
that.
You didn't just choose this lifetime.
The shadow work.
You've been here so many times. Even if like I don't have any children right now, but do you know how many times I've given birth as the mother of life? Do you understand? That's why I was explaining to the sister. We are just reflections and we keep replicating from immortal cells. That cell just copies. It just gets passed down through the mitochondria. So these like the life that you chose, it's up to you to evolve from it. That's the creation.
Wow.
I can't answer why you chose that specific thing, but according to the cosmos, according to quantum science, according to the soul, um, you chose everything about your life.
Wow. This is crazy. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I suggest like if you want to know, like you got that's something you gotta go inside yourself and find out. Like I can't tell you that. Nobody else can tell you that. But yeah,
Abundance to the chat and to the panel. I've been up here all day. I'm gonna leave. Abundance.
abundance.
Abundance of gratitude.
Morgan, did you have something you want to say?
I mean, I'm just listening. It sounds like it's different levels in the room. I mean, sound like she went through some things like we all have trauma, and she's just at a place like she need that each one teach one, you know. And this is a good time to extend grace to people and help them come to the understanding of themselves, the process, and all kind of stuff. A better diet. Like you don't necessarily want to be nasty or hostile to people in this place because you can lose them. They're at a crossroad in they self in their life. They don't understand. This is new. This is too much. You don't want to push them off the edge. Bring them to grace. Bring them to the light. So just be careful with that. You know what I mean? It can come off a little aggressive. Everybody like, remember, you want to save souls, not like run them away. You want to help them understand the process they're going through, so they can master themselves. That's it.
All right, abundance. Uh, Rico, you got anything you want to say?
Just on the traumas, like when you're not supposed to stick with those traumas, you take those traumas on so you can heal from them, learn from them, and you can accelerate to a positive energy with that trauma. You see what I'm saying? So this comes with the healing process, like what some people call shadow work, where really that's just accepting things that happen to you, turning the energy and transforming the energy in something positive. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I can make that a little clearer for you. So don't never sit in your traumas and keep holding on to them. Just realize you got them, realize what happened, sit into it, realize how it affected you, let it go. Forgive yourself, forgive the person, and keep it moving.
Oh, definitely abundance. Lady V, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Rico said too. I believe like doing your shadow work and different things of that sort will help heal the bloodline trauma, because sometimes we are born into trauma, you know, and it takes yourself to just kind of heal and do the inner work to heal your bloodline. And I do believe healing your bloodline and doing the inner work and your shadow work, you'll be able to generate new seeds and a better, you know, bloodline from there on out with the kids and everything else.
Abundance.
Yeah, exactly.
Alex, you got anything you want to say?
Yo, I got a question, bro. How the fuck did the first black person get on in this world if there was no niggas on this planet?
I would urge you to dive within the prokaryotic cell.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Miss Jonesy, you got anything you want to say?
Thank you for the feedback. And I know the work that I have to do. Thank you guys.
Well, love and
No
light to
problem.
you.
Abundance.
Thank you.
And abundance and gratitude for the chat. I'm finna go ahead and end this
Y'all
live.
amazing.
It
Y'all the
was
best.
nice meeting all y'all, talking
Yeah,
to
y'all
y'all,
amazing.
exchanging thoughts. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Gratitude, abundance.
Gratitude and
Sky,
abundance.
you,
Gratitude and
and
abundance.
yeah, y'all
Yeah,
amazing.
shout out
Love it.
Skywatcher. Shout out my brother Denzel. Appreciate y'all
Nice
for
meeting
coming up
y'all.
here. Appreciate y'all. Nice meeting you too.
You could be my daughter, Sky.
Hugs.
How old are you?